Start video. There you go. Does that look right?
Well,
Recording in progress.
It is 10 a.m. on March 20th, and we are continuing the meeting of March 14th of the Douglas County Planning Commission. Blah. So we will move ahead with the approval of the agenda. And is there any discussion by the Planning Commission? We did that last week.
Yes, but you had joined the meeting, so we need to reopen it again.
Technicalities. Okay, I will reopen the Planning Commission meeting. Can we start with the Pledge of Allegiance? Kirk.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public comment?
Yeah, I guess we reposted it.
Okay. All right, I want to thank everyone again who submitted public comment, which has been posted in the supplementals. And at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Planning Commission. It is requested that members of the public hold their comments on agenda items to when they are considered. If content is disruptive or disrespectful to commissioners, staff, or members of the public, the individual will be told to stop speaking and to sit down. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. First speaker, please write your name on the list and state it for the record. First speaker, please.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. I want to say thank you again for everybody that was involved in the emergency operations and the continuation of our meeting. I think it's been very appropriate. Most people don't see the county in its entirety, and I'm very thankful that we have agencies and people like you watching for our public health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Next speaker.
My name's Linda Dangler, and I'm here to state again that Douglas County must follow 2.3.5 of the TRPA code, which allows...
Ms. Dangler, this would be more appropriate to speak.
It's item number 4.
That's on the agenda. You can speak under item number 4.
Okay, then I will be back to speak under
Thank
item
you.
number 4.
Anyone else? Seeing no one rise, I will close public comment. It is now 9:04 or 10:04. Excuse me, the clock has not been changed. And I will limit comment to planning commissioners. According to our agenda, I will move to approval of our current agenda. Is there any comment from the commissioners? Seeing none, I need a motion for the approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move the agenda be approved as printed in the packet.
Second.
We have a motion by Kirk, second by David. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes, 7 ayes. And I need a motion and approval of the minutes. Are there any discussion, comments, corrections by the commissioners? Motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes.
We have a motion by Bryce and a second by Paul. All those in favor?
Aye.
7 ayes. Thank you very much. Item number 1, for presentation only. Presentation by Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA, and Douglas County Community Development Department staff on the history of TRPA, TRPA regional plan and area plans, as well as the relationship with Douglas County in regards to oversight, projects, and permitting. Brandy McMahon, TRPA, and Kate Morales O'Neill, DC Community Development, presenting.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Michelle's going to get the monitor up here for us so you can all view this presentation. So Brandy is a plethora of knowledge for TRPA. She's going to do a brief presentation, just an overview of TRPA and the relationship they have with us here at Douglas County. We're hoping in the future we'll have a more detailed presentation where we can have, question and answer forum for you. But today we know you have a loaded agenda, so we wanted just to do a quick overview for you so you could see that relationship and how they tie into Douglas County. So this is Brandy McMahon. Thank you, Brandy.
Great, thank you so much. So once again, my name is Brandy McMahon. Before starting work over 9 years ago at the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, I worked for Douglas County for 8 years. So I am very familiar with this county. I worked with Cynthia and a number of other current employees. And I've been at the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency now for 9 years, and I am the local government coordinator. So there are 6 local jurisdictions in the Tahoe Basin, 3 in California, 3 in Nevada. And so my main role is to work with local jurisdictions on implementing projects in the Tahoe Basin. So Kate asked me to come today, let me move it to the next, to provide an overview of TRPA. So just for some background, there was a lot of concerns in the 60s about the impact of development on Lake Tahoe. And so the governors of Nevada and California, they came together. The 2 states entered into a bi-state compact for the Tahoe Basin area, and that compact was approved by the U.S. Congress. And what the compact calls for is the establishment of environmental thresholds and for the development of a regional plan with goals and policies to attain and maintain those environmental thresholds. After a number of years of working together, the 2 states came together in 2012 and they adopted a new regional plan. This is the long-range planning document for the Tahoe region. And the priorities of the 2012 regional plan are to maintain effective programs, accelerate environmental threshold gain, and then to focus TRPA on regional priorities. One thing that Kate asked me to do is explain what's the difference between TRPA and Douglas County. Well, we're set up similar to other government entities, but we get our authority from the bi-state compact, whereas Douglas County gets it from Nevada revised statutes. We have a long-range planning document similar to your master plan. It's our regional plan. One thing is all of our goals and policies and our codes are tied to the environmental thresholds. The regional plan goals and policies are implemented through our code, which is similar to Title 20 in Douglas County. One thing that came out of the regional plan update is that we needed to give local jurisdictions the ability to develop their own local plans. These are called area plans. They include zoning and then other policies and programs to further the goals of the regional plan. And they can be for a small geographic area within a local jurisdiction or cover the entire portion of that jurisdiction within the Tahoe Basin. With regards to review and oversight, we have a governing board. It's made up of 7 voting delegates from California and 7 voting delegates from Nevada. And then there's 1 non-voting federal representative. Wesley Rice represents Douglas County on the governing board. There's also a 21-member advisory planning commission that provides technical and scientific as well as planning recommendations to the governing board, and Kate Morales is on the planning commission and represents Douglas County. There's also a lay member, Garth Alling, that's on that planning commission. We also have an executive director similar to the Douglas County manager. So similar setup, but a little bit of different objectives. Let's go. So the vast majority of the Tahoe Basin is under public ownership, and these lands are managed for conservation and public recreation purposes. That's the green area shown in the map. The yellow areas, those are established residential neighborhoods. The blue areas are recreation, for recreation purposes. Red areas, those are designated as mixed use. They're our commercial areas where commercial services are provided. And then that purple area, that's the casino core. What's referred to in the master plan as the high density tourist district. So as mentioned earlier, with the new 2012 regional plan, it gave the local jurisdictions the ability to develop area plans. And during the regional plan update, one of the major themes and objectives was to encourage the environmental redevelopment of the built environment. One thing that happened as a result of the strict growth control measures that were put in place in the 80s with the original regional plan is that there wasn't a lot of investment in buildings. People began to recognize that if we allow for redevelopment, we'll get more energy efficient buildings. They will be more appealing to people visiting Lake Tahoe. They would be more scenically appealing. So it was really, it's a cornerstone of the regional plan. And a number of very smart business owners in Douglas County that worked in the Casino Quarry area and the Lower Kingsbury area, they were well aware of this. And during the regional plan update, they got together and they hired an architect to develop the South Shore Vision Plan to demonstrate what the South Shore would look like if it was redeveloped and revitalized, and identified policies that needed to change in order to make that happen. And a number of those policies were adopted into the updated regional plan. But in order to take advantage of those new policies in the regional plan, the county needed to move forward with an area plan. So right after that regional plan was adopted, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners directed Douglas County planning staff to develop the South Shore Area Plan. And that was the first area plan adopted in the Tahoe Basin. And then following that, another area plan was developed for the rest of the portion of Douglas County in the Tahoe Basin, but it was never submitted to TRPA, and so it was never officially adopted. So one great thing that's come out of the new regional plan update is we've seen a lot of really good projects move forward in the South Shore. One good example would be the new Tahoe Blue Events Center. That will obviously have economic benefits for Douglas County. But when the project was moving forward, they are required, any project, you're required to mitigate the impacts to the environmental threshold. So In order to do that, we have a new shuttle system now on the South Shore, the Lake Link. I know that Douglas County provides funding, the city is going to provide funding, and it's a free shuttle service to people that are in the South Shore, so both visitors and residents. Another great example is the Edgewood Lodge project. All the stormwater that comes from the casino core that runs to the golf course. And so as part of the lodge project, Edgewood agreed to make a number of water quality improvement programs to help further treat the water before it reached Lake Tahoe. So once an area plan is adopted, the code calls for TRPA and the local jurisdiction to enter into a memorandum of understanding, or MOU, to delegate additional permitting responsibility to the local jurisdictions. And under these MOUs, local jurisdictions can review and process permits. The idea behind that is it would be better for business owners and property owners if they could just go to one entity instead of having to first go to TRPA and then the local jurisdiction. So that's the overall objective. We have two existing MOUs that are currently in effect. One is a Public Works MOU and a Land Bank MOU, but once the South Shore Area Plan was adopted, we did enter into two new memorandums of understanding. One that would allow Douglas County to do some permitting within the South Shore Area Plan, and then another that would allow the county to review residential permit applications outside the South Shore Area Plan. But neither of those MOUs ever went into effect due to staffing limitations at the county. So I think that's my last slide. I am available if you have any questions.
Questions from the board? David?
This actually came up under our VHR program, but I understand TRPA has a restriction on the number of events, and I tried to find a definition of what an event would be, and I couldn't find it. Could you give us a definition of what TRPA considers an event?
Yeah, there is a provision in the code regarding events are exempt if they happen less than 4 times a year, and these are generally larger public events. We did recently receive a complaint about a VHR in Lower Kingsbury, and I am going to look into that. But we just received that we received it last week, so I need to look further into that. But so just for some background on vacation home rentals, they are allowed under the TRPA code. There was a working group that was put together in 2004, and it was agreed that TRPA would allow vacation home rentals as long as local jurisdictions would manage them to ensure neighborhood compatibility. Once again, I'd say I think it was 2019, there were concerns raised once again that the local jurisdictions were not adequately managing short-term rentals or vacation home rentals. And so there was another working group, and the decision was that the local jurisdictions should continue to manage vacation home rentals in the Tahoe Basin. That decision was based on the fact that throughout this country, local jurisdictions manage vacation home rentals. They also have more resources than TRPA, sheriff's departments, fire departments. There was a number of reasons identified why it should be managed at the local level. But in general, vacation home rentals should be treated just like any other single-family home. They should not be creating impacts to neighbors. So they should not be having large events every weekend. They should be smaller events that do not negatively impact neighbors.
Okay, and TRPA is expecting Douglas County to enforce this rule. Is that correct?
Typically, when we receive a complaint about a vacation home rental, we reach out to the local jurisdiction, and they generally do the enforcement if there is an issue.
Yeah, I find this almost a rule that's impossible probably to enforce. How do you define an event to begin with, and then when it becomes publicly noted, is that all that's required, or it's just really an additional burden upon our enforcement people in the county. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
David, microphone, please, if you're done with your microphone. Thank you. Other questions? Kirk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very good presentation, Brandy, and I hope we can have you back at a future point to go into a lot of points in detail. I would call your attention and the board members' attention and everybody in the audience to Ellie Waller's comments that she submitted in supplemental materials. I think she presented about 10 or 15 questions, which are very thoughtful. I had all the same questions, so great minds think alike, Ellie. And I had probably about 7 or 8 additional questions that I'd like to answer, like to have you answer, but we have a long meeting today, so we won't prolong that. I do have 1 or 2 quick observations and questions. On the land use map, if you could put that up again, I think it's important to point out to everyone that land use in Tahoe is different than zoning in the Carson Valley. We do not have zoning per se, where lots might be zoned as 1 acre or 7,000 square feet or anything like that. So I think that's an important thing to note. And then also you can see kind of on this map in the larger one on the left and the smaller one on the bottom right, where we have different land uses, and they're somewhat organized by neighborhood, although the neighborhoods are not identified on this map. So you've been at Douglas County or TRP for quite a while, and I think you probably have good familiarity with the differing neighborhoods in Tahoe. And I'd like your comment on within the particular neighborhoods like Zephyr Heights perhaps, or Cave Rock. Would you say that the housing units are, sometimes they're apartments, sometimes they're 2-bedroom cabins, sometimes they're 4 or 6-bedroom homes. Would you say that the bedrooms within a community resemble each other? The housing units in a community resemble each other?
Typically not, no. They're
Okay.
generally like custom-built homes or older cabins.
Yes, I think it's a very important point. Tahoe neighborhoods are unique and they're diverse. And it's unlike what we have for the most part in the Carson Valley. And I think that's a very important point in our future discussions that everybody be aware of. So thank you very much. We appreciate your coming, and we look forward to having a longer discussion at a later point.
Thank you, Kirk. Bryce? Ken? Paul? Mark, do you have any questions?
Sorry, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brandy. And yes, I think there's consensus that we would like you to come back in the future with a more detailed question and answer.
Thank you for having me.
And we will move on to item 2 on our agenda for possible action. Discussion on amendment to Virginia Ranch Specific Plan, DP 22-0226. Amendment changes to include A, remove a 10.5 acre public facilities / school site without increasing the total approved 1,020 residential unit count. B, remove language which states parcels less than 60 feet wide must be rear loaded. And C, allow the use of a private street section with a future plan development application. The subject parcels are located east of Highway 395 and south of Toller Lane in the Gardnerville Community Plan. The property owner making the request is Stan Lucas. The affected parcel numbers within the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan are 1220-03-000-34 and 1220-03-000-043. Kate Marolos O'Neill presenting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you could just give us a second. I guess the last presentation was not via Zoom, so we're having to log in again. So
No worries.
thank you.
Thank you. I will disclose I had a conversation with Susan Jansen from the Douglas County's Board of Trustees. She was wondering about just the basic information with regards to this information packet, and I directed her to the county website and the Planning Commission agenda packet where she could find maps and other information pertinent to this information item.
The joy of technology. So good morning again, everyone. Kate Marolis O'Neill for the record, Douglas County Planning Division. So this item is regarding the Virginia Ranch specific plan, and it does begin on page 45 of the packet. Oops. And it's not advancing. And it's not advancing. Oops, there it goes. Okay. There we go. So you see here, here's the project location of Virginia Ranch.
Kate, excuse me a second. Will people please silence their devices? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, here's the location of Virginia Ranch. And when reviewing the packet, you would have read that the actual original approval for the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan took place back in December of 2004. So today, here are the proposed changes for amending the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan. First is to remove the 10.5 acre public facilities site without increasing the total approved 1,020 housing unit count. Also to remove language which states parcels less than 60 feet wide must be rear loaded, and then to allow the use of private street section with future land development applications. So the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan original approval, like I mentioned, it included an elementary school site to be dedicated to the Douglas County School District. This slide includes the red line to the specific plan, removing the school site, again, without increasing the density. The housing unit count will remain at 1,020 units. We can see here additional support for the reasoning by the school district and the owner to remove the school site. This chart is from the State of Nevada Department of Education, and it depicts student enrollment decline of over 1,000 students since 2011. Also to note, it was discussed that there's the close proximity to other elementary schools was also a factor in that decision. Another change is to remove language stating parcels less than 60 feet wide must be rear loaded. So what does this actually mean? When a property is rear loaded, it means access to the garage will have to come from the rear of the property, which means more streets, alleyways, etc. Removing this language allows room for more open space and less impervious surfaces, which, as we know, can lead to more runoff. I will also point out something that I learned in my discussions with engineering, and it is a term known as heat island. This occurs basically when you have more impervious surfaces than your surroundings. So heat can be mitigated by tree cover and open space, which act as sources of shade and can promote evaporate cooling. The last proposed change is to add private street section. So like the previous slide, this would be the red line version to the specific plan. Adding private street sections, which are maintained by the developer or HOA, prevents additional maintenance costs for the county and minimizes impact on us as taxpayers. As was noted in the staff report, these private streets will need approval by you as planning commissioners and the Board of County Commissioners approval via future land development applications. These are the findings that must be met in order to recommend approval for the amendment to the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan, and I won't recite all the findings, and the staff responses can be reread beginning on page 53 of your packet. So in conclusion, staff believes the findings can be made in the affirmative for the requested amendment. Staff proposes the Planning Commission recommend approval of the following: to amend the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan and allow for the removal of the public facility school site, removal of language regarding parcels less than 60 feet wide must be rear loaded, and adding a private street section. I have also have with me today Chris Baker from Manhard, and I want to invite him up here too. He has a few things he'd like to share with you, and then if there's any questions that here I could answer, we'll be happy to do so. Chris, can I have you come up?
Thank you, Kate.
Do you want these? Do you need these? Okay. All right. Oh, well, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Chris Baker with Manhard Consulting here on behalf of the applicant. I did have a PowerPoint, but I think Kate did such a great job that it would be very redundant. And I know you have, your time's precious today, and you have a pretty full house here and a few agenda items to hear. So we would like to just thank staff for their time. Again, this is minor in nature. Unfortunately, the population of students in Douglas County has been declining drastically since 2006. I was a little shocked by the numbers. 12 or 1,300 kids over that period is a little bit shocking. But again, I think the big thing here, we're not asking for anything new. We're not asking for new units. What this does do is allows the approved units to spread out over a larger area. So the density really does decrease, and then that kind of covers the school site. And then the addition of the private street section really is driven more for creative design solutions and trying to limit maintenance for the town and county staff. That really wasn't contemplated back in 2004 when this was approved. So with that, we're available for questions. We did go to the town board earlier this month, received unanimous approval, and we agree with staff's recommendation, and we're here for any questions. Thank you.
Are there questions for Mr. Baker? Bryce?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. If the density is not increased, what do you anticipate doing with that additional land, or what's the intent? 10.5 acres plus the paving is a substantial amount of land that will be available now. What's the intent, if you happen to know that today?
We're still working through density studies, but what we're coming to the conclusion is to get to that over 1,000 units, there was going to be a pretty heavy lift of multifamily. What this allows is to provide a variety of single family on variety of lot sizes. At the current specific plan allows for lots as small as 5,000 square feet. What this does is allows us to spread out that area and really more variety of multifamily and attached units, kind of trying to hit the market needs of Douglas County.
David?
Yeah, I have a problem with the public facilities being changed, because really saying our population in our schools have decreased is true. I agree with that. but what about the future? The people that move here are probably going to have the same percentage of children as the people who live here now. So there will be increased children coming. So we need to reserve this for schools, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Kirk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that specific point, Dave, I think your concern is a valid one, but based on the data that I've reviewed, when you look back over the past 10 years or even 20 years on the actual demographics of the population, yes, our population is gradually very small increments moving forward, but we're finding that the population of those people who are school age or would be having school age children is on the decline, and the population of the age cohorts from 60 to 80 is on the increase. So I think the school board and the superintendent has made some very careful observations. I think you make a very valid point about being concerned about this, but I don't think the numbers prove that out, at least as far as my research shows.
David?
I disagree totally. I think that we will see an increase in people with children coming in here because it's going to be the same percentage. Plus, we're not just talking about this 1,000 homes here. This area is planned for like 4,000 homes in the next 20 years. So, you got to look at the future and how many homes are going to be coming in here. And there will be need for schools, I'll guarantee it.
Are there other questions for Mr. Baker? Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question's not necessarily for Mr. Baker. Kate, do you happen to know how many other spaces are currently allocated for public facilities specific to the school district? If this were to be eliminated, and to Mr. Nelson's point, are there other areas within the county that are specifically set aside for this? And if so, have those been identified by the school district as more viable areas? Because they're concerned about how close this particular parcel or specific land area is to other schools. If we were to eliminate this, do we find ourselves in a position down the road where now all of a sudden the school district or the county is having to acquire land at a premium because we didn't set aside for the future?
Thank you, Mr. Klutz, for that question. That's a really good question. I'm not aware of any other land, so to speak, that the school district or that we have set aside for that use. I'm not sure if there is anyone from our superintendent. I don't know if Mr. Lewis is here. He might be able to address that better. But at this time, I'm not aware of another site, so to speak, for a grammar school site.
It appears we do have someone from the school district. Please sign in and identify yourself.
Scott McCullough, Douglas County, for the record. I also manage projects for the school district, so I'm here representing this school district today. And part of the evaluation for eliminating and improving the site was mainly the proximity to Gardnerville Elementary School. With two elementary schools that close would be the primary need for a district, and we felt that that distance was so close it'd be cost prohibitive to open another school that close. We evaluated the site, and there is expansion availability at GES, at CC, to absorb those if the population ever did increase the way it was in the early 2000s to accommodate any increased population and enrollment in the schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I understand you correctly, the school district has already evaluated the existing properties and have factored those into expansion to account for if that area, to Mr. Nelson's point, was to be built out. The school district has accounted for that within expansion of the existing facilities currently there. Is that correct?
That is correct. That was part of the evaluation for the approval of the return of the site back to the developer.
Any other questions? Paul?
I do have a question because page 77 of our packet, a letter dated March 8, 2023 from the town of Gardnerville, Eric Nilsson, the town manager, indicates, and it's to Kate, indicates that there was a town board and it voted 4-0 on taking the following actions. And number one is take no action on the request to eliminate the dedication of 11 acres to Douglas County School District by the Virginia Ranch Specific Plan. That suggests that they are nonplussed by keeping it and are not advocating removing it. I don't know. Is there another read and I'm missing something?
I don't have any comment on that. I'm unaware of that.
All right. You're speaking on behalf of the school district?
Yes.
And they did an analysis. Is there something that you can refer me to with respect to that?
No documentation provided. This is just a discussion for approval of the site.
Understood. Did the school district get anything in any kind of a quid pro quo or any kind of an offer with respect to giving up this dedicated land? That is to say, any benefit directly to the school district?
Yes, there is an offer to dedicate housing, giving housing to the school district for use.
So the district would then become landlord for, say, teachers, which is what I anticipate.
Correct.
Is that within the purview of the school district to become a landlord with
Well,
management?
it's typical in rural Nevada. This happens out in the rural counties where they provide housing for teachers that, are tough to get out there. So this is typical in the state. And the specifics of that really have not been vetted yet. So, again, this action is required today before there's any action taken by the school board in the specifics of that agreement. In principle, they've agreed to that, but the specifics still need to be worked out once.
My other observation, I guess this is for Kate, with whom I have tremendous respect, and I thank you for your presentation. I understood from Mr. Lucas's representative that with the dedication of land, if it was to remain the same, that it would require additional multifamily dwellings in order to meet the anticipated permit density that they have achieved in 2004. Is that correct?
That's correct. The housing unit count is not going to change with this amendment.
So with the additional multifamily that may be necessary with the dedication, that would be a lower cost unit than a single-family dwelling. Am I also correct there?
That would be correct if based on square footage, correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, sir, but
Scott McCullough.
our concern about teachers having housing.
Excuse me, Paul, that's not what we're dealing with right now, the teacher housing and the school district. That's
No,
a
I know that,
completely
but
separate
it's less of a
issue.
concern is all I'm saying, because the point that was just made by, which I asked, was that the density would be increased by multifamily. More
Matt-
multifamily than single family.
Let me clarify, just so we're clear, Mr. Bruno. The housing count will not increase, so density will remain the same at 1,020. I think Chris Baker from Manhard reiterated that with that 10.5 acres, there's going to be more ability to be unique with that housing, have multifamily residential, but again, and more spread out. It doesn't, multifamily residential does not mean that the density is going to increase. It's just more creativity with that space, maybe more open space. Again, it's what they're looking to do at this stage for this.
I must have misheard him, because I thought he said that there would be more single-family dwelling if the dedication was not provided.
At this time for this amendment, the housing unit count is the same. Again, this is just a specific plan amendment. However, future land applications will come in with this project. If it changes at some point housing and numbers will be addressed at the phasing stage and map stage, so on and so forth. If that helps to clarify. But for right now, and as Chris stated, the housing unit count is remaining the same at 1,020 housing units.
My question, obviously, had to do with multifamily versus single family, and what I heard from, I guess it was Chris.
We'll let Chris clarify.
Chris
David.
Baker, Manhart Consulting. Sorry for the confusion. In short, if you add 10.5 acres to the development potential of the property, there's more room to work with. The unit count does not go up. It could allow for more open space, could allow for more creativity of product. At this point, we don't really know what the yield is going to be multifamily to single family, but logical planning thinking says if there's more room to work with, it allows you the ability to have a variety of product types. So I apologize for the misleading information.
Yeah, it wasn't misleading. Thanks.
David?
Hearing this, it seems to me that taking this part away from this is really premature. We don't know really what's going to be built here at this point. And so I think that this request is premature.
Okay, thank you. If there are no specific questions for the applicants, then I'd like to open up public comment.
Madam Chair,
Kirk.
I do have a couple of quick observations and questions, and I'll be very brief. First of all, Paul, you raised some very good points. I did review a memorandum from Eric Nielsen, the town manager of the Gardnerville Town Board, prior to their action on this. Was the January 3rd, 2023 memorandum. You pointed out accurately what they did, but Eric, in the discussion on this, did put some language in his memorandum to his board that the town staff does not believe the proposal, meaning the dedication of the school land back to the developer. Town staff does not believe the proposal should be part of the consideration by the town board. So I think Eric was stated that was not their jurisdiction, but our jurisdiction. And that's one of the three items that we are approving or disapproving today is the 10-acre site, the rear loading, and the private streets. And then the other observation is this was first approved, and Chris, I don't know if you have comments on this, in December of 2004. You probably weren't even born by that point, right? But that was almost 19 years ago. Has a single home been built in those 19 years? Kate, maybe you can answer this. Has a single home been built in 19 years?
Not on these two parcels. I asked the same question. So you mentioned great minds think alike, Mr. Walder. So it is not, and I would imagine recession, there's a lot of things that there's probably reasoning behind that, but not at this time.
Well, I think my observation is we have a lot of large developments, and they are, so to speak, on the books. But as this points out, is a perfect example that sometimes it takes a long period of time before their ground is broken and homes are built. And then lastly, I would follow up on the point that Bryce and I think Paul were trying to make on the dedication. We are giving up 10.5 acres. And Dave, I do appreciate your points and your comments. I think they're very well thought. But I hope, and this is not something for us to condition or review today, but I hope the developer is very cognizant of the fact that this is a gift, so to speak, from Douglas County, and that I hope it's well used as you negotiate further with the school or with the county on future activities. So that would be my message. And with that, Madam Chair, I have no other questions or comments.
I would like to open this up for public comment first and keep this.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Hold
I
on
think
one
Mr.
second.
Nedenrip has a comment.
Yes. So, Kate, I do have a question for you before we open up for public comment. On page 76 of our package, it says private streets with widths of 24 feet from curb to curb are intended for more dense development areas and are only permitted with the approval of a planned development. So my question is, if Virginia Ranch comes forward with a planned development, do they have to adhere to the current plan development rules that are in effect, or were they grandfathered in by the site-specific plan?
So thank you for the question, Mr. Neenrip. Just so if I'm clear on what you're asking, as far as the private streets and the 24-foot width curb to curb, that would need approval, whether in the plan development stage, any future land development application has to be approved through the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. But they would be able to submit that 24, that was reviewed by engineering and agreed that would be an amendment or a proposed change that we would approve. But that would need future approval from the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners.
So with future approval from the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners, if Title 20 is changed and requires additional parking in a planned unit development, they would have to adhere to the new rules. Is that correct?
I wouldn't going to defer to legal on that one. Cynthia, can you answer that one for us? Thank you.
So Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. What I think is important to note is that in addition to the specific plan, there's also a development agreement that does contain the freeze language, as well as there's a settlement agreement that extended out this specific plan for 30 years. So my understanding is that with this, that they would have to comply with the 24 feet with regards to the parking. I think we would have to, I think it depends. We'd have to go back through the specific plan and the settlement agreement, because I do believe that there is some freeze language, but there's also some provisions basically saying that as long as the density is allowed, I think we can have more stringent building standards.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the commission right now? Okay, I'd like to open up public comment. Is there anyone wishing to express public comment? Please sign in, give your name for the record.
Ellie Waller for the record. Thank you for bringing up that this was December 2004. I'm looking forward to hopefully Title 20 changing. At the very least, specific plans like this one, and now this one specifically, cumulative impacts of growth that has taken place, growth that is projected as approved in other development agreements. That brings to mind, I think it would have been a good idea to state in the staff report that there was a development agreement and a settlement, just for reference, so people could look at that information. I also, when we use the word minor, it's the subjectivity of minor changes. We've had these discussions at length. Again, Title 20 hopefully will fix some of the minor versus major definitions for future. I believe that you're setting a precedent as a gift that other developers can say, why not me? And again, I think you need to look at that with this project specifically. When the plan development comes through, maybe that's when that should be addressed. I don't know if you want to make an amendment to your approval of this project to have that taken out. I don't believe school districts in the past influence how zoning is decided by a planning commission or a board of county commissioners. Not saying that their input is not valuable, but we need to take in consideration what you as planning commissioners and board of county commissioners in the future will be making decisions on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie.
Lynn Muzzy. As far as this development is concerned, it was interesting to hear the gentleman from the school board, the school system, talk about the fact that they had done a study and that they've been watching their student count decline. I think I was listening to what Dave said, and I think it's tempting to sit back and sort of do some kind of Kentucky windage about, well, we might need that later and all that sort of thing. But once you have a study in front of you, I think you got to take a hard look at that. So I have no problem with the idea that they're going to offer up not holding the land available for a school. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of almost making it like a bribe, like we have 6 units that could be used for school personnel. Well, why not law enforcement people? Why not EMTs? You know, that sort of thing. So that's one thing I hope that you will take a good close look at. But overall, I think that what the applicant is asking for is perfectly reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messing. Anyone else? Seeing no one rise, I will close public comment. So other discussion by the board. Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I'm concerned that there do not appear to be other dedicated public facility sites specifically for the school district, given that we don't know the future growth, all we can go by is the history, I trust that the Douglas County School District has master planned appropriately. I believe the findings for approval can be met and will be voting in favor. However, I do share the concerns that have been addressed today by Mr. Walder, by Mr. Nelson, by the public, that this is a gift. And I just want to reiterate that I hope that the developer takes that into consideration if and when this property is ever developed, and that they're amicable and fair with the district in working, and the county as a whole for that matter, in working with them to try to create some level of affordable housing, or whatever that deal is. I'm looking forward and hopefully have the opportunity to be a part of whatever the plan development is. But I just want to go on the record that I am concerned that there are no other dedicated public facility sites at this time, at least not that I'm aware of, and that we are forfeiting this in a way, although I understand and support the reasoning behind it.
David?
Looking into the future is always difficult, but just as an example, the Park Ranch property is limited to 2,500 homes right now. However, that development agreement is a 30-year agreement, which is now run probably 3 or 4 years, so it's less than 30 years. Once that agreement expires, they've got receiving area zoning on that, and they can build up to 16 units per acre on that 1,000 acres. So it could become a huge, huge project after this development agreement expires. And where will the schools be built? We need to look at that and make sure we're covering for the future.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to, if Chris Baker wouldn't mind coming back up, to add some clarification and information on additional sites as far as the school, what you again mentioned, Mr. Klutz. Thank you.
Chris Baker, Manhart Consulting. And I know a lot of the members of this commission were here. So there's a dedicated school site in North Douglas County, in the North Douglas County specific plan. So the process that arrived at this public facility zoning is the same process that occurs anytime a development plan is brought forward. There's discussions with the school district, there's needs, and those needs are identified based on the plans. So I think the big thing here is the location criteria. I heard the school district representative say, even if this isn't the right spot, even if there are additional students, it needs to go somewhere else, and it would be with the future planning of those areas. Very similar to 2 years ago when we were before you with an amendment to an existing specific plan, there wasn't a school site provided. With the modification to the development plan, There now is a school site that is zoned public facility, and in the specific plan, the school district has first right to it. So that's just the way it works. I know we can't see into the future, and sometimes that's a good thing because we don't know what it's going to predict anyway. I don't think in 2004 anyone thought that this was not going to be a school site. Just like with the North Douglas County specific plan rewrite, there was gaming and general commercial and all kinds of things. Now that is a school site. So I think in the future, this board really needs to be cognizant, or this commission, of making sure that future planning is in place for the schools. But because we don't know what it's going to bring, I think it's a little short-sighted to do that now on a place that is not identified from a location criteria to fit the need for the schools. So thank you for that.
Paul.
Thank you. I also have, as Bryce did, have concerns about no dedicated or identified school sites. I am from a background that Kentucky windage, which is putting the sights down and just aiming the gun generally without using a sight, is not the best way to achieve the target. And I would prefer that we have something in sight that we do, because otherwise I am listening to Dave, Commissioner, and I agree with him that it's a bit improvident at this point to give up the dedicated site and not know what the return for that gift is. And it troubles me a bit. I think it's just too early for this type of move without more information as to how this is going to be accommodated. Finally, my last comment is it's improvident for a second reason, and that is we're going to have, if there is 2 kids, say, for each unit, you're going to have 2,000 some, generally, new additional children, and I don't know if they're all going to be of elementary school age, there's no doubt about that, but that would, just from this development alone, let alone the other dedications. By the way, as an aside, I am a bit uncomfortable. I've got briefings from staff, excellent briefings on how many dedicated homes are to be built under our current regime. And I think there should be a time limitation, but that's a policy question and way higher than my pay grade to make such a decision. But I am troubled that we're going to have, as Dave pointed out, so many new additional potential units go in without the ability to have something in sight for the county to build. The last point I'd have is if it was such an obvious issue, which I don't believe it is, I think Gardnerville might have given us better guidance with respect to what they believe in their municipality. So I can't support the aspect of giving up the public land that's currently dedicated.
Thank you, Paul. Mark?
No, I don't have any additional questions on this. Thank you, though.
Ken?
I agree with Paul and Bryce about holding this land. As further down we go down this road on development on this project, I think it's good to keep this land in our hands as a card to use later in the negotiations.
Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify that I do not support holding the land. I support the staff's recommendation and findings, so I want to be clear about that. I appreciate Mr. Baker's clarification regarding the additional site that is available and clarification on the process. I have a much more level of comfort that that's being done, that that's available. And as I mentioned earlier, the master planning of this, and Douglas County School District knows better than I do in terms of what their capacity is, what they're able to do with their existing sites. If they don't believe that this site is appropriate for a new school, whether it's an elementary school or middle school or a high school, who am I to second guess that? So if this Douglas County School District is comfortable with the expansion of the existing facilities in that area, and there are public facility sites currently dedicated for the future, then that is sufficient to me. And again, I believe it meets the findings, and I'll be supporting it.
Kirk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did look up in the public facilities chapter of the master plan some valuable information. I think this is on page 237 of the master plan, chapter 5, public facilities. There's a section for Douglas County School District. It lists the Douglas County school enrollment 2010 to 2020. In 2010, the school district enrollment was 6,336. The last figures in the master plan that we compiled was 2019, and the school enrollment was 5,787. So that's a loss of approximately 600 students over 10 years. During that 10-year period, we have had additional housing developments and we have gained additional population. So my one college class in statistics tells me that the trend is downward for enrollment, slightly upward for housing units and population, and that trend is likely to continue. Then further text in the master plan says, according to a letter from the school district dated June 20th, 2020, there is theoretical excess capacity in each elementary, middle, and high school in Douglas County. They go on to say, a review of student capacity numbers provided by the school district business office indicates there is enough capacity to serve 1,733 additional students. Then when you flip over to page 239, we have diagrams for the residential count by school, elementary school, middle school, and high school. The relevant page is, again, 239 for elementary school. It shows this proposed school location being in, I think, the Gardnerville elementary school boundary. As of the master plan in 2020, that residential count, the number of total residents in that neighborhood for that school district, school area, was 3,033. Of the 7 elementary schools, that's the second lowest population count for elementary school districts. So I think the observations that have been made is we have sufficient school capacity at this point, and for the foreseeable future is a very valid argument, and I believe this is justified by the findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. In reviewing the packet and the master plan, the findings, and listening to the testimony and the arguments from the board, I've come up with my own conclusions, and I believe that what staff has proposed is the correct thing to do. I agree that the housing issue is an important one to keep in mind. If we want special housing, it should be something that's done with a public-private partnership, perhaps something with Nevada Rural Housing. That those are best come with public-private partnerships and not something that should be dictated by the county. It's more important. The school district should not be involved in development. It's not their place. But sometimes the only way you can get affordable housing SHIP is by going through a public entity. And the school district is the best authority that we have to speak to their enrollment and what their projections are. I agree with Bryce. My kids are all grown, my grandkids are out of school. I can't estimate what the future's going to bring. If housing prices keep rising in Douglas County as we anticipate, unless we do have affordable housing, which comes from public-private partnerships, or the economy crashes into the dirt, we're not going to have affordable housing, and we're not going to have children, small children. I'm very, very concerned. So I think this is the appropriate thing. I do like the private streets. Anything we can do to save money for the town of Gardnerville and for the county in maintenance of streets is wonderful. I like the findings on the rear loading to be adequate. I would ask that planning commissioners who are going to vote no on this item to look through the findings and give us, when they make their vote, we're going to do a roll call vote on this, and to give their findings as to what they cannot agree with so that we can build a record. And have the clerk call the names so that we can.
Madam Chair, I'd be prepared to make a motion if that's the appropriate time.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and make the motion and we'll have a second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners approval of an amendment of the Virginia Ranch specific plan to allow for the removal of a 10.5 acre public facilities school site, removal of language regarding parcels less than 60 feet must be rear loaded, and adding a private street section based on the findings, discussion, and public comment.
Second?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Kirk and a second by Bryce. Roll call vote.
Okay, Amber Lane, Deputy Clerk for the record. Paul Bruno.
Thank you, ma'am. I am a no vote because I still believe that the elimination of the dedicated property without more is improvident. That is, it does not think about what happens 10 or 20 years from now, number one, and two, it unfairly restricts the flexibility that the county may have should it hold on to that property in later negotiations with regard to many of the things that I agree with from my fellow commissioners. I believe that this application is just brought a little bit too early, and I am not in favor of trying to hit the target with Kentucky windage. I have no problem with respect to the other issues, and I think that it's probably valid with respect to not having roads behind the homes, because there's no sense in having a thin lot with a driveway in the rear and the other homes not having such a thing. So it seems a little bit wasteful. And finally, the other issue I have no difficulty with either. It's merely the giving up of the public property as the gift that troubles me greatly.
So you're voting no?
Correct. I'm a no
Thank you.
vote.
I'm a no vote. Another concern of mine here is, besides what Mr. Bruno has already mentioned, is that we're talking about a 10-acre parcel, and basically this is a gift from the county to the developer of over $1 million, and I think we should consider something in return from them before we give this up. Thank you.
Okay, Member Paxton.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, can I make a clarification?
Yes.
To remember, and again, from staff's perspective, we have to be objective. This is a negotiation between the owner of the land and the school district. So the school district would still have to purchase the land. So this is why this is coming. They've already discussed that this was dedicated to them, to the school district. They haven't purchased that property. So I think it's important to remember when you're voting, just to have that clarification, so that is a dedicated parcel to them. They have to determine that the school site is not needed, but they are still in negotiations with the owner, legal negotiations, which again, there's nothing in planning or anything that I can dictate what is happening with those negotiations or where they go from here.
Cynthia?
Just to piggyback onto that, Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. What I think is important to remember is that this is a specific plan. Currently, the land use is receiving area. The zoning will depend on how many transfer of development unit rights are brought in. So what this plan does is, because it was a receiving area, it was brought forward and said, this is what we intend to do. Here's our overall plan. It didn't set the zoning. It said we anticipate a school site here. There's been no dedication to the school. So the property is still under the ownership of the landowner. The plan has said, we want a school here, and the developer agreed to that. But there's been no dedication or transfer or anything like this. So this is kind of the first step. Usually you don't see specific plans, but because it was receiving area, it's master plans, specific plan, then PD and / zoning subdivision. So this, if there was to be a change with regards to the zoning or with regards to residential, this would be the first step that they would have to go through in order to allow that. Because ultimately, if they were to come forward with those subsequent ones, the findings couldn't be met because the plan still has school district site into it. So I apologize if I didn't kind of explain that earlier. I just want to make sure everybody's aware of kind of how the code was set up and how these specific plans are set to work.
So what you're saying, the school district doesn't own this land?
Correct. There's a plan that says we anticipate that this will be a school site, and that should former or should subsequent subdivisions come forward, the county would be looking for that to be either purchased by the school for that purpose. I think at a subsequent rate. I think Chris can probably talk about those details if necessary.
Madam Chair,
Paul?
the vote was called for.
Yeah, I think
This is new
procedurally.
information. And
What are we
I'm
doing
now-
procedurally since we're in the middle of a vote?
I'm now terribly troubled by the information that has just been provided because I was under the impression that it was for public facilities. I also just heard that the negotiations are not complete, which I think they should be by the time we vote on this. So we know what is coming.
I think that's consistent with your vote as to no, and you made that clear that you essentially felt it was a little bit premature. I think the concern on the part of staff and myself is to make sure that any voting is done based on correct information. And so I don't know if you want to ask Mr. Bruno if he wants to change his vote at this point. We do have a motion and a second. I believe his is the only that's been placed on the record so far as voting.
His, David, and Ken's.
Okay, I didn't hear that. So I would ask them again if anything that's been stated would change their mind or not, or if they continue to vote nay.
Would you like to change your vote?
I thank you, Madam Chair. I am not going to change my vote because I'm just not in favor of trying to hit a target with Kentucky windage. I've done that in the military and it doesn't work.
Okay, then we can move forward. All right, and David, you are fine with your vote? Okay, Ken?
After hearing this information, I have a change of heart, but I'd still like what Kate said about heat sinks and all this paving going around this facility. It'd be nice if we'd have a little more greenscaping with this site and possibly use that land for that to mitigate the extra asphalt and hardscaping, because we've been having so many issues with flooding this year that the more places that we can absorb this water, the best it is.
So are you voting yes?
I'm going to vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Kirk?
Madam Chair, based on the findings and the information provided at the meeting today, I vote yes.
Madam Chair, based upon the findings and recommendation from staff, I vote yes.
Mark?
Yes, Madam Chair. I too vote yes based on the findings.
And I am voting yes. We have 5 ayes and 2 noes. David Nelson and Paul Bruno voting no. Motion passes. And we will take a 5-minute break.
Recording in progress.
Okay, back in order for possible action. Discussion on a master plan amendment DP 22-0234 and a zoning map amendment DP 22-0235 to amend Douglas County Master Plan Land Use Amendment or Land Use Map and Zoning Map on an 11.75 acre parcel from commercial to industrial land use and from neighborhood commercial zoning to service industrial zoning. The parcel is located at 1226 Kimmerling Road within the Gardnerville Ranchos Community Plan. The property owner is Bing Construction Company of Nevada, represented by Eric Chenot, APN 122021-101-001. And before we begin, I want to make a short announcement to let people know that we are going to take a lunch break after this item. So if you're here for the VHR hearing, it would probably get started around 1:30, 2 o'clock, in case you're hungry. So you don't have to sit around here the whole time listening to this. Just for your information. We like having you here, but just in case. Lucille.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. So here's the vicinity map. Just want to make it clear that the subject parcel today is highlighted in blue. It is not the actual Bing pit, even though that is part of this discussion today and part of everyone's concern. So we are talking about the parcel in front of the Bing pit, and it's highlighted in blue. It's along Kimmerling Road in the Gardnerville Ranchos. The parcel itself is zoned neighborhood commercial. The Bing pit is zoned single-family residential, 2-acre minimum. The arrows here are pointing to parcels associated with the pit, but like I said, the highlighted blue area parcel is the subject parcel of the discussion today. Future land use of the subject parcel is commercial. The Bing pit's future land use is receiving area. A little bit of background. So the parcel that we're talking about today is 11.75 acres. According to the applicant, it has always been used as a contractor yard for storage of vehicles and associated materials. It was also the home of the office for the Bing gravel pit. The operation began in 1964, and at that time, it was zoned A2, which at the time, according to Title 17, was considered an agricultural district. Back in 1971, a special use permit was approved by the Board of County Commissioners. And then throughout the years, the pit itself, the gravel pit, expanded. So the applicant was required to come back before the board. So in July of '94, a special use permit was applied for to increase the size of the pit, and the board did approve that. There was also a conservation easement along the northeast and west sides of the gravel pit, and that's considered a 660-foot buffer zone. As we all know, the Bing pit is now closed, and restoration of the site must commence within 2 years of the closing of the operation, which happened recently, I believe, within the last 6 months. So here is a picture, a graphic of the buffer area, just so in case anyone has any questions about that. It's the hatched area here, as you can see along most of the residential area. The Application is based on the fact that the use existing on the property is non-conforming. So we're going to talk a little bit about what is non-conforming. So County Code, Chapter 2698010, the purpose of the chapter is to regulate and limit the continued existence of uses and structures established prior to the enactment of the title. So basically, the definition is non-conforming uses, continuation of non-conforming uses may continue in accordance with the provisions of the chapter, any kind of maintenance and repair. So if they need a new roof, they could put a new roof. If it needed new siding or any kind of repair, they can repair buildings on site, normal maintenance and repair, that's what we consider that. They would not be able to expand, so non-conforming uses shall not be extended and enlarged except as provided by this chapter. So a change of use, a non-conforming use, shall not be changed to any other use unless the new use conforms to the provisions of the zoning district. So basically, they're asking for a change in use possibly in the future. That might be why they're coming forward for the zone and master plan change. So we did a compatibility between neighborhood commercial, which is the existing zoning on site, and the proposed service industrial zoning, and that's on packet page 121. Probably be a lot easier for you to look in the packet if you haven't already. Just some of the uses, we highlighted what would be different. So the highlighted yellow is what would be required between neighborhood commercial existing to the proposed service industrial. So, for example, a car wash. Right now in neighborhood commercial, you would be required to have a special use permit. If it was changed to service industrial, it's allowed with the design review, which is an administrative review. So we can talk about that more if you have questions, but that was included in the packet in case you had any questions about what's existing, what's proposed, and what could be possibly on site. So some of the uses, so neighborhood commercial is a district provide areas of development for restricted retail and business, minimal impact on surrounding properties, oriented to provide services for immediate neighborhood, and in doing so, reduce the amount of vehicle trips by providing local retail. The master plan defines service industrial. A zoning district provides areas for light industrial uses with a mix of commercial and retail uses. This district is more commonly found in Gardenville Ranchos, and Minden community plans. Service industrial is defined as a district to provide areas of light industrial uses with a mix of supporting commercial and retail uses. Evaluation. So in Douglas County, industrial uses are allowed within 3 zoning districts: service industrial, light industrial, and general industrial. General industrial allows for uses that are considered more or less intense. You may recall the recycling facility. They had to get general industrial zoning for that. So that's a more intense use. The service industrial is the least intense of all of them. All of these are allowed on properties for which the underlying master plan land use is industrial. The land use and zoning decision for the Planning Commission is whether the further expansion of a non-conforming industrial use or other service industrial uses are appropriate and should be allowed on the subject property in the future. The current iteration of the official zoning mapping zoning districts were adopted in '96. The percentage of existing industrial zoning is less than 1% in the Gardenville Ranchers, and the percent of undeveloped industrial is 0, according to the 2020 master plan. One can conclude that a case for additional industrial land use and zoning can be made, but whether it is appropriate in the Gardenville Ranchers is the question. Evaluation continued. So the future vision for Gardenville Ranchos is to retain communities' rural character and aesthetics. I'm not going to read all of this, but basically we're saying what I said earlier. Is this a use that is it beneficial for the community? Does it make sense to have it in the Gardenville Ranches? Where is it best to have industrial zoning? Douglas County contains the findings to approve changes to the master plan and zoning map for section 2608040 and 2610.050 of the Douglas County Code. The Planning Commission must base their recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners on NRS, which is Nevada Revised Statutes, and make the findings in the affirmative. Staff's findings are located on page 91 to 94. You also received findings from the applicant as a supplemental today. That should be before you. Public comment was received prior to the Planning Commission meeting as well as a supplemental. And staff is recommending denial of the Master Plan Amendment DP 220234 and Zoning Map Amendment DP 220235 to the Board of County Commissioners based on the inability to make the required findings as presented. And as you can see in the findings, some of the findings staff could meet, but we could not meet all of the findings, and we are required to meet all of the findings. Any questions?
Are there questions for staff? Paul?
I apologize, I'm a bit confused because we just received a single page, and this seems to endorse new findings based upon the applicant's additional information in rebuttal or rejoinder to staff's initial findings.
For the record, Lucio Arroyo,
was a
yes.
question.
Yes,
I'm
I
sorry.
realize that. Member Bruno, we did receive that when I came in today. It was on the table. I'm assuming the applicant provided that for you. His original findings are in the staff, or in the packet that you received. I didn't have an opportunity to read those, so I would ask the applicant if he's changed his findings, but as far as I know, you were provided the findings that were provided to us in the packet.
Lucille, maybe when the applicant is making their presentation, you can review these. Are there other questions for staff?
You're not the source of this document, clearly.
For the record, Lucio Arroyo, I am not the source of that information that you are holding there. I believe it is from the applicant.
Thank you.
Kirk.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, the two documents are entitled Bing Construction, and that was the handout that we were given earlier, and the Bing Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendment Recommended Findings for Approval, and these are both documents that come from R.O. Anderson and the applicant, just so everybody is clear on that, and I hope there's some sufficient copies for the members of the public so they can receive that as well. But I'm prepared to hear from the applicant and then group our questions together, maybe.
All right, can we have representatives?
You about have it? No, you're doing great. Yep. That's all right, you're fine. Take your time.
I'm technically challenged.
No, you're doing good. Again, Madam Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Rob Anderson. I'm with Anderson Engineering. Excuse me. With me today is Kate Cunningham, and a planner in our office. In addition, representatives of Bing Construction are present, Joe Stella, Eric Chenault, and probably 7 or 8 of the heirs to Bing Construction, given Mr. Bing's estate directives within his estate. So those parties are all present. We will appreciate the opportunity to appear. Mr. Walter, just to follow through so all the commissioners are aware, it is my office who prepared the supplemental documents, the presentation I'm going to go through now, and then also the supplemental findings. One of the awkward situations we get to frequently in these planning commission meetings when we have a recommendation for denial from the staff is that we get to the end of the presentation and perhaps we've convinced 3 or 4 of you that it's a worthwhile project and we have no motion. Staff generally lays out for you a motion in the alternative. In this instance, we determined to prepare that motion and provide it to you in advance. You may find that it's totally inapplicable, and if so, I respect that decision. But in the instance that we should get to the point where there's 4 of you that think that in fact this application is deserving of your approval, I think this will facilitate your conversation. Okay? Thank you. So again, Miss, I just want to refer to as Lucille because I'll butcher her last name even though it's only one syllable. But if it's acceptable to you, I'd just like to refer to you as Lucille. Okay. So Lucille's staff report has been presented to you. You've seen it both in writing and now graphically in her PowerPoint presentation. We have a slightly different opinion relative to the findings. You might that might not surprise you, actually. The application is, as Ms. Rayau presents, let me make sure I got a button here that works. There. You can't see that, staff can't see that. No, I want that first picture. So can I use your pointer and steal your pad? This will make it easier for everybody to see, I suspect. This is, as Ms. Rao points out, this is the parcel. It is not the large pit. Numerous of the comments that were public comments that came in and were shared with us revolve around and address the continuation of the pit. This is not a request to continue the use of the pit. They are in the process of reclaiming that pit, and it is not that. It is, in fact, a request to have you consider the ultimate land use of this parcel here. And in fact, the request is to keep it just as it has been for the last 50 years, as part of a shop and an office for a construction yard. We believe the use is appropriate in this location, has proven over decades, literally 50 years, has been compatible with the surrounding uses, has not presented specific issues or complaints relative to this particular parcel, and therefore we believe it is compatible as it exists today. However, as I'm going to present to you, there is a need to change the master plan designation and the zoning. The map that's in front of you is just that. This is the land use or the master plan. As shown on the left, the pink area is in fact commercial designation. On the right is the request to have it be industrial. I would just, for background, some of you are maybe relatively new in the community. Maybe some of the people that are here are relatively new in the community. If you live in a house, I've been here 40 years now. If you live in a home in Carson Valley, if you have a concrete driveway, you have a concrete foundation, you have received or you live on a street that's paved, there is a very, very high probability that you have benefited from the operation that has historically been known as either Bing Materials or Bing Construction. I would challenge virtually anyone to name 5 that knew Mr. Bing, right? He was a very quiet man. He was a very well-respected businessman. But I would challenge any people that knew Mr. Bing and knew him well to name 5 other individuals in the last 40 years that have been as community-minded and community-supportive as Mr. Bing had. He was, again, well-respected businessman. In fact, remarkable to me when I was approached by the heirs, those who now have an interest in Bing Construction, he left Bing Construction to the employees. Not many people recognize that. Several of them are sitting here in the audience today, those that have earned their wage, but Mr. Bing not only took care of the community, but he took care of his employees. Mr. Bing, in this context, he would not appear in these public hearings. You're going to see evidence, you heard evidence already from Ms. Rayau, that in fact in 1996, Douglas County changed the master plan designation of this property. Mr. Bing didn't request it. It was not his request to change it, but he didn't object to it. In fairness to staff, he didn't object. He continued on. 1996 was what 26 years ago. He knew he had an operation and a business to run, and he did it. And that's just the way Mr. Bing was. But in 1996, Douglas County did change the zoning. So, and they changed it from, as will be seen here, in 1982, as Ms. Real pointed out, the master plan amendment, and they changed the land use in June of 1982 from 5-acre rural residential to industrial. That was done by this planning commission and the board of county commissioners. There was a zone change at that time from A2, 2-acre agricultural, to what we used to refer to as multiple estates, which was the industrial estate zoning district. But as shown on this picture, this is an excerpt from that staff report. And as you will see there, the area is in question is this area here. Kimberling parcels, again, in purple, they were in 1982, 2-acre agricultural TME industrial estates. In 2023, it was changed, or it is, continues to be commercial land use with a neighborhood commercial zoning. But prior to, in 1982, it was multiple estates or industrial uses. The blue area, or the area that's highlighted in blue there, is short court, and those uses are continuing today as industrial, as shown on the previous slide, which is here. That blue area here is service industrial type use. The proposed use is immediately kitty corner from that, and essentially next door. So in 1996, as I mentioned and alluded to, Bing's properties were reassigned a new land use and zoning, again from industrial to commercial and from industrial estates to neighborhood commercial. Again, Mr. Bing, it just wasn't in his nature to come down here and complain or to debate with staff. It really didn't matter to him. He had an intention to use the property for what it was zoned for at that time, and he intended to continue to do that and fulfill his obligations to restore that site when it was done. And that was the Mr. Bing we all knew. That's what he was going to do. Here's the current land use. Again, the area that's shown in light blue there is 13.72 acres on Short Court. It is the only industrial land use currently in the Gardnerville Ranchos. It is 100% occupied. That is to say that there are no additional acreages of industrial land use in the Gardnerville Ranchos. You as the planning commissioners certainly understand that Gardnerville Ranchos is the largest community in Douglas County. As I understand it, it's in the probably the top 7 or 8 largest communities of the state overall, right? If you took it away from Douglas County, is that to have 13.72 acres in one of the 7 or 8 largest communities in the state of Nevada, 13.72 acres of industrial land use is unfortunate, right? It is a definitive need in our community, as you'll see in these slides, and we believe it's, therefore, the request is justified. The 11.75 acres is again highlighted on this slide. Staff went through and made the findings, and they made most of them, but there are 3 master plan amendment findings that were specifically, staff indicated that they could not meet them, and there is 1 zoning map amendment finding that staff could not meet. I would like to go through those each with you. I will not belabor the points of the other findings that staff did make in the affirmative, as did planning professional personnel within my office. So I'm going to just deal with those 3 master plan amendment findings that are necessary and the 1 zoning map amendment. This is staff's finding regarding the criteria of master plan finding A, specifically criteria is A1 and A2. A1 requires that it to be consistent with policy goals and objectives of the master plan, and it demonstrated change in circumstances. Staff acknowledges in their report that there's a lack of industrial zoning within this community area. They acknowledge that the use is permitted as a legal non-conforming use. Ms. Real did provide you some background relative to what that means. Let me tell you what it means practically. Practically means is that property will over time become blighted. That's what it means. Because you can't make a substantial modification to those buildings without the proper zoning. Being a legally non-conforming use, over time, those buildings that are there, that land will become blighted, or ultimately there may become a use, somebody that comes forward and says, I want to develop for commercial purposes, which I will share with you why I think that is highly unlikely. And the probability is that it becomes blighted before it becomes commercial. But staff did acknowledge that it is a legal non-conforming use. In that sense, they continue to operate it as long as the use does not cease for a period of 6 months under the code. They can continue to operate it as they have historically. They just cannot make substantive modifications to the structures. So staff states that it does not support the change to create a conforming use. And that is unique, and it's an interesting interpretation, but the reality is it's more than a conforming use. We believe the use actually conforms and meets and is compatible with the existing land uses today. We believe that there's a need for it, as we'll demonstrate, and therefore the zoning is justified. But it's, if the only reason for this application was to make it conforming, I would say, I'd probably tip my hat to staff and say, you're right. But there's more to it than just that. She noted in the analysis that the zoning has not changed since the 96 master plan for the reasons I've already told you. Mr. Bing was just not that person. He wasn't going to come and bother with that stuff. He had a business to run, and he did that faithfully. It observes that the changing of the land use and the zoning would allow the business to expand, but not changing the land use and zoning would not necessarily prevent the operations. It wouldn't prevent the operations as they have existed for the last 40 plus years, but you just can't make modifications to the building, the buildings, which renders them a substantial hardship for anybody that would own it in the future. Again, the heirs, the successors, if you will, of the Bing construction individually do not have the ability to do that on their own. They just don't. It's 16 parties as I understand it, and first of all, it's going to be difficult to get 16 parties to agree on a decision. Next, it's going to be very difficult, if any of you have been in businesses where you've had partners, to get 16 parties to agree to come up with funds and process something as substantial as making significant modifications to a building. Finding A1, these are, in contrast to that, here's how we evaluated it. The land use and historic preservation is goal 2 of the master plan, and it contemplates that you would locate commercial and industrial development in areas consistent with Douglas County's economic development strategy. Gardnerville Ranchos, again, is an employment center for commercial and industrial uses, and it lacks any available industrial parcels. But it is a commercial core area. We talk a lot in the planning commission levels about the vehicle trips on the roads. If you have those types of uses that are nearby the people who would work there, they travel less vehicle miles. That's just a fact. That's a planning fact. And so having it there near the large population center that is the Gardnerville Ranchos, I think is a benefit to the community as a whole, one that goes unnoticed because people just go back and forth from their house. That's why you have the commercial core area planned there where there's grocery or other land uses that are available to them. There's the liquor store that is there. There's the restaurants that are there. It's so that people don't have to come to town and use it. This industrial use has been there for 40 plus years and is operated and functioned in that way. Many of the employees who now are heirs to this business live in the ranchos, as you would expect, and they work there for many, many years. I'll point out to you and show you a slide coming up. I think it's the next one. It shows that many of these commercial parcels that were zoned in 1996 are either continue to be underdeveloped or underutilized. In fact, just as a lead, I guess I would say that over 45% or over 44% of those existing commercial or lands that were zoned in 1996 to be commercial are underutilized now, 26 years later. underutilized, or undeveloped. The development strategy, that development strategy will lead to, again, stagnancy and blight or flexibility and resilience, which that really gives this planning commission the choice. And that's really what we think this question is about to you, is that question right there. Do we want to, as planners, as community-minded people, want to work towards stagnance and blight, or flexibility and resilience in the community? So with that, policy number L8 of, again, the master plan document requires that we provide a balance of land uses and sufficient commercial areas to meet the needs of the community and residents. The imbalance that exists between the industrial and the commercial uses, I think, is apparent. Even by the slides I've shown today, it'll become more apparent as I go through them. Again, as I've stated, there's no available industrial properties within that, the Gardnerville community area, and the underdeveloped and vacant commercial properties are there. A1 goes on to say, as there's an economic development goal, to foster a diverse regional economy that adapts to changing needs of the workforce and enable businesses to develop, retention, and expansion. We feel like we meet that finding in that policy statement. We provide the flexibility for the changed circumstances, which I will get to, and the transitional zoning to support the retention of what has been a very viable business for decades. It supported the community in many, many ways, supported certainly numerous employees over these years. And I venture to say that Mr. Bing, over the time, that he financially supported many of the residential building contractors that existed in Douglas County by providing them, extending to them credit, by forgiveness loans, by participating in projects. There's numerous properties that he owns as a result of that generous spirit that he had and his fondness, frankly, for contractors. Economic Development Policy E3 says that we would continue to recruit, retain, and expand businesses and industries that enhance our local economy. Mr. Bing, as one such, had that type of business. And I believe it is a viable business to continue, and those uses will continue to support the local economy, providing that diversity that we are looking for. Again, it was an active local business for almost 50 years, and our choice is I think you're going to see, is going to be vacancy or blight. A3, the demonstrated changed circumstances. The business has experienced, this is one of your specific requirements, that we have to demonstrate that there was a change in circumstances. Clearly, we meet this, right? The aggregate source was exhausted from 1970 to 2022. It operated for 52 years, but the aggregate's gone, perhaps by the applause of even the neighbors. He did things for the community that not many people realize. Ms. Real pointed out that there's the buffer area that he granted, which was something that provides a nice buffer to those parcels that are north and northeast of the pit. But he exhausted that resource. The last remaining bit of materials were sold in November of last year. The gravel pit finished its last specific project in July of 2022, and the reclamation process is continuing as of this date. The next change circumstances is Mr. Bing died, right? When I came to this community 40 years ago, he was one of the largest business owners, one of the largest employers, private employers. And they operated not only construction, but on the aggregate side. And as I've said, he supported many, many other contractors over these years. His passing is certainly a change in circumstance. His purpose of his estate to grant the Bing Construction Company and give that to the remaining employees that were there, the 16 of them, is a change in circumstances. We now have 16 individuals who have given their hearts and souls to the business, worked hard in it, and Mr. Bing, in his graciousness and his provision, gave them that asset, and it's a significant asset. Here's the other change in circumstances, is the buildings, because Mr. Bing was focused on his business, there was a lot of deferred maintenance. He operated the pit professionally. He made it within spec and hired professionals that could maintain the aggregate in spec, but Mr. Bing didn't care about where he went to work and how it looked to the public. But if you go by and you look at those buildings, they need some work to come up to any reasonable standard. The existing office with a dirt roof is unique in the community. There's, at least as I'm aware of, there's not another one certainly in Carson Valley, but that dates to the 1980s. There has been extensive renovation or complete replacement of the shop and office is needed, but would not be permitted under the non-conforming use. Here's again, the proposed master plan is to change it to industrial as shown there in blue. You can see the only other industrial is this area on Short Court. And again, I think this is 11.7 acre parcel more or less. Here's the map I've been referring to about the underdeveloped or underutilized parcels. This is the purple, or what I would see as purple is the commercial zoning areas, excuse me, the areas that are master plan commercial under the master plan that exists today. Those that are crosshatched are underdeveloped or undeveloped altogether. They're either vacant or underdeveloped in our opinion. That's 23 acres of this total. Of that, there's 40, that represents about 44% of the land area. If, in fact, you follow staff's recommendation for denial, I submit to you that this area that is the subject of this application in bold here is going to ultimately decay. Or somebody's going to have to come in and tear it down and build a commercial strip center of sorts. The difficulty with that is there's a lot of alternate parcels available. Over 44% of that land area, again, is, when you go through the math, is vacant or underdeveloped, and the value of that property is going to be affected in a negative way. Master plan finding B. There has to be a demonstrated need for additional land. Again, staff found that it does not meet this finding, that as a whole, that there's no industrial, despite recognizing that there's no industrial parcels available in the ranchos. Staff refers to the airport community plan. And there's a policy within that plan that it does encourage industrial and commercial uses and developments along the south side of Johnson Lane. That is not part of the Garnerville Community Plan. And I don't believe this finding was specific to Carson Valley as a whole. It was specific to community areas. As you know from your familiarity with the master plan document, we have the Minden-Garnerville plan, we have the airport plan, we have the Johnson Lane plan, we have the Indian Hills plan, and we have a Gardenville Ranchos community plan. They're adopting or applying the airport community plan policies to the Gardenville Ranchos seems to me to be a bit of a stretch. Policy number 2 of the airport community plan, though, says that it does encourage the commercial and industrial uses, and it continues there, minimizing aesthetic and maintaining the views from existing properties located north of Johnson Lane. Again, the airport community plan is not a direct comparison and should not drive, in our opinion, your decisions relative to the Gardenville community plan. Policy 2 here guides that development of industrial and commercial land in the airport community area, but not the Gardenville Ranchos General Improvement District. Here's demonstrated need for the additional land. Here's a table that summarizes what I've been speaking to relative to the percentages of those parcels that are currently master planned for commercial uses here, as you can see. And there is the 13.7 acres is the area adjacent to Short Court, which is 100% occupied. The neighborhood commercial areas are 47.8% occupied. The office is 27%, whereas the general commercial is 100. So we have 56% occupied. That leaves 44% of that land area, 69 acres, that is underutilized or underdeveloped. So there is no service industrial parcels available in the Gardenville Ranchos Employment Center. Alternative sites, which is encouraged within the staff report for us to find an alternative site to redevelop this use. would be leaving this area, again, vacant and underutilized, and it does not serve the planning goals and objectives of having the diverse economy in that community, for the reasons I stated earlier. The Service Industrial Zoning District, which is part of the zone change, does act as a hybrid zoning district that falls between the commercial and industrial properties. In 2013, as pointed out here on this slide, the allowed uses in the SI zoning district or service industrial were expanded to include recreation and retail professional services. The SI zoning district is also limited across the valley. SI is built out in, the service industrial zoning district is built out in the town of Minden. The service industrial on Industrial Way in Gardnerville, an example, is built out. Available service industrial parcels do exist off of Zero Lane Lane, which is largely in Gardnerville. It's kind of the boundary area there, and it's subject to flooding, so that's difficult and probably, it's a difficult area to develop for service industrial type uses. And there are two standalone service industrial parcels and two adjacent parcels on Pine Nut Road that are also undeveloped at this time. That's it in the whole community, in all of Carson Valley. That's all we have. Master Plan Finding D, that we have to be compatible with the actual and master plan use in adjacent properties. Again, staff evaluated this policy statement and determined that they could not meet the finding, but did not provide any analysis as the basis of their finding. The criteria D1 and D3 are summarized here as being compatible with actual and master plan use of adjacent properties, reflects a logical change to the development pattern, and creates a perceivable community edge. It goes on to say equal to or is greater than the community edge that exists at that time. We believe finding D1 compatible with actual and master plan use of adjacent properties, we meet that. This property was master planned for industrial up until 1996 when Douglas County on its own initiated its master plan to change it. We do believe that it's compatible with the neighboring properties and has been for decades. It has been used for an industrial use. That building, that shop, that office have been used for those purposes, again, since 1972 at least. So that is, we believe we already demonstrated. And there, again, to my knowledge, there's been very few, if any, complaints relative to that. As a result, we believe it's compatible with the neighboring properties, and what complaints have existed have been addressed to the best of our knowledge. Community, or finding D2 says that it should reflect a logical change to the boundaries in the area and that it allows infrastructure to be extended in efficient increments and patterns. The site meets those requirements. There is sewer service available to it today. Has been served by Gardnerville Rancho's General Improvement District with a sewer service for what I believe is several decades. I appeared before the Gardnerville Rancho's General Improvement District a few months ago, I think in November or December, and they, as a board, took action to indicate that they would serve it with water and extend water down there. Currently, water service is provided by Mr. Bing's wells and his water rights, but Grid has agreed to provide water service to the site, and that would be a requirement. The parcel, again, is adjacent to existing service industrial parcels off of Short Court. Finding D3 creates a perceivable community edge as strong as the one it replaces and maintains relative compact development patterns. The boundary, literally, gentlemen, ladies, will be unchanged. If there is an infill project, this is it. The infrastructure already exists. It's consistent with the adjoining development pattern to the north side of Kimmerling Road, which includes that mixed use of commercial and industrial. It continues the use as would maintain the existing development patterns, and the amendment has no effect on the community edge since it does not seek to expand an urban service area boundary. We believe that finding should be made. The one remaining finding is a zoning map amendment, finding C. Again, staff could not find that the application met this specific zoning map finding. It requires that the proposed amendment is compatible with the actual and master plan use of the adjacent properties. Staff noted that the zoning of neighboring parcels are commercial today, and they are, and it rightfully acknowledges that the small area of a service industrial to the north of this parcel, it is kitty corner. Staff, I take no exception with that analysis. It adds that staff has not received information regarding the plan for future residentially zoned property. That's because they haven't developed one. They are still considering what their alternatives are for the pit once it's restored, but their focus right now is to restore the pit in accordance with the requirements of the special use permit. And they note that the commercial zoning would be more compatible with future residential use than industrial zoning. I don't necessarily agree with that one. The proposed amendment would change the neighborhood commercial use to service industrial as I've described. And then here's a key point for you to understand. There are, in Douglas County Code, Title 20, cited there, 658-020, that use table, there are 135 different uses. And when you compare service industrial to neighborhood commercial or commercial, 80% of them, 109, are identical. They're not changed. So it is largely already demonstrated through the adoption of the code and the master plan document that these types of uses, 80% of them, again, can be used interchangeably within them, right? So in that context, we believe that it definitely meets the requirements of being meeting the actual master plan uses. It is compatible. Again, here's another picture of the proposed zoning on Timberline corridor. The service industrial areas on Short Court are shown there, again, just to keep the audience oriented. If I could find my cursor, there it is, way over there. There. Short Court's there. Again, this is a subject parcel, which we're requesting to be service industrial. Approving the SI zoning for being construction will result in similar types of uses as that occur in the existing zoning, and not that far different, and not that much different than the neighborhood commercials uses that abutted on either side. Again, here's this same table again, zoning uses. This focuses on the zoning rather than the master plan, and summarizes it for us. It was summarized in that table that I showed you. So in summary, here's our assessment. We believe that finding A is met, and that it will encourage a diverse economy that adapts to the changing needs of the workforce and enables the business development, retention, and expansion, which is your economic development goal 1. We believe that it encourages business to recruit, particularly retain and expand businesses and industries that enhance our local economy. That's policy E3. We believe we clearly meet that. Policy L8, the plan of urban communities to provide balance of land uses, including sufficient commercial areas to meet the needs of the community and residents. We believe we can make that finding. And we did make it. Staff struggled with it. We believe by this supplemental information that's presented to you today that we should make that finding. There's been a demonstrated change that has occurred. 3 that are cited in the in this presentation, which is change in circumstances, the adoption of the plan, the pit or operations have ceased, the death of the proprietor, and this change in the plan to keep that industrial zoning use there is important and it's necessary. And I think it functions to help the community as a whole. Finding B, with respect to the industrial land uses in the community, those land uses are built out. They don't exist in the ranchos. The ongoing existence of a non-conforming industrial use on a commercial parcel attests to the demonstrated need for the additional land under industrial zoning. Encouraging a specific type of land use in one community plan does not prohibit the designation in another community planning area. Continuing finding C, we believe we can meet. Per the applicant's justification in the staff report, this finding can be made. Finding D, the development boundary of the area is unchanged, as I mentioned. The infrastructure already exists or can be readily extended, and Gardnerville Rancho's General Improvement District has supported that request. The zoning map amendment, findings A, B, and C, each of those are met. Finding C relative is the only one that staff was unable to make. The proposed amendment would change the neighborhood commercial use to service industrial. Currently, the existing service industrial lots are adjacent to MFR to the east. The underlying land uses and parcels are also compatible, and you can go right down through that list. And these circumstances present a compatibility. Again, over 80% of those uses between those two zoning districts are synonymous. They go together. They're concurrent. And so we believe the zoning map amendment finding can be met as well. As I mentioned in my initial remarks, we get to this point in my experience, or we've been to this point in my experience on other master plan amendments, and absent the Planning Commission being provided an alternate recommendation for approval, we presented one. I don't mean to be arrogant. I don't mean to be presumptive. I just believe we have a compelling case, and I did not want to walk away from this board and have to redo this presentation again in 30 days if you decided that, in fact, we do meet those findings. So that is the reason why we presented it to you. I'm available. Ms. Cunningham are available. Mr. Stella is available also to answer questions that you might have.
Questions for the applicant? Mark? Mark's not there. Paul?
Madam Chair, if I might intercede just quickly to clarify, to help maybe guide our discussion with the chair and with the district attorney's office. It's my understanding we have two items before us. We have a master plan amendment and we have a zoning map amendment. And just to further clarify, the master plan amendment would require a supermajority vote, and I believe that would be 5, given that we have 7 members of the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
That is correct. Both NRS and Douglas County Code require a supermajority, which would be 5 members on the master plan. And it would be my recommendation that if you make the motions, that you make the master plan motion first and then the zoning map amendment.
Okay. And then further question for the district attorney's office. Then only if the master plan amendment would be approved, would we go on to the zoning map amendment, or would you recommend we consider both items regardless of the votes on the master plan amendment?
So once the master plan motion is made, if the findings cannot be met, I would recommend that you go ahead and vote on the zoning map amendment, just so that the record is clear. And obviously, at that point, you wouldn't be able to, the zoning change wouldn't be compatible with the master plan. So that would be the basis for denial.
Thank you. And that would only require a majority vote if the master plan amendment was also adopted, a majority vote for passage of the zoning map amendment.
That is correct.
And both of these issues would then further go to the Board of County Commissioners with our recommendations.
That is correct. If there is a motion for approval of the master plan amendment, I would suggest that it be that the Planning Commission recommend that staff draw up a resolution and allow the chairman to sign it based on the findings that were provided by the applicant, because what is required is that a Planning Commission resolution move forward for the master plan.
Thank you. Questions from the applicant? Paul?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I actually have a question for both our planner, Rao, and for you, sir.
Thank you.
For you first, the property currently has equipment storage such as paving removal equipment.
Commissioner Bruno, I hate to interrupt, but
Yes.
we have lost Commissioner Nedenrip, and so if we could take a break just to make sure he's back and he's got the same information that you do, that would be appreciated. So Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to just take a quick recess?
Yes, otherwise we can't make our vote.
He's getting on now.
Okay.
Mark, just to confirm, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I just got logged back in, but because I missed all of Rob's presentation, I don't think I should vote on this issue.
So Cynthia Gregory from the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I think what we could do is, I don't think that's a basis for you not to vote under NRS 281A 420. I think if Mr. Anderson could summarize his, not just the ending, I don't know if you heard that or not, but they did submit their written report as well.
Yes, so unfortunately, as soon as Rob got to the podium, I lost connection.
So I understand that. If you choose not to vote, you would need to put that on the record and the reasons why. However, it would still require a 5 majority vote to pass.
Madam Chairman, this is Rob Anderson on behalf of the applicant. Under the circumstances with Mr. Nedner having missed that presentation, not because it was the greatest presentation ever, but I do think it was compelling. I would respectfully request a continuance on behalf of the applicant.
Cynthia?
I think it's within the Planning Commission's discretion as to whether or not they want to continue the item or not.
Do we have
Madam Chairman, Can I just,
Sure, Rob.
Mr. Walder pointed out that this requires a supermajority. There are 6 of you here. If Mr. Neddenrip chooses not to participate, honestly, to get 5 out of 6 to get 5 out of 7 is a high charge. To get 5 out of 6, we would respectfully request an opportunity for Mr. Neddenrip to hear the presentation and come back before the board.
Okay, we can,
I think that the issue becomes, right, is there a way to play it back during the break? Because whether or not the presentation is redone now or in a month from now, we're going to be in the same position. So I think it's within your discretion. I don't know if you want to take 5 minutes to see if we have the ability for Mark to have that played back for him. I know you can go back on YouTube and rewatch the presentation. I'm just trying to offer options so that we don't have to continue this item again, but it's certainly up to your discretion.
well, for me, it's what Mark feels comfortable with. Rob's presentation was about 30 minutes long, and if Mark is not comfortable in just the last 5 minutes of the presentation, then I think we should respect Rob's request for a continuance and continue until April.
My suggestion is that you take a break, and during the lunch break, that Commissioner Neddenrip go back and watch the presentation. Therefore, he would get the full presentation, and you could move forward. Just an option.
All right. Commissioners?
Madam Chair, I'm willing to go with Cynthia's idea if that is amenable to Mark. It's a lot to digest in a 1-hour lunch break, and I don't want to prolong our proceedings too much more. So I do also agree with the chair to respect the applicant's wishes. I think, Mark, if you can weigh in. There was also a lengthy summation on paper of the arguments, and I feel badly that Mark is not with us in person because he's not had the benefit of going through that proposal item by item, and that may sway Mark one way or the other. I'd like to hear from Mark before we make a final decision and a motion to either take a break or continue.
Mark, are you comfortable with that?
If I can get the playback, yes, I am comfortable with that. So maybe Colleen can call me and show me how to make sure I get the playback while you guys are on lunch.
I can do that, yes. Colleen Zepeda for the record.
Okay.
Bryce?
Madam Chair, is it possible to get Commissioner Neddenrip the documents that we have in front of us that were summarized in Mr. Anderson's presentation? I think if he's able to read them, he may be able to do so in less time, and that's really up to Mr. Neddenrip, but I think he has the option of either listening to it or reading the information. I'm making an assumption there. I don't know if it's an accurate one.
Mark, do you have access to a computer?
Yes, I do. So if I could get the handout emailed to me, I will listen and read that while you guys are at lunch.
We will make arrangements to email it to him directly. I'll carbon copy Colleen just so she knows it's gone, if that's acceptable.
Paul?
With that, first of all, I wanted to commend Commissioner Kirk. I thought that was an excellent pun because it's a lot to digest over the lunch hour. But the second item is the handouts were particularly instrumental because I even was confused as to whether planning had given it to us after reconsideration. So the two documents, I think, are very important to understand the applicant's presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call lunch break until 1:30. Right, it's 12:30. I keep looking at that clock. Till 1:30, and we will meet back here. Mark will have the documents sent to him by Colleen, and then we will pick up our deliberations. We'll have public comment, and then we will vote. It must be time. You all got so quiet.
Recording in progress.
It is 1:30, and I will call this, or resume this meeting of the Douglas County Planning Commission back to order. We have all 7 planning commissioners here, and I will ask Commissioner Mark Neddenrip to confirm that he was able to review the testimony of Rob Anderson.
Yes, Maureen, I was able to review the entire testimony of Rob Anderson, and I also have reviewed the handout that he gave to you guys. It was emailed to me as well.
Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Not right now.
That being said, I would like to open this for public comment.
I interrupted Commissioner Bruno.
Okay. Any more questions from the commission?
Yes, ma'am. Very briefly, if I could ask, I don't see him. There you are. You and I were talking as you were approaching the dais, and I was asking you a question about the current uses. And I will tell everyone, I went out and inspected the property. I went down Rubio Lane. I went in the back of Rubio Lane, back of the pit. I went down Kimmerling. I went across the street. I saw the homes in the ranchos, and I took a look at, it would be the east side and the SI area that you just spoke of, the Dollar General store.
Yes.
And it was largely on the SI was storage facilities, large storage facilities. Maybe one individual was there. On your property, I did see a paving removal machine,
Yes.
equipment. I saw some large parts of graders and loaders.
Yes.
And you're probably surprised I know what those things are, aren't you?
No, not at all.
And I did see the buildings that you're talking about.
Okay, good.
The metal-sided buildings. And I saw a couple of trucks. One was a dump truck, and one was just a standard truck. Is that basically the level of use that you've had in the past on that property?
That's correct. Yes. Again, for the record, Rob Anderson with Anderson Engineering on behalf of the applicant. Yes, sir, Mr. Bruno. That is, the historic use of that site has been much as you see it today.
Okay. Then I ask Ms. Rao, if we were to grant the master plan change based upon at least what I saw, and I've told all of my fellow commissioners now, and we were to change it to SI, thinking about it, it would allow those kinds of uses and even more intense industrial uses in the future in that neighborhood. Is that true?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. Member Bruno, yes, they could change the use, and they would be allowed to do anything within the SI zoning district allowable uses. The allowable uses are included in the staff supplemental items, so if you wanted to take a look at that. But yes, if you want to add on to that, if you change the master plan, so the master plan would be industrial, so they could change the
Right. The
zoning
designation,
at some point, yes,
the designation be industrial.
that's correct.
Understood.
But
Thank
to
you.
use a use, if I could just supplement Lucille's comments, the use that was more intensive than service industrial would require an additional zoning map amendment. So it could not be allowed. They couldn't change it to general industrial, as an example. Those types of uses would not be permitted in a service industrial zoning district.
Do you agree with that statement?
That is correct. They would have to come before this commission and the board to change the zoning to a more intense industrial zoning.
All right, thank you both very much, and my apologies.
Ken?
I have a question. Is the equipment always going to be exposed to the public along Kimberling, or is it going to be shielded out of the public view?
So under the, if the application was modified to be, if the application was granted, the request was granted to Service Industrial, and they wanted to, for instance, make a major modification to the existing building, either add a space to it, change the architectural, a substantial modification, it would require a design review under the code. A design review would then trigger staff's review, and I suspect, much like every other service industrial, it would come with a condition that screening had to be incorporated, landscaping, those types of improvements that you would see under today's standards. And interesting, Commissioner Paxton, that you bring that up. If it was not approved, there would be no mechanism for the county staff to ask for those level of improvements in the future. Okay.
Any other
You're
questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment. Please write your name on the list and say it for the record.
It's a long last name, sorry. My name's Judy Ottaviano, and I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the third item of the agenda on the master plan amendment and zoning amendment at 1226 Kimmerling Road. I'm a homeowner at the cottages at Carson Valley. If you notice on the map where it shows the blue that they want to change, right across the street of Kimmerling are 81 homes. So the area that Bing Construction is asking to be moved from commercial to industrial land use and from neighborhood commercial zoning to service industrial zoning. We bought and moved into this beautiful community of Gardnerville Ranchos with agriculture behind the homes and the understanding that once Bing's construction company would cease their gravel pit operations, it would have residential land use and would restore the land. The hope was, along with the home sites, to include a park and or trails to be used by all residents of Gardnerville Ranchos. At no time did we envision that there would be a request to make this property in question industrial land use nor service industrial zoning. There is already an influx of equipment being stored on this property for weeks. There are semi-trucks, trailers, trucks, containers, railroad cars, cement trucks, and much more large equipment that is now an eyesore to the residents of this community. There are already several vacant retail and industrial locations in Gardnerville Ranchos. Tillman Center has 6 vacancies that have been vacant for over a year. The area that's zoned industrial off Pitt Road has an entire building that would hold 5 businesses of different sizes. So I don't know when Anderson did their study, but there is a whole building there that's industrial that's vacant. Why create a new commercial zoning when the current commercial areas are not utilized? If there's a need for expansion of industrial land use, we ask that it be done as listed on page 90 of your agenda and documents, and look to the airport community plan and not within the Gardnerville Ranchos community plan. 41 seconds, okay. If Bing Construction wishes to have industrial land use, why not place it in the center of the pit area? Or so that it's not across the street, from single-family home community, nor other single-family homes, multifamily homes, or rural residential homes that surround Bing property. A change such as this will impact all of our home values. As several of the findings in these amendments cannot be met, we ask you to deny these amendments and keep the current master plan and zoning as is for this property in the Gardnerville Ranchos. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Douglas Wickham. Actually, I have a couple questions that don't seem to be coming forward, and one question is, if it's denied, the workers that are working at Bing Construction, what happens? To my understanding, it continues on the same for them, so it doesn't really change. So That brings the question, what's the real reason for all the modifications, if that's really true? Also wanted to bring to attention the area, this 600-foot radius of notification. There are many of us that live around that's further than the 600 square feet. I don't know how that radius came about. I'd like to see that expanded so that the community, where I know that there'd be a lot more people here with various opinions if they were notified. So those are my points to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi there. My name is Ron Wengler. I also own at the cottages, and except for those people in the cottages, nobody knew about the issue of rezoning. Luckily for Bing, there aren't any. It's actually 300 feet, I believe. So nobody to the west, nobody to the north, nobody behind the post office, those communities knew anything about this until what I brought it up and delivered portions of the original packet so people could be more enlightened as to what was actually going on and what was being recommended or requested. I find it very unfortunate that Rob Anderson and the Bing family have been given the courtesy of allowing the other planning commissioner or whatever to do this, extend the time, everything else, but people were here to do and testify, and now they can't. I think it's unfortunate that you can't extend this another week so those people can come back and express their objections to, in multiple ways, the rezoning. I don't think personally we need industrial there. I'd like to see a passive park. I'd love to see the county commissioners do something to reach out, claim that land. If you talk about a need is more recreational space, except for what's on Mitch Drive by the fire station, there really is no park recreational area for the ranchos. It'd be great and increase the property values of everybody, north, south, east, west, okay? Rather than having, I hate to say it, Rob said it would turn into blight. It's already blight as far as I'm concerned, as far as the aesthetics of what we're seeing. It would be much more advantageous to the community to have a park facility. I've got lots of friends that go to the community thing. They play pickleball. There's not enough pickleball courts. You know, the demands and needs of the community are greater for recreational than industrial. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Perez, and I submitted paperwork as an argument for this. I am the one home that backs Kimmerling. I am the one that is probably the most impacted by the trucks that come out of Bing. When we first purchased, I realized that was probably more the salespeople at Carter Hill. But we bought in the ranchos for this beautiful piece of property with the understanding that Bing would cease to develop. And in the year and a half it took to build our house, by the time we moved in, it was still in operations, which was kind of disappointing. But if you open the curtains in my dining room, the first thing you see is Bing construction. There's so many things that could have been done to beautify it, put the trees up, put up an 8-foot wall, but their trucks come straight out of that parking lot and go straight into my bedroom. That wouldn't be a problem if it was 9 o'clock in the morning, but it's 5 a.m. every single day, and many times on the weekends. You get the big trucks coming in, and then during the summer months, it's hard to use our backyard because you go out there at 6 o'clock with your dog, and the guys in the big trucks are sitting there right at the entryway looking into it. So the privacy is gone. It kills If that's a permanent fixture, I sympathize with, the builders and their positions, but it really does have an impact on our living. And not including that, our grandkids, we can't put bus stops out there on Kimmerling because it's right across from where the trucks are. So you have to organize with the schools to go to one side or the other. You have to go off to Bing, so why can't they go off Bing? If they're going to if it's going to be approved, why can't they go off Bing? Why do they have to come off Kimmerling and straight into our house? So that was my main argument. It does really impact several of us that do back our properties onto Kimmerling. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Brune, and I live in Chambers Field off of Rubio Way. And I agree with the gentleman that talked about the radius of notification. We were not notified. We found out just early last week, when it got postponed because of the weather. So my husband and I, really haven't had a chance to look into what this proposal is planning. I think there's a lot of questions out there from a lot of community members not understanding exactly what they're asking. Kimberling is the gateway to the ranchos. It is, the vision was to keep that rural and to keep that commercial, not industrial. So I don't think that this is really what the community needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Leslie Wharf, and just, again, like Susan, found out just recently that this proposal was going to be going on, and it was because of the postponement. And so I do have a couple of questions regarding this change that they're requesting. Not only would it change the zoning, but the master plan. I live a little over half a mile in the Chambers Field area, just to the west. And some of my questions actually came to me during Mr. Anderson's presentation. He was saying that there's a need for industrial, and yet he also showed that there are several areas in Pine Nuts, SI zoning off of Pine Nut, that they're undeveloped. Why not infill these before you talk about changing the zoning here? Another point, and I'm sorry, I'm nervous, utilize the areas within this zoning designation already. He also submitted that the difference between the existing zone and the requested zone is 80% identical. And if this is the case, what is within the parameters of SI designation, the 20% that warrant a change, and what would these changes entail, and how would it impact the residents? And so again, like everyone else, came to Gardnerville for the rural lifestyle, want to maintain that. I know change is inevitable, but I'd like to have some answers as to why this change and why now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I want to thank staff for taking care of getting the staff report in a timely manner out like they always do. I'm a little concerned about some of the open dialogue that's going on between the applicant and the board in general. I know he should be answering questions, but some of those questions, I believe, in a process issue should be answered by staff instead of saying, staff, is this okay? Also, now staff had to consume additional information that wasn't made public until today. There are maybe many people out there that don't attend but sent in comments. Now, those comments aren't recordable with the new information. Again, I appreciate staff came forward with their objectivity on how they figure out the findings. Now it's new findings. Also, some of the depictions of who is affected, even though it is a 300-foot notification, isn't as good. If you have the adjacent subdivision where you go down Bing, you turn left on Kindle and into Sunburst and everywhere else, that whole community as well is affected. Maybe this is another Title 20 issue to look at for notification in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Mary Wickham. Good afternoon. On page 105 in the packet, it states service industrial zoning is a zoning district that bridges both commercial and light industrial uses. Where's that stated in the law? And how, when, and where does the bridge work when it comes to service industrial and light industrial? Also, page 105 states, if the amendment is in a receiving area and changes land to industrial, commercial, or residential district or otherwise. What does the word if mean? And what does the word otherwise mean in context to zoning and land use? And how could the pit and receiving areas have any impact on the zoning later on? On page 92, it mentions spot zoning. More details are needed also on this. The Nevada revised statutes in the law state that the law use always, I emphasize the word always, precedes zoning. Therefore, there are too many questions about proper procedure, sequence, and land use at this time. We need to get clear on the land use before zoning. Also consider under the master plan components. A component is the master plan element, such as the land use element and the housing element. So does the applicant want a zoning change, but doesn't need a new land use currently for expansion, quote unquote? Why not industrial? And is this procedure backwards? In conclusion, with these questions and the questions at this meeting from the people here, and in the supplemental information, the applicant's request does not satisfy enough information for approval. Also in this packet that they passed out today, page 11, it points out encouraging a specific type of land use in one community plan does not prohibit the designation in another community planning area. Specific land use has not been declared. That's as pointed out by the Nevada revised statutes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is John Valverde, and my wife and I reside in Pleasant View West. And forgive me if I seem ill-prepared or ignorant about a lot of this process. I found out at 9 o'clock about this meeting. So just in listening here, a couple of questions I had. Mr. Anderson made a lot of very good points. And it's not like I couldn't be supportive of service industrial reclassification based on what it's going to be used for. But it seems that if you don't know what the purpose is, you're buying a pig in a poke. And that's why I think that's what makes a lot of people nervous. What the appearance is going to be, what the actual industry is going to be, and if the zoning is changed to SI, excuse me, does that give them, he made a valid point. He said there are 109 of the uses are the same as the commercial uses, but that still leaves 26 that are not. And forgive me, because I just found out at 9 o'clock, I didn't have a chance to look them up. But those 29, for me, are just a black hole. I don't know what they can do. And are they given then, if you change the zoning, are they given carte blanche then to do whatever they want, or is there going to be a further review if they want to make a change? do they have carte blanche if it falls under those other 26 uses that that are different from the commercial uses? And let's see, was there any other point? No, that was it. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there any more public comment? Seeing no one rise, I will close public comment and restrict speaking back to the commission. Lucille, notification.
For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. 600-foot radius. It's predicated by Nevada Revised Statute. It's also in Title 20. Is it 2020? In Title 20? Is it 20.20?
It's
Noticing?
2020 or 20.24. I can't quite remember, but yes, it is required by both state statute as well as Douglas County Code.
And this has been in effect for how long? Any idea?
Yeah, a really long time. I would have to look and see when the statute was changed to include that, but I believe since 1996, for sure.
And this is something that comes up constantly. So the Board of Commissioners has the ability to change that, correct?
Yes, if they wanted to provide more notice than what is required in the statute, they could do that. I think that it should be noted that the site is always required to be posted, as well as it was published in the newspaper that this was going to be happening. Yes.
Commissioners. Paul.
First, on the notice issue, there should be a little flexibility perhaps because on the map that we were just shown to the north is a pit, and I believe no one lives at the bottom of the pit. It's about 30 feet down, and it is already starting to be improved, but it's pretty darn steep. And I didn't see any tents. On the other issues, there is one that troubles me about the application. Let's imagine for a moment that the master plan change was granted, so it became industrial. And the Bing family, there's 16 of them here, or 16 heirs. That's a lot of heirs. And some of them may say, how about we partition this property? So now you've got an industrial zone property not owned by the Bings with all of the good faith that they've had in the past, both towards the county and their neighbors. And I think it's master planned as commercial for a reason and special use permit for a reason. You look at the special use permit, for example, and access was solely on Kimmerling. If you can imagine that those kinds of things were considered for an industrial plant, then the few trucks that were discussed might become many trucks. The equipment that was visible might become substantial equipment and travel up and down. And this has nothing to do with the current ownership. It's like a change in master plan. Maybe it's not forever, but it sure does last a long time. So I come out on the side that commercial is much more reasonable. I don't know what's going to happen to the pit, but there are opportunities there, I'm sure, in the future. And we still have value in that current master plan zoning in accordance with the findings and the findings that couldn't be made with respect to the staff report. And I believe that that staff report is persuasive for the reasons in the staff report and also for the additional points that I raise today. Thank you, ma'am.
David?
Yeah, this is a master plan amendment, and one of my feelings about master plan amendments is that it is for the whole county, basically, the master plan, and that we should only make master plan amendments when it will improve our life, only if it improves it. I don't see where this improves our life. I also see where it is currently non-conforming. Changing it master plan is not going to make it conform. It's still non-conforming if we change the master plan. So I agree with staff that they cannot meet the findings on this, and so therefore this should be denied. Sorry.
I'm going to agree with staff's finding also.
Kirk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to congratulate Lucille. That was an excellent presentation, an excellent packet, and I do think the material that Rob Anderson presented was very well thought out. I wish we would have had this a little bit earlier. That would have made life easier for us and particularly for Mark. But he raised a number of very, very, very important points, and I do agree with Commissioner Nelson. Master plan amendments are a very high bar. They should be considered very carefully. That's why there's a requirement for a supermajority vote. Should this not be approved, I would certainly keep an open mind if the applicant would come back at a future date with a proposal that might be able to meet the findings better than they currently do. But I think this is a difficult question. But as I said before, a master plan amendment is a very, very important aspect of what we do and should be met by high standards.
Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I want to say that I take master plan amendments very seriously. There's a master plan in place. I participated in the development of the update of the last master plan, and it's taken a lot of county input. A lot of the constituents and citizens of this county had input. And so anytime a master plan amendment comes before me, I take it very seriously. That being said, this one was a little bit of a challenge for me. And before I get into my comments, I too want to thank staff. Lucille, I think you put together a perfect packet in terms of trying to understand what's going on here. I agree with Commissioner Walder that I wish the information from the applicant would have been provided earlier. That being said, it was provided, and I felt comfortable with my assessment of the information and helping assist me in coming to a conclusion today. I want to address a couple of the public comments because as I've stated multiple times, I value the public's input. I listen carefully to what you say. I read everything you submit. However, in this case, I think some of the public comment is around kind of what's going on with the pit, what's happening on the property today. And so I just want to go on the record and state that there's really three options that I see that exist here with the particular property along Kimmerling. First and foremost, it stays the same. So what you see there, the equipment that's there, the operation that's there, that can go on in perpetuity. So if you're a neighbor and you don't like it, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but that's not going to change if this application is denied. The second option is it stays commercial, and they do something with the property, and they either develop a commercial property or they sell the property and it's zoned commercial and they develop a commercial center. And so we don't know today, as we sit here, what a commercial development is going to look like there either. We have no future vision of what that might be. So it could be a really nice commercial development, or it could not be. And so if you neighbor that property, you could be looking at a commercial property that you don't particularly like as well. And none of us in the room today know what that's going to be. And then the third option is that it gets rezoned to industrial, and light industrial, and there's a development there that we don't know what that development's going to be either. So those are really the three options that exist today. I believe that the applicant did make a compelling argument for the fact that light industrial is needed in the county. When I reviewed the master plan, I didn't particularly see any compelling argument to suggest that the ranchos as a whole and the Gardnerville Ranchos specific plan didn't need any more, or that was contrary to improving the way of life within the Gardnerville Ranchos. So whether that was commercial or industrial or light industrial, I didn't see how either one of those were going to hurt that particular area. So this really comes down to me to whether or not it's inconsistent with the master plan. And I don't believe that the applicant, that what's been provided today, that it's inconsistent. And so therefore, although you'll rarely see this happen with me when it comes to master plan amendments, I don't believe that it's contradictory to the master plan, and I do believe that it met the findings based upon the information and testimony that I saw today.
Mark?
Yes. So this one is a very difficult decision. I kind of believe that, and side with Bryce, that yes, I can make the findings. I mean, this thing, I know it's been operating under a special use permit for 60 years, but I don't see that there are any significant adverse impacts to the surrounding neighbors if this were to change to service industrial. And as far as the demonstrated need, I think that, yes, that can be met because there is no additional industrial in the Gardnerville Ranchos.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, and likewise, I spent probably 6-7 hours going through the package, going through the history of the area, going through Board of Commissioner minutes from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and it's rare that I go against staff on something like this. But on there, I couldn't find anything that I found to be extremely detrimental. Driving through the neighborhood, the area is, as it stands now, the trucking yard is what I consider to be blighted. I think it could only be an improvement. As Bryce was saying, a commercial area, the last thing I would want to see in there is a strip mall. And even though it would have to go through design review, I don't think that more commercial would be a positive for the neighborhood. I think that to have something that's light industrial where people could find services in their own area instead of having to drive out to the airport area or Johnson Lane or anywhere out there would be an advantage, as opposed to having to drive out 395 and up and down the highway. Let me finish, Paul. I think that they would have to make improvements to Kimmerling, that the design review that staff would put them through would be an advantage. I think that with all the work that I did, I could have found something that I could uphold the findings in the staff report, but there wasn't anything that I could find, and I looked very, very hard. So I'm going to have to vote with Commissioner Neddenrip and Klutz and vote against the staff report on this. Do we have a motion? Paul?
May I make a comment before the motion?
Yes.
My comment is that there is one additional thing I forgot when I was making my presentation, and that is the Nevada revised statutes. It's incumbent upon us as the Planning Commission, and indeed the planners, to always consider neighborhood compatibility with respect to changes and related matters in planning. I believe Brandy from the TRPA used the term neighborhood compatibility, and I know that it's on the minds of all of us, and Mark evidenced that by saying impacts on the community. I believe that, and this is a personal view, in terms of neighborhood compatibility, the change in the master plan, it is not compatible with the neighborhood that exists now, either down Rubio or across the street on Kimmerly. And that is why I move that the staff report be supported, and the findings and lack of findings, inability to make the findings therein is incorporated into my motion, and that the change to the master plan be denied. At the same time, because the motion has to do with the master plan, and we have been advised by council that we should also deal with the zoning amendment, that it also should be denied.
Okay, we're going to have to do two motions on
Two
this.
motions, okay. then
First, the master plan amendment, and then the zoning.
Then my motion is restricted to the master plan. Denial of master plan amendment.
Okay, the recommended motion is on page 80. And we'll have to... Okay, since we're going to be voting a split vote, we could just do it in one.
Correct. I think Commissioner Bruno has already made a motion to recommend denial of the master plan based on the inability to make the findings as stated in the staff report. And so I believe, as well as public comment, and so I believe you're just looking for a second on that motion.
Okay, but question, since the motion is denial of the master plan amendment and zoning map amendment, could we just use the motion in our packet?
Yes, the only reason I am suggesting two motions is because they require different voting. The zoning is just a 4-3 vote, whereas the master plan would require a 5-2 if you were going to pass it. If you want to make one motion, and based on my counting, that's not going to be an issue, you could certainly do that. It's just cleaner if you make the master plan and have the second and take the vote and then do the zoning map.
Okay, all right.
I'll
Repeat.
take that advice, and my motion is to deny the master plan amendment and zoning map, master plan amendment based upon the inability to make the required findings as the staff has indicated in its report.
We have a motion, do we have a second? Second. Motion by Paul, second by David. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay?
Madam Chair, perhaps for clarification, we could do this by roll call?
Roll call. Paul?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Ken? Kirk?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay? Mark?
Nay.
The next motion is that recommend the denial of the zoning map amendment based upon the inability to make the findings as indicated in the staff report, and I contemplate and take into my mind all of the evidence that we've had thus far, including public input. So that is my motion to deny the zoning map amendment also.
Motion, second?
Second.
Second. Motion by Paul, second by David. Roll call vote. Paul?
Aye.
David? Aye. Ken? Aye. Kirk?
Aye.
Bryce?
Nay.
Mark?
Nay.
I vote nay. And we will take a 5-minute break to allow people to exit the chamber. Cynthia?
So just for purposes of the record, that the vote was 4-3 in favor of the motion to deny on both the master plan as well as the zoning map amendment. Thank Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We are on a timetable. There is another committee meeting at 6, I believe. So we all have to talk fast. Where's my agenda? Okay, for possible action, discussion on possible changes or updates to Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code relative to vacation home rentals, VHRs, in the Lake Tahoe Township. Gentlemen.
Madam Chair, before we have a staff presentation, I have a brief disclosure I'd like to make.
Oh, yes, and I have a couple too.
Thank you. I'd like to disclose I'm a resident of Tahoe, but I do not, nor do any member of my family or friends, have any interest in any VHR. My neighborhood does have over 30 VHRs, but I believe I have no bias and will support what is in the best interest of everyone.
And I must disclose that I met with Ellie Waller, and she handed me some papers that she had put together with her opinions on VHRs and highlights that she had taken from all the hours she sat listening in and attending VHR meetings. Those all appear in the supplemental information. Other disclosures? Paul?
Green light of disclosure.
Paul raised his hand, but Mark, if you want to go first, that's fine.
Okay. I too met with Ellie on February 23rd. She did give me a handout that was very, very helpful because she did a wonderful job of summarizing everything. But the fact that I met with her will have no impact on how I vote today.
Paul?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am I'm a resident of Tahoe Beach Club. And there it has been hotly contested with respect to VHRs. And in fact, we made a HOA, of which I'm a member of the board, that restricts 15% of the completed project. No more than 15% could ever be a VHR. That does not affect my judgment in any fashion. I also have a VHR permit in process for my family trust, for my wife and I. And that should also not have any effect on my decision or in my discourse. And I point out in my thinking on this issue that 3 of the 5 members of the VHR advisory board that did give us a draft in accordance with the commission, they had to draft amendments, are VHR permit holders. So if they can draft and not be directly influenced by the fact that they're permit holders, my VHR permit in process, after discussions with the district attorney, it's a disclosure and not an abstention. Thanks.
Anyone else? for disclosures. How I'd like to handle this is I would like Ernie Strelo to give his presentation in its entirety. Then questions from the board. Have Mickey Hempler, who is the chair of the VHR committee, give her presentation and view from being the chair. And then we have another member of the VHR committee here, if she has anything she'd like to say or if we have questions of her. Then public comment. Then we will come back and go through the VHR ordinance, section by section. I have a thing here how I'd like to do it. And then we will ask our questions and go through it, kind of like when we went through the master plan. And have public comment after a couple of sections. Then we will do one motion on the entirety. We'll get a little more technical as we're going through it, but that's generally how I'd like to do it, because we have to move quickly so we don't continue this to April. If that works for the commission? Thank you. Ernie, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Dr. Ernie Strelo, the VHR Program Manager for the record. I'm also the head of code enforcement now for the county. So I also do non-VHRs for code enforcement. So item 4 appears on your agenda today to allow members of the Planning Commission to comment and provide guidance to the recommendations of the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board as a precursor to preparation of code guidance that we can bring next month to the County Board of Commissioners for guidance. What we are hoping to hear from you today is feedback regarding the draft recommendations for consideration by the Planning Commission. And then we will share our recommendations with the Board of County Commissioners next month. It is our intent to update the regulations and continue the good work the Board of County Commissioners and the VHR Advisory Board have done to make this a workable program for county residents. I'll be referring to the presentation only, but in your packet, I have about 9-page staff report that I put together for you. There is no recommendations from my part. It's just information of the last 5 years of the progression of the code. I also have, so you can look at the staff report on page 195, and it goes through 204. We have a red line text of the VHR code that the advisory board put together on page 171. And then we have the presentation itself here on page 205. Okay, so that's where we'll start with 205 in the packet. So this is our journey. We've gotten one down and a few more to go. But the intent to this particular presentation is accretive to the VHR Advisory Board recommendations. It's not to usurp what the recommendations are. So the recommendations of this board will be presented alongside the presentation of the VHR Board's recommendations. In the County Board of Commissioners on April 10th at the Hard Rock Cafe, we'll begin the process of this giving us directions so we can work towards a red line for a first reading in May. Okay, so this is the progression of it. And then we'll just go into slide 3. So what I'm going to do is in this particular section is a little bit familiar. I presented this in October. I've updated this, most of this. And then, so for folks that aren't very familiar with the VHR program in general, you'll have an understanding of what we're going to be talking about. Okay. So the first one on page 208 is, it's a 30,000 foot level as a heat map of where the VHRs are clustered in the Tahoe Township. You can see the southern portion towards State Line and Heavenly appear more populated than the northern portion of the valley. So it's kind of north-south is the way this is represented on here. And the yellow glow on the slide is Tahoe Village and down towards Beach Club and Lower Kingsbury. On page 209, This slide again shows the density with an accompanying detail map of the southern portion of the county, which again shows where the VHRs are populated. The cutout to the right is the box to the left, magnified for detail. On slide 210, it tends to show the TRPA overlay map of recreation, is what they call recreation, resort recreation, in tourist areas included in our GIS mapping software. You will note that most VHR compilations appear to be around 4 miles or less from the tourist and recreational centers. So it's about Elks Point onto State Line. This was updated, I think a couple weeks ago, and it's already changed. But in this slide here, we show 524 active rentals right now for Tier 2 and 3. We tend to hover around 524. Today, I did a count though, we were at 509, right? So it has been dropping. Another note is that we calculated in the middle box, and I put a little square box highlighted up there, that 31% of the overall rentals are Nevada-based owners. It was 47% last September, so it has dropped. Of the 31% that are Nevada-based owners, it's still 25% in Douglas County, which is a little surprising when I did the count, but it has dropped from 47 to 31%. Slide 212. This is the permits by neighborhoods. And so you'll see it calculates to 524. So it's changed a little bit. Tahoe Village is number one on the chart here, and then it goes to Lake Village and so forth. So that's where the density is coming from. And you'll see on the top right corner, Tier 1, 2, and 3, the totals up there, 10, 5, 13, and 11 based on 1, 2, and 3. And then this here, I think it's slide 213. This slide is another way to look at occupancy on overall permits. So you'll see between occupancy 6 and 10 is where predominantly our permits are headquartered right now. Slide 214. This is just a story. It tells you about the timeline of the code going back to 2005. With the advent of the VHR code in Title V to the present Title 20, it's also in the staff report. So that's a little bit more detail in there. On slide 215, I wanted to just show some of the code enforcement stuff, just to kind of bring you up to speed. So in the last 6 months, we've had quite a bit of reduction. We had 11 illegal rentals through December shut down. We have additional ones this quarter that we haven't included in this total. And as an aside, what I didn't put in here is legal permits where we've had to pull them from legal permit holders is over 20 since September. So, we have a very aggressive enforcing program going on right now. And then if you don't know, all our VHR meetings over the next couple months, we have 2 a month on appeals. We have tons of appeals going on right now. So we're spending a lot of time on that. And we're in front of the Board of Commissioners, county commissioners once a month with appeals from the appeal. So, and a couple briefs that AJ's had to do on legal questions that go beyond that. So it keeps, we're trying to control this stuff a little bit more than we used to. I don't know, I was going to stop here if there was any questions, but you want me to continue? Okay. On slide 217, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through, in this next batch, I'm going to give you the highlights of the changes to the code that are being proposed by the VHR board. It's not everything. I'm sure that there's other things that I missed, but this captures, I think, the big part of it, and I'll try to explain it as I go. On slide 13, or I'm sorry, 217 in the packet. I was kind of creative this day, but this is kind of how the code is broken out for 20.622. Starts with procedures, definitions, permit holders, operational requirements, and so on. So most of it's going to be in the definitions, operational requirements and permit process. That's where most of the code changes are happening. There's a little bit that we did towards the end on appeals, cleanup, and of course enforcement. We've, we were adjusting some of the fines. So I'll go into that. On slide 14, this slide begins the process starting with definitions. Again, you will notice the .020 at the top. So for B, there is a provision for occupancy for overnight hours that is different than days. So the VHR board removed the definition as occupancy that will be the same as 24 hours a day versus something different during the day. So to kind of clarify that, right now there's a 50-person limit, or you can have, there's nothing in the code that says you can't have more than the permitted amount at the residence during the daytime hours. The VHR board has removed that provision and changed that, so it can only be whatever the permit says. So if you have a permit for 10, 10 is what you get, 24 hours a day. The VHR board addressed the definition that was needed to indicate a legal resident pertaining to VHRs, and we'll talk a little bit about this as we move on. E is different from a local contact. If an owner was using a property manager, the wish was to have this person within an hour of rental. This indicates local knowledge, but also living in Reno would allow a property manager to meet the criteria. A little bit different than an emergency contact, and we'll talk about that too. On F, owners must hold title to the property for at least 12 months prior to obtaining a VHR permit. So it's kind of a wait period versus what we have today. So normally people can just buy a house and immediately apply for a permit and get one. Now there's a proposal to 12 months wait, 12-month wait period. And the intent of F was to slow down purchase flips to rentals with new owners. And then H, we didn't have a definition for studio. So the VHR board defined it as one-bedroom units. So that's what a studio is. On slide 219, for the permit process for the 030 section noted above, we have density. Density was probably the most discussed item within the code for the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board. This section depicted a summary of changes to code that included A, adding a Tier 1 rentals into the 600 cap. Currently, these 10 locations that are Tier 1s are not included in the total. For B, multi-family residencies and single-family residencies is unified across the board at 15%. It used to be 20 for multifamilies and 15 for the rest. Tahoe Village is segregated out in density to allow 40%, and the thinking there was the area is primarily a rental timeshare area anyways, so, and the HOA didn't seem to care, so there was a desire just to keep it, to increase it and try to push them that way. Desire was to keep the total VHR percent under 50%, so it was not overwhelming the HOA board with absent owners, and that was the intent of the 40%. And then D, lastly, a 100-foot rule was added, except for Tahoe Village, to ensure proper distances for 10 occupancy locations on up. Recall that this is a small change in that most all other current Tier 3s are usually greater than 100 feet anyway. So 12 and up are typically graded anyways, and they have to be approved by the Vacation Advisory Board. And usually they're far apart from each other. So the 100-foot rule is probably just a word for those, but for the 10 occupancies, they are more clustered. So that would reduce the clustering. Okay, go ahead.
And this is AJ Hames from the Douglas County DA's office, for the record. I've been working with Ernie for a while on these revisions. I just want to provide a little bit of background, and I think this is a good spot to do it. The density restrictions, like Ernie said, they come up a lot, and people want to know, how many VHRs we can have up at the lake, and it was something that was debated along with all the other code changes over the course of many months. One of our first larger meetings we had on the issue of code revisions occurred back in June of last year, and since that time, the advisory board conducted numerous meetings, sometimes special meetings, where the only object of conversation was code revisions. And so they were looking at these for a significant amount of time, and I would say that, in my opinion, there's a rational basis for each one of the recommendations that's been made. So if you have any specific questions about, when we get to that portion of the presentation, if you have a question about some proposed change, why was this recommended, what does this do, what was the point of this revision, feel free to ask those questions. I don't want to speak to them all now, but with regard to density, I do think it's just important to note some of the rationale here. For the 15%, if you'll recall, originally there was a designation between multifamily houses like condos and single-family houses. And the single-family houses were assigned a 15% capacity, meaning any neighborhood consisting of single-family homes, 15% of the homes in that neighborhood could be VHRs. In the multifamily neighborhoods, the condo neighborhoods, they were given a percentage of 20%. And that was something that our Board of County Commissioners had designed as sort of a placeholder, sort of an initial benchmark from which we could then base further decisions. And so the advisory board, in looking at the neighborhoods, was trying to determine whether or not that was a good way to distinguish. And so I think what they ultimately determined was that regardless of whether you live in a multifamily residential neighborhood or a single-family residential neighborhood, you're going to be affected by having VHRs as neighbors. And in fact, if anything, in a multifamily neighborhood, you might be more affected by having VHRs as neighbors because the distance between you and the VHR is less. You might share a wall, whereas at least in a single-family home, there might be some space between homes. And so in deciding what type of density restriction to place on the types of neighborhoods, they ultimately decided to treat them the same and to assign them each a 15% density capacity, and that they wanted that applied across the board in each neighborhood, multifamily or single family. They also didn't want to distinguish between neighborhoods because the thought was that in the Tahoe area, essentially all of Tahoe draws tourists, whether you want to go to a casino or whether you want to go to a beach or whether you want to go to whether you're there to ski, there's some reason that you're drawn there, and whether you're down by the casinos or way up in the Glenbrook area, it draws in tourists. And so that's part of why they wanted to treat them all the same, other than Tahoe Village. So if you're not familiar with the Tahoe area, Tahoe Village is the neighborhood that is on top of the mountain. We can see pieces of it from down here in the valley. It's hotels, it's timeshares, and it's located all around Heavenly. And so that particular area is distinct from the other neighborhoods. Timeshares, for instance, those aren't full-time residents, hotels, things like that. And so in that neighborhood specifically, they increased the cap to 40%. That was also consistent with the fact that, as Ernie demonstrated on a prior slide, that neighborhood tends to have the most demand for VHRs. Most people are interested in having one up there. It has a large number of permit applications. It also has, despite its large number of permits, it has generally fewer complaints than some of the more residential neighborhoods as far as, too much noise or parking issues and things of that nature. And so that particular neighborhood, the Tahoe Village area, was designated as being appropriate for a larger density amount. The 100-foot rule was something that the advisory board had been unofficially applying to Tier 3 VHR applications. So if you'll recall, under our current code, if you want to operate a very large VHR, you need to get a Tier 3 permit. In order to get a Tier 3 permit, you need to go before the advisory board and get a special use permit. So there's a hearing there. And in that hearing, they were required to determine whether or not there was sufficient distance between that house that's applying for the permit and their neighbors. And so they had unofficially adopted a 100-foot rule, which was if you're going to get a Tier 3, you should be at least 100 feet from your neighbors. And there were exceptions over the course of the year or so that they've been doing those applications, but they did adopt that 100-foot rule sort of unofficially, and what they wanted was to now include that in the code. And the reason why they also wanted to apply it to some Tier 2s, which they designate as the new Tier 3s, is because they felt like it had been effective. There weren't as many complaints for larger Tier 3 properties, despite the fact that those are larger capacity VHRs. So why was that? Well, there's a number of reasons, but there are certain rules that applied only to those larger Tier 3s. And so they wanted to take some of those rules and apply them to larger tier twos. So that's why there was a change to the tier structure, which we'll talk about later, but also why you'll start to see here, adding that 100-foot rule. That's kind of the first instance of the advisory board recommending that certain requirements applicable to tier threes, that those also apply to some of the larger tier twos. So that just kind of, I think, just gives you an idea of the effort that went into this, and there is a rationale behind these recommendations.
Yeah. And another way to look at it is, the advisory board, as part of that, spent over 60 hours at least since last summer, working on some of this stuff. So with about 30 hours of public comment. So it's there was a lot of comments on this stuff. And I think the next slide might talk a little bit better to this. It represents it in more in a visual format. So if you look at what it currently is on the left column, former density is actually current density. Where you have 15, 20, and 20 with a 600 cap. The new density for some of those areas makes it more equal across the 39 neighborhoods that are in Lake Tahoe Township. And the 40%, as AJ talked to, it's more timeshare, it's more set up for skiing, it's a little bit more of a rental area, right? It's more, so higher density was necessary to think about on that. But, there was also a discussion, when they were going through this, that I think the chair and the vice chair talked significantly in the VHR board, was about the migration too. So if you start shrinking down some of the neighborhoods, like some of the neighborhood surveys we did at the county level, we looked at we looked at all the neighborhoods, but north of Elks Point, there was a lot less room for VHRs or high density. The thinking there with the VHR board is that they decided that if you start to shrink down certain neighborhoods on, down to 5%, then you would get a migration into other areas and, along maybe with some illegal rentals that would cause other problems in some other neighborhoods and clean up and, so it was just kind of trading one for the other. So I think that they did a pretty careful evaluation on that and thought about it. And I think that that's where they landed. In Tahoe Village, being that we're talking about the 40%, there's 962 units in that area that are non-timeshare. And the HOA there is, they have 1,700 parking spots, and it seems to be like a better area for some of this. And that's kind of another reason that they thought it might make more sense to increase some of that. So, if there's any questions on that, we can talk about that too. And I think on the next slide, it had a little bit of visual, I kind of rehashed the same slide that I showed earlier. Tahoe Village is on the right, on the bottom, right? So if you, maybe the chair, one of the board members' heads is probably cutting it off, but the Tahoe Village is on the left side there, the big yellow highlighted area on the bottom right of the square. There's a lot of, the heat map is real hot there, so there's a lot of rentals already in that area. So that kind of give you an idea of what we're thinking about. And that's where Stagecoach is, up there at the Mid-Heavenly. So, right. Additionally, so on the permit process, what page is that? 28 to 21. So in the permit, this requires VHRs to be rented out one group at a time. And in some areas up on Upper Kingsbury, some of the houses have previously been subdivided. They've been previously subdivided before we had much of a planning department, pre-1987, I think. So some of the houses, they were taking one permit, and some houses could be renting the bottom floors and the upper floors on one permit. And so the intent here is to codify that if you're going to rent one of these houses, that you can only do one at a time. You can only do one or the bottom. You can't do multiple groups on that. Again, we talked about earlier removal of overnight as a modification on the occupancy restriction. So, you know, what we're trying to do is we're trying to shrink down the amount of people that are in these locations when they rent them out, and that there's only people that are on the permit that are actually in the facility. The 50-person daytime limit would go away as part of that, so we'll talk about that. And I think that's it on that one, right? And then there is, then the insurance part of it, there was a request by the board to change the insurance amount. So right now it's $300,000 for a resident host. The intent was to increase that to $500,000. $1 million for tier 2 and tier 3, which is the current 4 to 10 occupancy. And then for tier 4s, which is the current tier 3s, there was a suggestion that it be doubled to $2 million for tier 4s. So we're looking at that. The umbrella policies typically that we've seen are generally for, they cover multiple properties, and so the intent of the board was to eliminate the umbrella policies. And the reason for that is because we were getting umbrella policies that listed 5 or 6 different addresses, right? And so, you know, multiple houses burn up, it's going to be hard to get coverage on that for the county for liability. Any comment on that? Okay, what else we got? So I think I have it.
Ernie, would you please clarify what those insurance policies cover?
Yeah.
It's not just the property.
AJ Hames for the record. It's liability insurance. Yeah. It's not property damage. It's personal
liability.
Injuries, liability.
And it covers the county.
The county is insured. The county's named on the policy.
Typically, I don't think it's required in the code, although we've seen that. But it's designed to provide a buffer. So if the county is going to be liable, and I don't know that there's a great argument that the county is liable, but certainly that wouldn't stop somebody from suing us anyway. And so the idea was to provide a buffer, right? So if somebody is harmed, say there's a fire and they're burned or something along those lines, there would be something in place that would at least cover their damages before they get to the county. And so that was the idea behind the insurance requirements. As far as homeowners insurance, just covering the property itself, there's no requirement about that.
Okay. Any questions on the insurance? Okay. So this is slide 223. So this is a little bit more on the permit process. And so the renewal grace period is reduced and outlines a process if not renewed on time. And so currently there's a 60-day renewal grace period. If you've started the permit process before the expiration of your permit, you have a 60-day grace period to get all your paperwork in and get it done. The problem that we're having, that we've experienced, is that in most cases, the people that are tardy right to the last day of the grace period, right? So they're getting 2 extra months of rentals without paying the county for the service, right? And so, what we did is we're looking at reducing that to make it a little bit more, put the ownership on the renter or the owner that's trying to apply for a permit to get it done quicker. Right, so they should be starting the permit process, 1 to 2 months prior to the renewal cycle. They are sent a 90-day notice prior to expiration, and usually what happens is they wait until the last minute, and it happens on almost 30% of the permits that people apply for right now. So it puts an undue burden on my staff to get these permits processed quickly so these people can get their permits. So this, by shrinking it down, it makes people own the process up front, or you lose your permit and you get moved to a wait list. The VHRs must comply with all new regulations. So whatever the Board of County Commissioners ultimately approves, whatever that amounts to, if it's 1 or 20 of the changes that you're listening to today, The intent of the VHR board is to have the rules applicable to the point of renewal. So if a tier changes or occupancy item changes, when the permit is up and they go to renew it, they would be bound by the new rules immediately at renewal. That way, we're not trying to track what's going on, what rules they're following. And then lastly, on this particular one, there was a lot of questions. There was a lot of discussion on advertising. The advertising that goes into, it wasn't consistent. So there would be rentals that would advertise on Airbnb or VRBO with 15 beds available or 10 beds available. You know, that gave the implication that there was more occupancy permitted than what the actual occupancy limits for their permit was allowed. And what the VHR board wanted to do was to eliminate that, is to make sure that the occupancy is noted on the headlines. So it's very clear. When you're placing an ad, this is the occupancy, period. Right? You can have 50 beds, the occupancy is 10. Put a leg and an arm in each bed, I guess. I don't know. But you just can't assume anything. And by the way, there's a lot of people that do advertise, try to do trick advertising that we catch, for illegal, and we do pull permits on those. And this is one of the issues that comes up. Okay. This is a little bit more graphical of the slide we just talked to a couple slides ago. So this is a little bit, might be a little bit clearer for you to look at. So on the left column is the tier 1s, 2s, and 3s. That's the current tiers today. The new category replaces the current tiers. So this is what it would look like in the future, right? So basically tier 2 becomes 3 different tiers. So it's up to 4, up to 8, up to 10. And then you can see the columns. As the occupancy increases, you start to see noise monitors take effect, 100-foot rules are implied, local property managers are required, and so forth. Special use permits on a tier 3, which would become a tier 4. And so this is a little bit more of a graphic that kind of indicates what the new tiers would look like if you choose to, if you think that this is good. So what it does here is it breaks down all the occupancy it refines it a lot more than it used to be. And I think the intent is that the first bullet on the bottom, the rationale, is a little, you can argue that because most of the tier 2s are the permits, right? So when we say the complaints were most prevalent for former tier 2 units with occupancy at 10, that was where we got most of the calls from. But when we did the math, and counted the amount of rentals, 25% utilization of a 525 rentals, and you did the math into 45 calls or 50 calls, you're talking about 0.006%, right? And so the incident rate was tiny. I mean, it's not really a big problem to fix, but it is where the phone calls did come from when they did come in. They were typically 8 to 10 occupancies. So this one here, it talks a little bit about the tier 4. So what we want to do, what the intent of the VHR board was to, when you go into, the tier 4 permits are quite time consuming. We put packets together, they have a hearing in front of the vacation advisory board, and what they do is they go through the different elements of a rental in the history of the rental. And so the intent here is to take a tier 4 person that wants to upgrade to 12 or more occupancy and to make sure that they're experienced renters and rental owners in the first place. So if they're going to go for a tier 4, then they must have spent at least a year or more and have experience without getting in trouble with code enforcement before they can apply for a tier 4. And it's a good thing because we do have a lot of people that apply for tier 3s today that we come across incidences of complaints against them, And it's not real clear in the code that that's held against them that much. So they could be unfounded or founded. And sometimes these guys will, get in there and get that. We also added, there was a desire by the advisory board to have a period of time to allow VHR permit holders that are subject to any reduced occupancy limits, such as the plus 50 for the highest occupancy, to have a year to keep that based on existing reservations they may already have, right? So they, instead of calling everybody up and saying, you can't come this summer and stay at the house and bring your friends and have guests over during the day, they have to cancel. And so the intent of the VHR board was to, kind of have some empathy when they're changing the occupancy limits, to allow people some time to go ahead and use up some of that time up so they don't have to go out and start canceling reservations on people that have already made a reservation. And then we talked a little bit about the permitting process for Tier 4s. So.
Just to kind of back up what Ernie said, so just also by way of background, we've mentioned this before, but just to clarify, so currently, under the code, if you operate a Tier 1 or Tier 2 VHR, you are assigned an occupancy limit, and the code says that that is your occupancy during the night. Those are your nighttime occupancy limits, and there are no daytime occupancy limits. Technically, if you had a Tier 2 VHR and you had an 8-person occupancy, they could invite their entire high school over during the daytime for a little reunion, and it wouldn't necessarily violate the VHR code. It might violate other codes, but it wouldn't be a violation of the VHR code. So for those smaller VHRs, the Tier 1s and Tier 2s, these changes are imposing a one-time occupancy. It's applicable day and night. And we've mentioned a couple times the 50-person limit. There had been a max occupancy for Tier 3 VHRs. So if you had a 10-bedroom house with an occupancy of 20, you could have 20 people during the nighttime, but you could have up to 50 people during the daytime. And so that is also being done away with. So now if you have your 10 bedrooms, your occupancy is 20, you're just 20 day and night. That's what's being proposed. But as Ernie was mentioning, the advisory board felt that it would be proper to sort of impose sort of a sunset clause into the code, so that if you had that 10-bedroom house with your occupancy of 20, and those people knew that they had a max occupancy of 50 during the day, and they had made arrangements to have some kind of family reunion during daytime hours, rather than having the owners cancel those, they would be allowed to continue for 1 year. So there's a 1-year sunset clause built into these revisions, where if your occupancy goes down or if you're losing your 50-person daytime limit, you can honor those reservations for 1 year.
Or it's on this slide. So, the second part of this slide kind of talks to what you just said. So this here, so what we're also doing in the permit process is adding a requirement of 1 car for every 4 occupants. And so if you recall, and AJ was around during those days, I think, or was part of that, there was a lawsuit against the VHR program about cars and occupancy. And so I think I got some emails from people in the public and newspaper and stuff, and really with the car is not tied to occupancy limits if it doesn't have the +2 provision up to 4 bedrooms. So 1, 2, and 3, and 4 bedrooms. If you have a +2, if you choose to do the +2, then you have to abide by cars, the amount of cars that you have on the property. So it is driven. If you don't use the +2 and you have a 4-bedroom and it says 4 bedrooms, 2 occupancies, and you don't use the 2+ provision, and it's just 8 people total, then you're not bound by the occupancy rule for cars. So this here adds it back in. Only for Tier 4s, right? So So this actually, we codified, we're adding a requirement back in for 1 car for every 4 occupants. And that's for everything, right? So that, yeah, tier 4 is on up. So, you know, if somebody has a 20 bedroom, and they're renting 20 occupancy and a 10 bedroom, then, you know, they would have to, you know, do the math, and you can only have 1 car for 4 occupants. So you can't, some places today, like one resident I was at last week off of Highway 50, they were permitted for 8 cars for 10 occupants, and I couldn't understand that. So, you know, so this makes it a little bit easier for us to figure out, you know, how many cars per occupants. Then the second piece of this is on I-10, on the permit process, is eliminating the 50-person guest limit. I think you saw it on a couple other slides earlier. The 50-person limit is currently codified in the Tier 3 permit process. So, so if you have 12 or more occupants, you're allowed to have up to 50 people occupancy. So you, some people call, you know, there's places that have outdoor activities on their property during the day, and I'm sure you read some of the supplemental information from folks that talked about parties or weddings or whatever. This would eliminate that because they can only have whatever their permit says, right? So if there's 15 on the permit, 20 on the permit, that's their permit, right? That's it, 24 hours a day. And that kind of coincides with the removal of the overnight occupancy limitations. Tier 4s must now restrict guests at all times to a single occupancy limit, which I just talked about, day and night. It tended to eliminate the use of VHRs as event venues, which zoning regulations generally prohibit in residential areas. And again, I talked a couple slides ago about there's a desire to extend that 1 year from implementation of the code for those guests that have those type of tiers that have things going on at their properties. So this would go for one more year, and this is codified right now in G6 and B. So, all right. And then the next one here, we have, okay, the next section is operational requirements. Generally speaking, the slide addresses requirements for a local property manager to tier 3 and 4 or 10 or more occupancy. You know, the soft rule is the homeowner is within an hour, then they can manage the premises themselves. So if they're usually Douglas County, or they're within an hour, which can technically be Alpine County or El Dorado County, Reno, I guess, if you can get there in an hour, you can manage your own property. But the property manager must work within 60 minutes. So they have to live and work. So that's a real key part. If they fly a lot, in my former life, I traveled 90%. So if you're not here, then you need to get a property manager. Local contacts have to be within 30 minutes, and it's preferable. There was a lot of discussion about this one. Emergency contacts are the first line of defense with problem properties. And the intent was the 30 minutes was to have them in the Tahoe Basin, because as we just witnessed for the last 3 months of snow and rain, if you have somebody living 30 minutes away that's not on the hill, it's going to be hard to get up the hill to resolve an issue. Now, a lot of problems can be resolved on a phone, but if the phones are down, or if there's some other types of emergencies, we need to have the emergency contact be able to step in and be available. So the emergency contact, the intent is that a neighbor calls our line, our code line, and host compliance, a live operator calls the emergency contact, or they call directly to the emergency contact and get somebody to get the noise to stop, get the cars moved, or whatever the issue is. So the intent is to make these happen quickly, not to wait until it becomes a big problem and the sheriff has to come out. And the sheriff has to deal with other problems right now. So the thinking here is during bad weather, if they had to come from Reno, how are you going to get there and you can't get there in 30 minutes, or unless you have a hot rod, I guess. But you're not going to be able to get there very fast. So the option is that they need to be in the Tahoe Basin. And they need to be true emergency contacts.
Just to emphasize too, so the code requires a local contact and a local property manager, which could be the same person but might not necessarily be. Suppose I own a VHR up at the lake, but I live in Virginia, and it's a large VHR. I would need to have both. I would need to have a local contact, somebody who people could call if there's a problem, like a water main is broken and we need somebody to get, fix this now, turn the water off. Local contact, right? Noise complaint, they call the local contact. They can resolve it. The property manager is somebody who has to be licensed. That's already required under the NRS. If you're going to manage properties, you're supposed to be a licensed property manager anyway. So this code is just saying that for the guy who lives in Virginia or anywhere beyond an hour away, that if you're going to have a larger VHR, you need to have a property manager, the person who's handling the bookings and things like that. And they're more of the proactive management of the VHR versus the reactive local contact. Now that might be the same person, but it wouldn't necessarily be. And then if you are a homeowner and you live close by, you could be your own local contact. You wouldn't have to be, but you could also manage the property yourself and wouldn't need to retain a licensed property manager.
Yep. So this is, it gets into a little bit more of the detail on the +2 provision. So we talked a little bit earlier about removing the +2 provision. So what it does is, as I mentioned, anything from 1 to 4 bedrooms, you can have a +2 provision. This would remove that provision. So current 10 occupancy houses that have 4 bedrooms, today they're allowed to have the +2 provision. They can have 10, 2 per room +2, up to 4 bedrooms. This would take it out of the code. So this would remove the +2 period, right? And so if you're 2 bedroom, and you have 4 and then you have +2 and it's 6 or whatever, you would never have that option again. That would just go away. And the intent there was to reduce occupancy limits in general, is to try to remove some of the clustering of people in homes. So it would be based on bedrooms. The intent is to make the change intended to make the VHR use more closely resemble a full-time residential use. So, typical full-time residential uses don't really utilize a +2. They typically have 2 in a house in a neighborhood, or 4 at best. And, the thought here is that by having, if you have a 4-bedroom and you're adding +2, you have 10 in a neighborhood and a house. And there's some streets have multiple VHRs, so it can make the street very crowded, right? Additionally, with parking. The next change here was to prohibit the parking of RVs at VHRs. Now, if you drive down the Lincoln Highway, you probably can't get a VHR in those neighborhoods anyways, so it's self-regulated. But there are neighborhoods on Kingsbury where the streets are wider and you can probably drive VHRs, these different type of recreational vehicles in a street. The thinking there is that there's nothing that's really in the code that stops you from doing that, and people can take a 10 occupancy house and they can back an RV into a driveway, and you can technically end up with a 20 occupancy, depending on what you're using the RV for. So that's not the intent, and it's not really consistent with the neighborhood, right? So we want to make sure that is taken out of the neighborhoods. And like I said, most of the neighborhoods can't fit these things anyways, nor can you even drive down these things, drive down the street. So the intent is just to make a prohibition on that. Really the big thing on this here is also is about the advertisement. Some of the owners would, the way that, as I mentioned earlier, some of the ways that advertising is being conducted on some of these websites is nefarious, where individuals will create an issue where, they don't list if they have 10 bedrooms or they have 10 beds, they'll kind of imply that there's additional beds available in a low occupancy unit when there isn't, there shouldn't be. And so it's very important that occupancy is noted. The VHR board wanted to make sure it's very clear in the headline that when they talked about, renting a unit, when you click on it, you can see sleeps 10 or occupancy is 10, so they know it's 10. So no matter how many beds are in the unit, it's very clear about what the occupancy limit is. We manage on occupancy, not beds, right? And so they wanted to make sure that it's very consistent, because it's not, and we get a lot of varieties of cease and desist that we have to send out because of this, on a quarterly basis. So, and I put an example on there. And then on page 25 or 229 in the packet, so this kind of cleans up the code on noise monitors and county code enforcement ability to obtain the records of noise monitors as part of the application process. Right now, we use the TRPA CEL code, which is typically over 24 hours. It's more for road equipment, on how noise is determined. There is no decibel limit in the code, and so we're adding a decibel limit. And we're also adding the ability for the county to obtain the record of the noise monitor information as a requirement, just like a license plate is required within 2 hours if we ask for it. So that way we can double check through code enforcement if the decibel levels have been consistently at or below the requirements, right? If they've been above it, we're going to see it. We're going to see the information. And most of the population up there that rents out, they use Noise Aware, or there's another company that's similar to them, and it's all web-based, so we can just access it through the web. Okay. This is the part that we worked on a little bit on the fees or the fines. What we can actually do, what I wanted to do, what we could actually do as a county are different. So maybe AJ, you can talk a little bit to the fines, because you advised me.
Ernie's tough. He's tough on violations, which is good. Fines were a little confusing in part because the code hid them in different areas. They were all within section 050, but they were spread out. And so this just consolidates them into a single section C. It maintains many of the fines. If you operate a VHR without any permit, that's $20,000 as a max fine. If you operate with an expired permit, but then you go and you renew, it's a $5,000 fine. That's unchanged. If you operate with an expired permit, but you never renewed, that's $20,000. That remains the same. You can operate a VHR with a suspended permit, and sometimes the department will suspend a permit if there's, say, a health and safety issue. For instance, one was suspended recently. There was a closet where they had their furnace, and they were storing a bunch of firewood in there, and the fire department thought that that was unsafe. So they notified the VHR team, and they suspended the permit until that could be corrected and inspected by the fire department. So they were suspended. If you operate suspended, $10,000. That part of it's unchanged, although the wording is changed just to kind of clarify that fine. All other violations would be $2,500 as a max fine per day. Previously, it was $1,000, but there was no maximum on how that fine could accumulate. So suppose you had a VHR and you regularly allowed people to park, in your grass, which was not authorized. You were supposed to only limit parking to your driveway. But you've told all of your renters, go ahead and park in the grass. I hate that grass anyway. That would be, on your first notice of violation, $1,000. And then every day that you allowed that to continue would be an additional $1,000. And theoretically, the fines could accumulate up to the value of the home, the assessed value of the home. And so effectively, that wasn't very useful for code enforcement because most violations are corrected after the first instance. That fine structure was taken from another section of our code where fines are more ongoing, but with regard to VHR issues, they tend to be corrected after a first notice. But sometimes that violation in and of itself seems more egregious than a $1,000 fine. And many times when the nightly rental is $5,000 a night, a $1,000 fine doesn't really motivate a VHR owner to comply with the code. And so instead, the daily fine it's recommended that that be increased to $2,500 per day per violation, so as to provide more incentive to homeowners to comply with the code. But because the daily fine is increased, we also set a cap at $20,000, which is consistent with the maximum fine for renting without a permit. Whereas before, you technically could have been fined $100,000 for unlawful parking type violations, which didn't make sense. So now the $20,000 limit there it makes it consistent with the other fines. And then finally, there's a $500 fine that is assessed not to the owner, but to the renter. So if you rent the VHR and you park in the street and the code enforcement team knows that you're a VHR renter and that you're not supposed to park in the street, they can assess a $500 fine to the vehicle driver, in addition to the $2,500 fine that they would be able to assess to the VHR owner. So that's kind of a summary of the fines, and like I said, they are now consolidated into a single section so that it is clearer to the owners what their obligations are and what their potential penalties might be.
Okay, lastly. So noise violations, we started off with decreasing the instances per permit year of infractions to lose a permit. And also a reminder that permits can also be revoked at the discretion of the director. So there is no codified option indicating permanent prohibitions on having a VHR permit revoked or trying to apply for new ones. So what I mean by that is that when we pull a permit, I've heard the term permanent or for life, or you're on the no-fly list related to permits. There's really nothing in the code today that says that. It's at the discretion of me or, Tom, on what we can do, related to, how long we can take a permit away for. So I've been kind of handling it year by year. In the new code, we do have kind of a no-fly list where that can happen. So moving forward, there'll be a no-fly list of owners who are habitual problem owners, and we do have a few of those that would be nice not to hear from all the time, when they try to reapply every year. And I think that it sends a powerful message, in addition, to the rental owners that they, that there is violating the rules. There's no excuse. It doesn't mean that you can violate and you can come back in 6 months or a year and reapply for reinstatement. It could be permanent. So, that's what can happen. So, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'm happy to revisit anything I presented earlier to aid in your discussion. I am also available to answer any questions you may have. With that, Mr. Chair, I would turn it back over to you to lead the discussion, and we're here to support you in any questions that your team may have.
Thank you very much. Very thorough presentation. First, I would like you to introduce anyone who is in your team who's present here today.
Well, Katie Etchegoyen is part of my team, and she is sick today. So she's kind of our main coordinator, for the permit process, and we have Katie Hay, and I believe she's working. She's actually working on permits and stuff right now, so she's at the desk right now. Addition, I have Mr. AJ Hames here. He's part of the team, right? You've heard him talk. And then the VHR team also includes funding. We have two sheriff that we budget for hours, 80 hours a week on the sheriff. So we have a couple sheriff officers that are funded through the county, through the VHR program. And we have Bonnie Haywood, and we just hired a new person from, I think, China Springs. It starts on April 1st. That'll be sitting at the Elks Point at the Tahoe Douglas Fire Station in Tahoe when he's trained. So it'll probably be around June. So those are the people of the team, as well as the wonderful people on the VHR board. I know we have the chairwoman, Mickey Hempler here, and we have Lauren. She's here too. She's the vice chair of that board. So, and then we have Mr. Chris here, Chris Rollett from the fire department. And so I would say stand, but there's only like 7 of you here. So.
Mickey, would you like to come and say something for the board?
Let me get my minute of fame.
We
Thank
even
you,
put
Madam
quotes-
Chair.
We even put quotes of you in the staff report, I think.
Thank you, fellow commissioners, for giving me a moment to speak. I'm sorry to see we have such a low turnout in the audience today, but it could be the weather, could be the lake versus the valley, or it could be we talked everybody to death. As chairman of the VHR Advisory Board, and I'm sorry I'm going to read this, but I don't want to make a mistake, and I will be brief. I'm here to kind of defend our recommendations and welcome your questions. We have listened to residents, permit holders, property managers, and anyone else with an opinion. They have all had valid points of views. Ultimately, we are very cognizant of the fact that our advisory board, as well as the planning commission, do not make the final decisions. Our recommendations are based on all the information that was presented to us. We also had neighboring counties around the basin to look to for their handling of this increasingly popular way to visit Tahoe. From a voter initiative to ban them in South Lake Tahoe, to ordinances still undergoing growing pains in North Shore and West Shore. Property rights are a fundamental American value. But there are property rights and there are property rights. Peaceful enjoyment of your property or earning money with your property while sharing your home with visitors. Neither is wrong, but finding balance is what is fair. Tahoe has changed in the 45 years I've lived here. The tech age has made home sharing easy and affordable. It's a hard nut to swallow for some of us. We can't go backwards, but we must be mindful of the increase in tourism and how it affects our quality of life. Reducing occupancy and density limits is a start toward a mutual relationship. Requiring a 12-month waiting period before permit application weeds out the investors not invested in the health of Tahoe. Our infrastructure is not designed to handle the extreme tourism we saw during COVID and going forward. Reducing occupancy and density is certainly helpful during a winter like the one we enjoyed this year, where parking and roads are greatly limited. Appropriate management and holding permit holders accountable is the responsible thing to do. Tourism will not decline. Tahoe is very much on the map. The folks in the valley are clear about their desire to keep the rural character of the area, and I agree with them. The folks at the lake just want to keep a tiny little bit of old Tahoe. Now I lost my place. Can you fault them for that? Our recommendations may not be perfect because they were crafted by humans, a 5-member group with strong opinions. We came to consensus. Nobody won every battle, but we agreed to disagree and put forth these recommendations for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would please stay in case board members have questions.
Yes.
I would like to open it up to the board for questions of Ms. Hempler and Ernie Strelo, AJ Hames, and Mr. Chris. Kirk.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do have some opening comments and then some brief questions for Ernie. I do want to thank Ernie and AJ for an excellent presentation. I think everyone can now see how complex this program is. And let me thank the chair of the VHR Advisory Board, Mickey Hempler, for her dedication and hard work in bringing this proposal to the Planning Commission. Chair Hempler led her board with a sense of purpose, focus on the task, and an ability to produce compromise where possible, but to set aside matters that might not be resolvable at this time. She and her board are owed our appreciation for their strong efforts. Vice Chair Lauren Romaine was also a strong voice and brought important perspective to their discussions. I also want to thank all the staff that has worked so hard over the past year. Program Manager Ernie Strelo not only provided firm, professional leadership to the increased and ever-changing team, but demonstrated that strong enforcement can reduce problems. From cracking down on unpermitted VHRs to reducing noise, parking, and trash problems, Ernie moved VHR compliance from fair to excellent. A.J. Hames from the DA's office provided valuable legal advice and was instrumental in improving many sections of the ordinance before us. The many other support staff, code enforcement, fire department, and sheriff's office have all shown that Douglas County has wonderful public servants. Knowing this ordinance would come before the Planning Commission, I attended or watched online every meeting of the VHR Advisory Board. As a full-time Tahoe resident for the last 6 years, I see the VHR program in operation every day. My neighborhood has over 30 VHRs that I observe frequently, and as such, I believe I have direct firsthand knowledge of their operations and behavior, good and bad. I frequently walk or drive many other areas of Tahoe with an eye to bringing about a fair and effective ordinance. No bad behavior, noise, parking, or trash should be tolerated. Everyone has the right to peaceful enjoyment of their property. But VHR owners and their occupants should not be subject to excessive, arbitrary, or capricious regulations beyond what is necessary for health, safety, or preventing disturbances. Let me read from just one of the many public comments that provided information on why we need to modify the ordinance. It is from Donald and Sarah Ashby. They wrote on March 13th for our Planning Commission packet, "We are writing to express our concern for these extreme restrictive ordinances you are considering. We are advocating for you to vote against these measures." In reading through the proposed ordinance changes, it appears like the county is only focusing on negative issues involving VHRs. There are many positive issues that contributed to a positive lifestyle for both families that own and operate these VHRs, as well as contribute to the positive attributes of Douglas County. Douglas County benefits handily from the economic activity of our VHRs, from tax collections, as well as the additional increased VHR fees now imposed upon us. Douglas County also benefits directly from the high daily transient occupancy tax, 14%, plus a 5-night tourism tax, as well as property taxes. Employment is enhanced by the VHRs, from cleaners and maintenance people to carpenters and tradespeople like plumbers, electricians, and retail people like store owners, restaurant owners, and their employees. The current Tier 3 system should not be altered to a Tier 4 system, nor should the definitions of occupancy, which allowed larger families or 2 families to share a rental unit, be changed. Noise monitoring shouldn't be required where there has never been a history of noise problems. And finally, they conclude, VHRs aren't any different than timeshares in our basic business model, yet very large timeshare companies like the Ridge or Club Wyndham or South Shore or Edgewood aren't affected by these restrictions or ordinance rules, which us family owners are. Pretty obvious, not a very equal application of rules and regulations. I urge all to vote against these seemingly absurd and economically devastating ordinances. Again, those are the comments of Donald and Sarah Ashby. Now, in my view, the goals of the VHR ordinance should be: 1, simple and clear; 2, effective and enforceable; 3, limit the county exposure to lawsuits; 4, minimize administrative costs. I have a number of concerns which I submitted as supplemental materials on March 9th to allow everyone time to review them. I hope my fellow planning commissioners will consider them carefully when offered. The VHR board has made many excellent ideas, but we can and should take this opportunity to do better. By my count, they propose over 40 changes to about 17 pages, single-spaced, of code. In some instances, they have added complexity without promoting stronger enforcement. Others increase rules that are unwise and likely to result in litigation against the county. Hopefully, our process will be thorough without consuming an inordinate time. So, Ernie, I have several brief questions, and then I'll open it up to other members of the Planning Commission. First of all, I think on the the original packet, I have some different page numbers, so I can reference a page number that may be in the newer packet, but I was working from the original packet. So on packet page maybe 245 is what you might have, Ernie. It was originally packet page 240. The numbers on the tax revenue distribution, you didn't talk about this in your presentation, and I know it's a little complex, but the two things I'd like to bring out are the numbers for the VHR contribution coming from the TOT, the transient occupancy tax, and that number totaled just over $4 million in 2022. And then the next line that's further down on that chart is the $5 tourism surcharge fee, which is about $325,000 in that year. So the county benefits to the tune of about $4.3 million a year. And this doesn't include the sales tax revenues, which I believe some people have estimated to be the tens of millions. So Ernie, could you agree that this is a pretty significant input of revenue to the county, which comes directly from the owners of the VHR, and then is in addition to the property taxes and the other fees that they pay, the application fee in particular?
Ernie Strelo for the record. I'll answer the last comment first, if you don't mind. So the application process, the application fees that go to the county for the processing of the applications and the renewals and so forth, those go to pay the salaries of the employees that run the program, just so we're clear. So we take in about, somewhere around $830,000 per year, and we spend that on staff and ancillaries to go with that. So the Board of County Commissioners, when they approved the ordinance years ago, they said to make it cost neutral, and that's how we made it cost neutral. In addition, it would seem to make sense that there's more revenue in this area based on your observation and data. Perhaps of greater benefit is the additional visitor spending in the county due to this. However, we have to be careful not to lean in completely to revenue streams, quote unquote, at all costs. But we need to consider the balancing act we all have at crafting the ordinance so it benefits the county. So that would be my comment to that.
Thank you very much.
May I interrupt? I find that data is very, very important, but that is not contained in the ordinance, and we need to contain our conversation to the ordinance specific.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll get to that point because I think it is a good one. I can move to that in a little bit, but I think I'll explain what the relevance of that is. Now, Ernie, on the issue of complaints and violations, we have a large amount of data that was included in the supplemental materials. It's a little bit hard to decipher, so I don't want to go into each of the individual portions of what those documents review. But I would note also that the individual comments that we received in our packets over the last week or so were about 70% against the advisory board proposals, either in part or in full. But if you can go back, Ernie, and just give us a short recap. If you look at the data in the last year, and then in the last 6 months, would you tend to agree that complaints and the violations are declining?
So one comment about the data. When I calculated the data, I started to do it in December. The data was, the way we recorded information prior to July last year was not as aggressive as we do it now. So there's a little bit of amortization that I had to do on the data. So for instance, we weren't, the stuff that was not just unfounded, but was just for documentation only, we weren't documenting it that way prior to July. So it's kind of hard to see the trends before July. But what I did note is violations seem to be increasing mainly due to increased enforcement. So I saw it a little bit differently. I get what you're saying, but I think that because we're tracking it a lot more aggressively, and I sit with code enforcement weekly to go through the data, the 7 pillars of the data, that we have a lot of focus on it now. So violations seem to be increasing mainly to increase enforcement in rentals, but declining in other areas such as noise and vehicles. So noise in vehicles is tough unless the sheriff catches them in a lot of cases. So we have to rely on the sheriff, during the middle of the night. We've had We have had no complaints, as an example, over the past 2 weekends, and I've been taken on call for so twice now for a week-long periods for the last 2 months. I took it on call shit, and just so I can get my personal experience. There was no calls this weekend, all right. And so we get anybody that calls the VHR hotline to do a complaint goes through host compliance, and we get an email that a call came in. So whether the caller wants to give us their number or not, we get their number. We know who they're complaining about because they tell us who they're complaining about. It's listed by a live person that answers the phone. And I didn't get any emails this weekend on code compliance. And then last weekend, I did talk to Julie this morning, one of my other code officers that had last weekend. There was nothing last weekend, right? So, is that a trend? Is it winter? Is it Tahoe Village? Everybody skiing? I don't know. But I have noticed that, for a lot of stuff, it's gone down. On the bigger stuff, it's gone way up. I mean, so when it comes to illegal enforcement, the illegal rentals, it's skyrocketed. We've caught a lot of them, as well as we have pulled an inordinate amount of legal permits, as the numbers show, right? I did this presentation like 3 weeks ago, 524, now it's at 509. So the permits are dropping, and the wait list is almost complete, right, for the year. So that would be my comment on that.
Well, I think you've done an outstanding job of enforcement, and my theory is as enforcement ramps up, violations drop down, and that's exactly what we want to have. Mickey, did you have other comments you wanted to add to that? Please.
Agree.
I just wanted to clarify one thing. Commissioner Walder, you brought up the income that comes in from TOT tax, and I realize that's not code. But there is something that needs to be said that's very important, is that 65% of that money goes to the tourism board, the Lake Tahoe, or the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority and the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority. So, don't be fooled. It needs to be on the record that there's a very small percentage that goes to the county in actuality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Again, I don't want to run afoul of Chair Casey's admonition, but I think you make very, very valid points. But I think I think it's probably close to $1 million that does go to Parks and Recreation, and that can be used countywide. 3 more quick questions, Ernie, and then I'll turn it over to everybody else. If you could go back to, I think, your page 211, my page 206 in the packet, the trend data on overall VHRs. I think that was an illuminating chart. And I believe this timeline begins about October of 2020, and then it peaks at the end of that year at about 700 VHR permits, if we can look at that one. There you go. The bottom scale is a little cut off on the screen that you can see on the screens, but you're starting in October of 2020. And then where you got a little bit of a peak up there at 700. From that point, moving all the way to the present, there's almost been a continuous decline in the number of VHRs. And at the end of that chart, it was 525, and now you say we're at 508. Is that correct in my numbers there?
509, yeah.
509, thank you. My concern is we don't have good information about why the numbers have dropped by about 175. That's a 25% decline in a little over 2 years. Now, you and I have discussed this, and my view is as you have increased enforcement, as the application fees have gone up, and the many new requirements that have been imposed, a lot of VHR owners have just determined that the cost of the program outweigh their benefits. Now, could you give me your comments on that?
Yeah, Ernie Strela, for the record, I don't think I have a single answer. I have several answers based on feedback on even the application process has deterred some. So, it might be, there's been 3 code changes, or this is the 3rd code change in the last 2 years. So, or potential code change. So it does create, a lot of anxiety. I think in 2021, in July 2021, we went from no tiers to tiers. And if you recall, in October, the projected occupancy was almost twice what was available after we went to tier 3s. I know that when I was doing tier 3 walkthroughs, a lot of people decided to go to tier 2s because they didn't want to do tier 3s and go through that process because it's onerous, right? It's a lot of work. And secondly, there is there's 8 people that are part of the VHR program, funded by the VHR program, that didn't exist a year and a half ago. So there is additional enforcement that makes it a little bit more challenging. Perhaps putting limits also started to, create, the 600 cap was probably a catalyst for people to drop down on their VHRs. COVID has kind of gone away. A lot of people went to Tahoe to work, and now maybe they're not working in Tahoe anymore. I don't know. And then lastly, and actually, I work with Andrea. We're putting together a survey monkey on the application process because we're getting a lot of feedback on that. And so I want to kind of drill down and understand, what kind of problems are going on there that may be deterring people away. But the cost is also part of it. I even heard it from somebody on the advisory board that it's expensive. So, but that's the cost of doing business in the county. So.
Thank you. And I applaud all the ideas that you suggest. I think a survey of the VHR owners would be very useful to find out what they think works, what they think doesn't work. You're hitting on all the right points. Again, your experience in this and the leadership you have shown is just excellent. Finally, if you look at the approximately 25 or more changes that were recommended by the VHR Advisory Board, many add new requirements for VHRs. Could you tell us, Ernie, how much additional burden will be placed on you and your team for implementation and enforcement? And if you're able to quantify this burden in terms of cost to the county, could you do that?
Ernie Strelo, for the record, I'm not ready to quantify it as cost, but I've sat with some of the team to talk about the different changes that potentially could be occurring. My comment would be that there's additional burden to staff to address additional tiers and new requirements that we don't have today. We have 3 tiers going to 5. There's additional work involved in that. Some of the burden will be more uploads for the VHR owner. So if they're already deterred based on the application process, this will help it along. So there would be additional requirements on that. And, depending on where the Board of County Commissioners ultimately decide upon, we will add additional checks by staff on noise monitors, depending on where that falls, because I'm hearing that, if we require it on all the I think it's tier 2, 3s, and 4s, and if we end up doing that, then that's going to be significant, right? And I don't know what that's going to be in the amount of work. Property management requirements. Property managers, in my opinion, make it easier, not harder. So I'm actually not opposed to that. But in other areas, it's tough to quantify at this point. But it will add burden in some respect. And I have 2 people that handle paperwork. So it could be that we end up, having to address that, with more headcount. I don't know until we figure out where it lands.
Nikki? Thank you, Madam Chair. Mickey Hempler. I just wanted to add on to what Ernie just said. Every time we came up with an idea, we did check with both Ernie and AJ to see if there was a legal problem or if this would become a burden to staff on any of the ideas that we came up with and ultimately voted on. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that. There was something else I wanted to say, I can't remember. So just wanted to get that out there.
Thank you very much, Ernie, AJ. Thank you, Mickey. You've all done an excellent job, and I appreciate the good work that you do on behalf of the county.
Are there questions from commissioners for Mickey or Ernie or AJ? Paul?
First, a brief comment to Mickey Hempler, Lauren Romaine, Ernie, AJ, and all of your committee. There were a number of us, as you may recognize, at your meetings or online. And that wasn't by accident. And with a 3-member of your committee having VHRs, of the 5, it is remarkable what you have come up with. My opinion, looking at and we'll talk about the introduction and some of the code sections, a VHR is not immediately compatible with a residential community. It's not. And one of the things in the Nevada revised statute is things that we do in planning, and I've said this before today, need to have in mind, just as the TRPA told us, neighborhood compatibility. No impacts on the neighbors. I've always wanted to use this word in a presentation. The work you have done is Herculean. It is remarkable, and you are to be commended. It is absolutely excellent. Now, Ernie, I do have a couple of questions for you and for AJ. AJ, I don't think it's just between two lawyers, it's probably not an accident that you've used several times the term rational basis with respect to this legislation. Am I correct?
AJ Hames for the record. No, I mean, in passing any ordinance, it's important that there be a good legal foundation for that ordinance. You can't just pass laws that are arbitrary or capricious. You can't just impose rules for no reason whatsoever. The law requires that there be a rational basis for changes that you implement. And so it was always something that was on my mind and the advisory board's mind. And in passing these revisions and making these recommendations, is there a rational basis for these changes? And there are in each instance.
In each instance, which was my next question, because we've gone through all of the amendments, which was the commission for your advisory board with respect to the amendments. In each of these changes, at least I perceive a rational basis to make them.
That's correct.
That makes it defensible to the extent there might be any challenges in court. Just saying. It's not a legal opinion, but I do know that that's the test to which all of our actions and our recommendations are going to be weighed. Now, with respect to 1 to 4 bedroom homes and the +2, the rational basis you've put on the slide was to more closely resemble full-time residential use. So that change has to do with neighborhood compatibility, Ernie?
Yes.
And I found it interesting on all of the comments having to do with advertising, something that your committee, Mickey, must have found that the way to stop it in the bud is to advertise it accurately with respect to what can be done under the code. Is that fair? So there was a substantial discussion on that I witnessed. In the introduction, there is no doubt that the code is a source of revenue, and even potentially beyond just paying for itself. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
However, the item 2 and 3 in the introduction, that is the recitals to the very code, point out the difficulties with respect to the existing residents and what they may face. Is it also fair to say that you had that in the paramount of your mind along with the VHR advisory board when you recommended these?
What was the first part of your
Sure.
question?
When you take a look at 2 and 3, they have transitory nature of occupants, continued enforcement makes it difficult, county services impacts on residential neighborhoods and homeowners. All those things were in your forefront of your mind when you recommended these amendments.
Absolutely. It would have been very easy to not make these decisions without these preambles.
And I'll take 7, which is the first change. It has that one of your objectives, if not the primary objective, was to ensure that these amendments and that this code allowed the VHRs to resemble the existing residential uses made by resident owners and lessees.
Correct, and what was kind of in the front of our minds was there was that joint meeting we had with the county commissioners in October where they made it clear, at least the majority of them, that they wanted them to resemble neighborhoods. And the thing I had forgotten before was that they did want noise monitors. That's why those came up so often, was they wanted noise monitors.
Okay, and it makes sense because the neighborhood compatibility, as we talked about, was both a TRPA requirement and the Nevada revised statute requirement for what we do up here. So I think you've accomplished that, but I don't want to belabor and burden this any further than to ask about that's why you made the tier 3 and 4 noise issues paramount. So if I talk about things like the new definition of bedroom, that was to give a standardized definition and make it compatible throughout the entire Tahoe Basin, because I agree with Commissioner Walder, who said Tahoe has a unique characteristic, and one reason is that there are so many different types of, quote, bedrooms, close quote, no windows, some with funny doors, not fully occupied, standard, et cetera. And this way, with the definition of bedroom, it is universal and the code can go right to it and the applicant can say, this is how many bedrooms you have. Ernie, you want to comment on that?
No, you're Ernie Strela for the record. You're absolutely right. And it's, yeah, that's my only comment.
All right. In sum and final, with all the work that was done by the VHR Advisory Board and your presence there and AJ's presence there and everybody that went through these with particularity to make sure there's a rational basis with respect to every amendment, is it unequivocal, Ernie, unequivocal, that staff recommends approval of the amendments as the required findings can be made? Or do you have any reservation with respect to recommending all of the amendments? I'm talking about page 199, item 6, conclusion.
This is AJ Hames for the record. The only thing that I think there's one caveat is there is a definition that was added but then abandoned at the very last VHR Advisory Board meeting. They had been wanting to create an exception for local owners who wanted to manage their large VHR properties themselves. And so originally that was going to be Douglas County residents. If you're a Douglas County resident, you can manage your property yourself. And so there was a definition included for Douglas County resident. But then at the last meeting, they thought about it and said, well, it actually isn't whether you're a Douglas County resident, it's just how close you are to the property. So if you lived in South Lake Tahoe, you might actually be more equipped to manage a Douglas County VHR than someone, say, living out on Topaz. And so at the last minute, there was a change to take out Douglas County resident as a point of reference, and instead they included that you would have to reside within 1 hour. However, there remains a definition for Douglas County resident, and which is, it's not a bad definition, but it's not necessary given the other revisions to the code.
So at this point, it's not pertinent, is what you're telling me, and it probably could be stricken without difficulty.
Correct.
Do you agree with that, Vicki? Ernie?
Yes.
Can you point out with specificity that particular definition?
It's in section 020, and it is C. Douglas County resident means, for the purposes of this chapter, an individual who physically resides in Douglas County, Nevada for a period of 183 days or more per calendar year. That related to a term that was used throughout the code that was ultimately scrapped at the last minute. So that entire paragraph, there's really no reason to have it in the code anymore.
And it's not necessary, am I correct, that it is not necessary with respect to the wait period that you've established in the amendments?
No, because you don't have to be a Douglas County resident. You just have to own the property. So the waiting period is just about ownership, not about residency.
Very good. I appreciate that. I need to tell each and every one of you, thank you so much for this remarkable job. And thank you. With that one caveat, I can say that it's universally and unequivocally recommended for our approval and passing to the Board of Commissioners. True? Then go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you very much. I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
David?
Yeah, I have a bunch of things to say on this, but I want to first say ditto to what Commissioner Bruno just said. I have been in real estate for over 50 years. And I think back to my high school days when I had a class in something about government type class. And the instructor said, one thing you have to remember about all rights have limits. And that's included in real estate rights. We all know that a man's home is his castle, or a person's home is their castle. And if their enjoyment of that home is impacted by what's going on next door, we have to be very cognizant of that and make sure we do everything possible not to have that happen. And I think you've done a great job of doing almost that. I don't know if it's possible to really do that, but as far as possible, I think you've done a great job here. Now, on this particular commission, I think I'm the only one who can say I've been a county commissioner and served on the planning commission now. And I want to say that from that perspective, I don't think this board should do anything to remove anything that you folks have proposed here. I think that the whole thing must be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners. I would hate to see any of it removed and not give them the opportunity to discuss this whole thing. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Mark, do you have any questions?
I don't really have any questions. I do want to thank the VHR board for all of their hard work and staff. As most of you know, I'm an advocate for property rights. This is a very difficult one because what a VHR is, in my opinion, a business that's operating in a residential neighborhood. So I do understand that these changes are more stringent. I think we should accept all of the changes, but I am concerned that the number of applications for VHR have dropped so dramatically. But again, thank you, staff. Thank you, VHR board. And I think that this is a wonderful change.
Bryce, do you have questions? We still have public comment that we have to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. I wanted to get the questions out of the way and then just make a comment as to not take up any unnecessary time. I too wanted to thank Ernie, AJ, and the county staff who've worked so hard on this complicated issue. I also want to thank the volunteer VHR committee and the work that they've put into this, the time committed to listening to opposing views and contemplating the stakeholders' interest. Although I agree that the majority of the funds raised go to entities beyond Douglas County, which I believe should be revisited if possible, any revenue generated by the county, which already struggles to generate much needed revenue, needs to be welcomed and balanced so that it preserves what we all enjoy about this county. I believe that the VHR Advisory Board has attempted to strike this balance, though I am concerned about its overly burdensome text and the potential impact it will have on future applications and potential revenue to the county. That being said, I don't know that I'm equipped, and I think it would be irresponsible for me to arbitrarily go through and edit or strike or remove text or propose additional text beyond the hard work that's been done by the VHR Advisory Board. along the way and the input that's been provided by the citizens within the county. Again, that being said, I'm concerned not just with this particular ordinance, but just as a citizen of Douglas County in general, we have to be very mindful that we balance opportunities for growth, opportunities for revenue, while still maintaining the rural character of this county and the rural character of the valley and the lake at the same time. They are one county, we are one people, but not lose sight of being so overly governmental and burdensome and restrictive that we lose sight of the fact that we still need to generate revenue as a county to still be able to provide all of the services that we need to be able to provide to the citizens of this county.
Thank you. I'm going to reserve my comments for when we're going through the ordinance itself. I would like to, at this time, open it up for public comment. Mickey, thank you for your patience. Don't go away. You can sit down. Please come sign the list and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jeannie Kerner. I am a 37-year resident of Douglas County, business owner, and the immediate past president of Sierra Nevada Realtors. Sierra Nevada Realtors supports reasonable restrictions to vacation home rentals in our communities. We believe the draft proposal raises new concerns and impairs a fundamental right of private property ownership. The proposed ordinance changes do not only impact private property ownership, I lost my place, but could also impact the real estate economy in Douglas County. We believe the current iteration of the VHR ordinance is working as intended, and the proposed changes create more confusing, overbearing regulations for property owners to understand and comply with. I agree with earlier comments made that the regulations are becoming onerous. We recently had 2 sellers just in the last week contact us to sell their properties in the Lake Tahoe Basin. We would like to point out a few concerns in the staff report. The proposed 12-month wait period for a new owner to apply for a permit creates an undue burden on a homeowner to adhere to, and it also impacts a buyer utilizing the federal tax code 1031 exchange program to purchase a like property in Douglas County. We learned from previous VHR restrictions that not issuing permits to new buyers led to several homes falling out of escrow, impacting the county's economy almost immediately. And actually, my team was involved in 1 or 2 of those at that time. Sierra Nevada Realtors supports existing occupancy language allowing for 2 per bedroom plus 2, which allows for families with small children to sleep in the same room as their parents. The fine structure for violations should be clearly defined. A more defined fine structure and reasoning with a first-time warning would benefit owners, allowing them to understand the repercussions of not following the established rules. The existing ordinance has stabilized and decreased the number of VHRs operating in Douglas County by cracking down on the bad actors. The operators that follow the law have a complaint rate of less than 0.5%. Please do not uproot the existing ordinance that brings great benefits to the county with these proposed changes. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Ellie Waller. I did participate in almost every meeting, and the ones I didn't attend, I turned in written public comment. I urge you to unanimously vote in favor of the VH ordinance before you today. The advisory board is a diverse group. Every aspect of Tahoe is represented. Their dedication to providing the county with a well-rounded document was a monumental task, sometimes arduous and very painful, but done well. I'm not against VHRs in any Tahoe neighborhood. Comparisons have been made fairly and applied well. Occupancy, density, and enforcement are the major drivers of most of the issues and expressed quite well by the program manager, Mr. Strelo, and the DA's office, AJ Hames. The Tahoe Basin is not a blank slate and has many programs, ordinances, zoning districts, etc., that govern the area. Yes, it's a tourist destination, but that doesn't mean there's a free-for-all to do anything you want. Overcapacity in an individual neighborhood goes hand in hand with some of these issues presented to you today. After hearing and reading all the comments on VHRs, I want to focus on a glaring issue. My opinions, VHRs are not mini hotels and not intended to be a gathering venue. It's an option by a visitor. Occupancy is not age specific. I want to talk about the +2, which was resounding in several of the comments. Again, they're not many hotels. We don't know how many children are coming. We don't know how many grandparents are coming. I repeat, these homes are not mini hotels. They are located in residential areas, and most people's neighbors do not have guests every night. When staying in a hotel, there's a management team on site, rules of occupancy, an evacuation procedure, etc. Tourist accommodation units are limited by TRPA with many, many rules. The issue at hand is VHRs are occupied by larger groups than what normally frequent a home every day. When staying in a hotel, you don't invite 20 people to dine in your room. I'm not against a person's right to rent a home, but be reminded when choosing to operate a VHR, which is not a right or an entitlement, you are accepting a set of rules. You choose to rent. VHRs have created a social economic shift with the onslaught of the internet. Not a CPA or a realtor. Purchasing a home is a choice. A 1031 exchange is a tax option, a financial choice. It's not the only way to purchase your home. Rent long-term for a year, then request a VHR permit is a reasonable request. TRPA, I won't go there. Again, I request that you unanimously vote to accept this as is, with the knowledge that this will have many more years of changes. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name's Linda Dangler. You're here to approve of codes which you will require every resident to follow. And if not, code enforcement will come after us. So I ask you, are you going to honor the TRPA codes in place in the Tahoe Basin that protect the lake from damage? Because to allow the 50 people that they want to continue to allow for another year for 500 and however many there are now VHRs who have parties in those places, loud, obnoxious, horrific parties. I've got 3. I've got the Wedding House, which has been a commercial wedding event center charging commercial fees for that. I've got 2 others that have their bachelor parties and the pre-wedding parties and everybody kind of drunk party they can have. They live on the canyon I live on. They project way more than that 100 feet that you're going to use. And you need to remove that from this code, or you are stating that Douglas County, via you, are refusing, as everybody here, Ernie, AJ, everybody here that I have sent this to for months, that they're not upholding the TRPA code, are stating that you will not uphold the TRPA code, that the lake doesn't matter. You want your codes to matter? You should make those codes matter and remove the 50 people to be allowed for another year, okay? That's many people. It's in my neighborhood, it's in everybody's neighborhood, and we suffer from it. The intent of the code was, for me, is that 2, 6, 4, and 6 people lived in my neighborhood. Most of the houses were empty, they're second homes. It was a very quiet neighborhood. And then now I have 3 tier 3s on my canyon that project noise and destroy my ability to live in my neighborhood. Please remove this 50 people. You can approve of every other ounce of this code and let the Board of County Commissioners, who I've also told the TRPA code to, that this is not okay, that you're willing to protect the lake. Otherwise, your vote that allows this means that you personally are choosing to, as Douglas County representatives, to foul the lake against the code, which is temporary activities, and that includes only 4 events in a 4 activities in a calendar year. If you approve of this, the wedding house will have 29 more or 40 more events or activities before this year is up. That fouls the lake and goes against TRPA code. Are you willing to support other codes? You want your code supported and believed in. You need to take action today to remove that and prove that Douglas County does not purposely, as everyone here who knows of it, allow
Thank you.
breaking of the TRPA codes.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dan Ainsworth. I too was part of the task force early on that spent about a year taking a look at the VHR situation, along with my community friends Mickey and Lauren. So I believe I have the background to make a few comments here. I fully support the concept of a VHR advisory board. The entire task force supported it, for that matter. The reason is obvious. VHRs are complicated for many reasons. There are far too many things to research and think about, and for the BOCC to tackle everything from a modification or change standpoint as the ordinance gets in place and we have some experience and data, especially since the larger VHRs must go through a special use permit application process. And I just wanted to say, if the county wanted a variety of opinions from the selected board members, they certainly got that. I commend the VHR board members for their hard work and dedication. I followed the meetings all along, went to a few, watched them all, and after extensive meetings and discussions, we're here today, of course. But I think some of the recommendations have gone way too far to solve the basic noise, trash, and parking issues. I'm going to save my comments on those because Chairman Casey said you're going to take comments at each level there. Is that correct?
I'm still working that out.
Well, I think that's what you said, so I'll go with that.
I thought you said public comment, and then you were back to the commissioners to go through each item.
Yes.
And then have public comment. I'll do it any way you want.
I make it now just to make sure you get it in.
Women can change their minds.
Okay.
You have an extra 20 seconds.
Occupancy. Sure, you can solve a portion of the issues by minimizing occupancy, but you're defeating the basic purpose of a VHR in certain ways. Not allowing a +2 for at least 1, 2, and 3 bedroom homes and condos. The vast majority have sleeper sofas, which is the +2 aspect. The design of those units is +2. Think of a family with kids or 2 family with kids that want to keep the cost more reasonable by renting one unit together. You're not going to allow them to do that. You're not going to allow people that go on trips, group tours, things like that, to have people over for cocktails and dinner and then leave before the 9 o'clock quiet time. That doesn't make any sense. I think that's just shouldn't be in the cards. I certainly know that some of the property owners, some of the major property management companies have that rule, as a matter of fact, but I don't, and that's fine, but I don't think you should put it in the code. Simple as that. Parking. Parking is parking, and should have nothing to do with occupancy. The rules should be simple: on-site, designated, and hard surface only, unless there are area rules permitting otherwise, such as TRPA, maybe. And then noise, I think the noise monitor requirements should be limited to the large unit tier, current 3, and to smaller units if they get complaints, certified or not. And then I'll go to my concluding comments here. Without question, the most important part of any successful VHR program is property management. I'll take my 20 seconds. It's not code enforcement, and it's not
already gave it to me.
DCSO. The task force made this clear, but implementation,
He gave you extra time
thank you. The task force,
already. So you're done. Thank you, Dan.
okay, thanks.
Hi, Lauren Romaine. Boy, my comments have changed in the last couple of hours, so I'm not exactly sure where my notes are. Just a couple of things to keep in mind, and I appreciate all the support for all the hard work we've done. We had 3 VHR permit holders, 2 non. We represented many different areas, and what I think is walking the balance. And I think when you draw the ire of residents, okay, that's one. And then we drew the ire of property managers. I think we found the nice balance in between. Is it perfect? No, but it really goes far to address the issues. One of the couple things that I've just heard quickly, the hotline, and these guys have been doing a great job of trying to get a lot of the reports. But you have to think when you listen about complaints, it's like the VAERS systems for injuries from vaccines. You see about 1% of what happens. I've got 3 pages here from my HOA of issues that Douglas County is not even aware of because you don't call them because it's not something that they can help us out with. So there is kind of we're doing a better job, but there still are issues and problems out there. So please keep that in mind when we're talking about the impact on neighborhoods. The 50 is existing reservations that are made as of the date. We're not continuing on the 50 for a whole nother year. It's only existing reservations as of the date of this adoption. And the other quick thing that I'm not exactly sure of, however, I remember in the task force, 725 included somewhere between 200 and 130 illegal VHRs at the time. So I'm with you. I don't want to see those numbers going down, but I don't see that as something that's actually happening because the numbers we used in the task force included a couple hundred illegal VHRs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one rise, I will close public comment and let's take a 10-minute stretch. We'll be back at 4:30.
Recording in progress.
We will call the meeting back to order after our break. We are going to start with the red line. And how this is going to work, we're going to go section by section. And after we walk through this section, what I'm going to ask for, it'll just be a general, is everyone comfortable with whatever language anybody comes up with, if there's any change that someone wants to make? And we'll give a tacit approval and move to the next section. And then at the very end, AJ will be keeping track of any changes that we want to make. And at the very end, he will read us the motion. It'll be so moved, seconded, and then we'll vote. Ernie.
Ernie Strelo for the record. If you recall at the beginning of the presentation, the VHR, I have a presentation already set up for the Board of County Commissioners from the VHR's suggestions. So if you have suggestions that are different that you agree upon as a team that you want me to share, it'll be presented side by side, right? So you're not changing the VHR's, anything the VHR did, you're adding your opinions to what you agree or what you don't agree with. Just want to make sure you're clear.
With one.
Paul.
Thank you, ma'am. With one significant change after we discussed it, it would be the removal or striking of 20.622.020 definitions C, Douglas County resident.
It's page 167.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Page 167, described as unnecessary.
Madam Chairman, if I could just jump in here, that's the section on Douglas County resident that is superfluous. So, and I would propose, Madam Chair, I can run through this as quickly as I can. I think we're giving the whole thing short shrift, and I feel badly that the time has gone so quickly on this item, and we were having extended debate on the others as we should have, and that we're limited by the use of the room. So I'll move expeditious. So I do appreciate the comments that everybody made. We may be in disagreement, and if that's the case, I respect the will of the majority. So I won't belabor points that I think really should have more thorough discussion. And Mark, I do appreciate your extra effort in being a part of this discussion for so long in your difficult situation there. But I'm happy to go through with point 010, the introduction, and point 020. I pressed out a cheat sheet for everybody that they can refer to, and I will move as quickly as I can. The packet page numbers were on the original page packet, so the packet that people may have had today, just add 5 to those. So with your indulgence, Madam Chair, I'll run through
Well, I want to
those.
start with 10010, get the comments that all the board members have, if there's a comment that they have, and then move into 020. That's right, 020, I'm tired. And then move that way.
Yes, thank you. If people don't have comments, we can just move on. I don't want to belabor the point, as I said before.
Okay, so 010, comments, Kirk.
010, in section 7, delete in terms of occupancy, the number of vehicles, and the nature of living in a. The introduction of the VHR ordinance contains 9 items which can be generally described as the findings on which the ordinance is based. Number 7 says VHR should resemble the existing uses, and then adds in terms of occupancy, the number of vehicles, and the nature of living in a neighborhood. I believe the word resemble is vague, as is the redlined language added by the VHR board. Every neighborhood in Tahoe is different, as are the types of houses, sizes of lots, available parking, and their existing use. Some neighborhoods have 2, 3, 4, 5, and even 6-bedroom homes on the same street. Some may be used as full-time residents, some are part-time, some are vacant nearly year-round, and some are VHRs. As we heard from TRPA staff Brandy McMahon this morning, existing Tahoe housing does not resemble others within a neighborhood. Therefore, my suggestion is to delete the VHR board recommendation as being vague and unenforceable.
Comments from the board? Paul?
I respectfully disagree with my colleague. I think it provides the background, the nature, and the reasonable basis for making this description of the existing residential uses. So I would not strike it, I would keep it.
Any others?
I agree with Mr. Bruno.
Pardon, David? You disagree? Or you want to leave it in?
Sorry.
I didn't hear you.
Oh. I said I agree with Commissioner Bruno on this. I think it should stay in.
Bryce?
Madam Chair, just a point of clarification, just so I'm clear. Are we going to listen to the comments and then vote to either do it or not do it? Or are we going to wait till the very end? What is your pleasure?
We're going to vote at the very end. We're just making comments on comments or suggestions that other commissioners have as we're walking through.
Okay, then my comment would be that I agree with the approach taken by Commissioner Walder and would support the changes.
Madam Chair, it might be simpler if we just do a quick vote on some of these and then we'll just get them out of the way and move on. I'm happy to just have that with 1 or 2 comments and words of suggestion.
I don't know if we want to vote on everything. Quite honestly, I don't know.
Well, Madam Chair, if the VHR board took these section by section. Sometimes they grouped 2 sections. They enunciated the proposed change. They either reached a consensus, a compromise, or just elected to move it forward either as is or put it on the back burner and not deal with it. I think it would be incumbent upon us, if people want to express their views, they can simply say aye or yay.
And that's how we're doing it right now. Paul said no, David said no, Bryce said yes.
I'd make a motion to delete section 7, the language in terms of occupancy, the number of vehicles, and the nature of living in a neighborhood.
Okay, is there a second?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those against?
No.
Aye.
No.
Just for clarity, I believe Ken voted aye, Bryce voted aye, and that would be a 4-3 against. Moving on to section 020, unless anybody else has anything on section 010. My first suggestion is in section A, delete the term in bedroom. A bedroom as defined in this chapter must be used as a sleeping room and for no other stated purpose. Section A gives a long, precise definition of bedroom that is designed to address safety and comes from the International Residential Code. That is needed, but not the language that prohibits a bedroom for being used for, quote, no other stated purpose. During discussion by the VHR board, comments were made that no room should be used as a bedroom if it contained items such as a game table, wet bar, or things that could cause the bedroom to be a gathering place. I think it is overly restrictive to say a bedroom can't contain items such as a coffee maker, a bookcase, a desk, a chessboard, or other items that don't endanger the safety of the residents. Also, bedroom size could accommodate a variety of other incidental uses.
Comments? None. Paul?
Just one, and that is, I think it saves, this paragraph is saved by no other stated or significant purpose, meaning that if the purpose is significant other than a bedroom, then it is not a bedroom. So if there's a significant purpose other than a bedroom, it's not a bedroom, even if it satisfies all of the other requirements.
Madam Chair, could the DA's office say, is there a definition of what is a significant use?
This is AJ Hames from the DA's office. I was just, in answering the question, I want to make sure that I'm looking at the correct provision in 020A. Bedroom as defined in this chapter must be designed to be used as sleeping room and for no other stated or significant purpose. I think originally the wording, just to give some background, the wording there was no other primary purpose. But let me just confirm.
Well, would there be a definition of primary purpose? It's got a bed, that's the primary purpose. What's wrong with having a chess table or a bookcase in the bedroom?
So the reason that the advisory board made that change was because they sometimes found it difficult in enforcing the definition of bedroom. It had previously been defined as a room with no other primary purpose, and what would happen is they would have a Tier 3 application that would be up for review. They would conduct the hearing, and they would note that in the bedroom there might also be a couch and a TV. And oftentimes that bedroom might actually might look more like a bonus room. And so the question was then, well, what is really the purpose of that room? Is it a bonus room that they've thrown some beds in to try to increase their occupancy, or is it truly a bedroom? The word primary led them to believe that the intent of the code was to only allow occupancy in rooms specifically designated to serve as bedrooms and for no other purpose, but they found that primary was confusing. They had a hard time implementing primary. And so because it wasn't clear if you have a game room, for instance, that has both a bed and a foosball table, what is the primary purpose of that room? It seems to have a dual purpose. And so they were trying to narrow the focus of the definition by changing it from primary purpose to stated or significant purpose. That way, if you have a pool table or you have a couch and a TV, that might not be the primary purpose, but it is a significant purpose. It's designed for gathering of some kind. If there's a foosball table, it's designed as a place to play foosball. And so the idea behind the change was that it would narrow the definition of bedroom to exclude rooms that have another purpose besides essentially just sleeping.
Thank you very much. I just think this language is unnecessary and confusing. It can be easily used as a bedroom depending on the size of the room, whether it has a pool table or anything else in it. But I'd offer the proposal number 2 as an amendment to delete the language referred there.
Commissioners? Bryce?
Madam Chair, I agree. I think this comes back to my original comments early on that I think we're getting, it just becomes cumbersome. If there's a definition under IRC section R303, R304, and R310, why don't we just use it?
I would just comment on that. I don't really have a dog in the fight, but just the purpose of the VHR code was not just to implement standards from other codes, but to specifically govern the issue of having VHRs in a community. And in order to have those uses resemble the use of that community, in the community, for instance, are people sleeping in the living rooms of their houses on a regular basis? Does a full-time resident sleep in their living room? Typically not. And so that's where the original idea came from as well. We're trying to make these look like full-time residential units. So let's not let people sleep in a living room. Or if they want to sleep in a living room, that's fine, but we're not going to count the living room as a bedroom. So the goal here was not just looking at safety issues, whether the room's big enough, whether there's a way to get out the window, etc., but looking at how can we make this room look like a normal full-time bedroom. And what the Board of County Commissioners decided 2 years ago was we're just going to say primary purpose. What the advisory board is recommending is getting rid of the word primary and adding in stated or significant purpose because they felt it was more specific and easier to enforce.
Thank you. Let's not belabor this point. It's a distinction without a difference, I think, and I can relinquish this one and just move on. Section number 3 is section C, delete the entire section. This is one that Paul mentioned before. This is Douglas County residents. So I think unless there's objection, it's superfluous and we can delete that one.
So 2 and 3 are out.
3 has been deleted. I've withdrawn any change in 2, section A. So we'll delete to section C, the entire section.
But you're not asking for a vote on a section by section. I thought we were going by code section, which would be 020. So I think you need to go ahead and address number 4.
I have gotten to number 4. If we have an agreement to delete the Douglas County resident definition is superfluous. I'll move to number 4. Section F, this is delete that hold legal or equitable title to private property and has held such title for at least 12 months. This is the 12-month waiting period. The red line version, if you'll look, it's page 168 on the original packet, 173 on the new packet. The red line version is very difficult to read. It contains original language, it contains strikeouts, and there's a new language in underlined red. But as I said before, to simplify, what the VHR board recommended is that no property owner can use their property as a VHR until 12 months after the purchase date. The VHR board made no compelling case for a 1-year waiting period, nor how this restriction would diminish violations. This would not prevent owners from using the property as a long-term rental, which might be even a more intensive use than a VHR. I'm a firm believer of individual property rights. This language impinges on this, and I believe it would be likely stricken by any court.
AJ?
Madam Chair, I'd prefer to have the commissioners exercise their views. So we're going to get into long, drawn-out discussions on legal basis, and we're already well into our last 45 minutes.
Well, there is a reason why they put that language in there.
Madam Chair, I can answer any specific questions. If the board wants to discuss, that's fine too. I don't want to insert myself into the middle of the discussion, but if there's a specific question, I could answer it.
Well, there's a reason why they put that language in there, and I'm not willing to debate with another commissioner why there is language in there if I don't understand the reasoning why the VHR board put that legal language in there.
AJ Hames for the record. Madam Chair, having been at those meetings, the discussion was from the advisory board that they felt that people who have spent more time in the community, either physically or at least by way of owning property here, have a better understanding of the issues inherent in owning property here in the community, whether it's snow removal or the influx of visitors during certain seasons, things of that nature. And so those people might be inclined to, or those people might be more apt at managing a VHR property. They also felt that giving them a 1-year waiting period might encourage full-time rentals during that 1 year, which could be a benefit to the community. Those were the two principles that they discussed in recommending that change.
Mark, do you have questions on this?
No, I don't have any questions. I agree with Kirk that owning a property for a year, I don't think is necessary.
Ernie, they would go on a waiting list.
Ernie Strelo for the record. What was your question?
Would they go on the waiting list if they bought property and applied for a permit right away? Am I making sense on this?
Ernie Strelo for the record. So if there's a 12-month waiting period, they wouldn't go on a waiting list. They just wouldn't be allowed to apply.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes.
I would support the deletion that Commissioner Waller has proposed.
Okay, Paul?
I recall, AJ, your reasons and the other discussion that took place was that it will discourage those individuals that come in with VHRs as a business clearly incompatible with a residential neighborhood. And for that, I thought it had a rational basis and was fully supportable legally.
That's correct. I neglected to mention that, but the idea was that that would discourage the people who operate VHRs as a business.
Madam Chair, it would also prevent a person who had been a 30-year resident of Douglas County from purchasing a property and then turning around and starting to operate it as a VHR. So the provision goes way beyond any intent that would be necessary for this code. And I would offer this as a motion, hope to get a second, and then we could vote on it and move on to the next one.
Is there a second? Paul?
There's one comment, and that is if the individual had lived there for as long as you say, Kirk, that's the whole idea. Then if it's converted to a VHR, that individual is not operating it as a business, but rather understands the character of the neighborhood.
No,
That's-
you mistook my
Oh.
comments, or I misspoke.
Sorry, that's
If-
what the
if-
VHR advisory board rational basis was. We don't want people coming in as a commercial enterprise. We want folks that understand the residential character of the neighborhood.
But that's not what the language says. The language says any person who purchases a property is prohibited from running it as a VHR for 12 months. So if I live in Douglas County for 30 years, I purchased the property down the street from me, I can't operate it as a VHR. The provision is overly broad. And again, I don't think we need to debate this ad infinitum. We can take a vote. If it stands, it stands. If it fails, it fails.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, just for point of clarification, and maybe the DA can help, my understanding is that the vote, and Mr. Walder, maybe you can clarify that the motion is to go on item 2, no, item 3, yes, item 4, yes. That would be my recommendation to delete the language. It appears in 2 places in section F, that hold legal or equitable title to private property and is held such title for at least 12 months. Madam Chair, so moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
Nay.
Nay. Mark?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Madam Chair, the next is in the permit process, section .030. I have 6 suggestions in this ordinance, but we can take them one by one, and I'll go as quickly as I can. In section B2, delete 15% and replace with 20%. In sections 4 and 5, delete. This is the density section. Program Manager Strelo mentioned this. He had a slide for it. Now we have a confusing process where we have 15% density in some places, 20% in some density in some places. He tried to make a distinction between multifamily and single-family residences, but I think I have pointed out in the past, we do not have such zoning in Tahoe. From a philosophical perspective, I'm against any density limits. I'm against the cap of 600. I don't think there's a direct relationship with violations, but I'm willing to compromise and have a 20% density limited in all areas and a 40% density as the VHR Advisory Board recommended in Tahoe Village. Section 4 also contains a restriction prohibiting any VHR that is located within 100 feet of any other residence. This is arbitrary, it's overly restricted. There's no reason why somebody couldn't say it should be 95 feet or 105 feet. There's situations where the garage might be 95 feet away from the neighbor, but the main residence where people congregate might make noise is 130 feet away. The VHR could have significant sound barriers in that 100 feet. This restriction also violates the principle of innocent until proven guilty. We're saying that any VHR within 100 feet of any other residence is automatically guilty. So I would propose deleting 15%, replacing with 20%, and then deleting sections 4 and sections 5.
Comments from the board? Paul, David?
Mine. Not working, sorry. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, this is problematic, absolutely. But the problem is that really, maybe they shouldn't be allowed in residential neighborhoods is really the problem. And so, maybe it should be 0% all the way through. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I don't have anything to say.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
AJ,
Mr. Wilder had proposed deleting, I just would mind 030B5, which states restrictions will apply at the time of renewal. Is that right?
yes, I was just looking for that, and then he's got it on his page. It's just one short sentence in sections 4 and 5, delete.
Those would be superfluous if we replace the 15 and the 20%.
If just to clarify then, if in a single-family residential neighborhood where the density is currently set at 15%, if this were to take effect and a 20% density applied to all neighborhoods, when would the 20% take effect?
20% would take effect upon enactment of the ordinance.
Okay.
So just to be clear, you're recommending an increase in density? Because
it would be an increase in density in one instance, but as I explained before, we do not have single-family neighborhoods in Tahoe. We do not have multifamily neighborhoods in Tahoe. Cave Rock, Zephyr Heights both have apartments, they have timeshares, and they have single-family residences. You cannot determine density by multifamily or single-family. As we saw in the TRPA presentation, the zoning is simply residential or commercial, and I would also amplify that in some neighborhoods, we also have commercial. Zephyr Heights has commercial properties within our neighborhood. They are less than 100 feet away from residences. So you cannot distinguish between multifamily and single family. That's why we simply move it to 20% and delete the 100-foot rule.
so yes, you are offering an increase. Thank you.
Well, my comments about density is it's real easy for the Planning Commission or the Board of Commissioners to say, well, let's do 10% or 20% across the board. But the way I feel the fire department or the VHR director is better equipped to make the rulings or the recommendations with regards to density because they're there. They're on the ground, they're in the neighborhoods, and they can decide what's best. They see what's there. The same with the 100-foot rule, because they look at the terrain and they know what exists. And I have the same feeling with regards to parking restrictions. They know what's on the ground. And so I'm not willing, I would rather not do anything than make changes because I don't know the Tahoe area. I'd rather strengthen the ordinance and allow that whatever strengthens it to give it to staff than to make a recommendation that to remove something that might take away from strengthens.
Madam Chair, I agree with you completely. In my world, the entire density should be stricken, and it should all be determined by the program manager. He has every ability to determine what's a good neighborhood for a large number of VHRs, what's a bad neighborhood, how close they should be. He can make that determination. There are vacation home rentals that are less than 20 feet from another house, and they're a tier 1 or a tier 2, and those might very well need to have noise monitors or need to be prohibited because they're too close to the neighbor. But in the spirit of compromise, since the advisory board felt strongly about their recommendations, I think there's some people on the board that feel strongly that there needs to be density limits. I was willing to go to 20% and 40%. Then that would be my suggestion.
Just for clarification, leaving it solely to the discretion of the VHR director is by definition arbitrary and capricious. So I just want to throw that out there.
And I take that point very strongly, and that's why I came up with the idea that I came up with.
And I understand that. We do not want to create an authoritarian position. However, that being said, Paul.
Thank you. Just very briefly, this was agonizingly discussed at the VHR advisory level. And the rational basis that came out was that certain neighborhoods were just incompatible. And they did a review of the neighborhoods that is incompatible for 20 or 25 or 40, et cetera. And this is the net result. I'm inclined to support fully the VHR committee, the way it was drafted, Mr. Streblow, by your endorsement. And AJ, I think it had a rational basis by virtue of all of the discussion that took place to come up with this scheme.
Other comments? Mark?
No comments.
Madam Chair, if people are willing to take a vote on this, I'd propose my section number 5 as a motion to delete the 15%, replace with 20%, and delete sections 4 and 5.
Well, while I appreciate you wanting to do this expeditiously, what you're asking to do is actually directly contradictory to what you suggested. So if you want to go through your other suggestions for 030 and then there can be a motion and a vote, I think that's more appropriate. Because you said you were going to go by section. So we're currently on 030.
I'm happy to go through 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, I believe, or 9. I would prefer, since they're unique and separate, to deal with them separately, but whatever is the pleasure of the board.
Yeah, let's get through 030, the whole
Okay.
thing. So
Section
parking.
6, Section E5L, modify to reinstate the original ordinance insurance requirements for $500,000 for Tier 1 and Tier 2 VHRs and $1 million for Tier 3 VHRs. The VHR board increased the insurance requirements for most properties from $500,000 to $1 million, for larger VHRs from $1 million to $2 million. No data or explanation was offered for the doubling of coverage. Douglas County has liability insurance to adequately protect itself beyond the amounts in the original ordinance. The doubling of coverage amounts does nothing to prevent problems unique to VHRs. I do have some public comment that I would like to read on this particular issue, because I think several people expressed concerns on this.
If it's in the packet, it would be duplicative if you read it again.
Well, I'm trying to provide a complete record. Very few people read these packets. I do. I know some of the other board members do. Mr. Matthew Gioldaducci says, I have a 4-bedroom unit that shares walls with 3 other multi-bedroom units. I have no problem with a max occupancy of 8, but a $1 million insurance policy requirement for what is considered a condo by my insurer is unacceptable. They will only insure me up to a maximum of $500,000, and with the fires in the area, it is becoming intriguingly hard to find companies that will insure you at all. If $1 million policy is required for each Tier 2 rental without taking into consideration my 3 neighbors' policies for the retracement of the entire building, then I will be unable to secure enough insurance. There's additional comments from Kevin Carr, which I won't read in the interest of time, but he also says it is a significant problem which needs to be addressed.
Comments? Paul?
One of the pieces of corroborative evidence, although not called out by the VHR committee specifically, I will now give and flesh out a little bit of facts. And it was discussed that VHRs, that is short-term rentals, have higher insurance rates than do owner-occupied solely condos or homes, sometimes at 30%, et cetera. I know that from my application and discussions with insurance companies, but this was mentioned at the VHR level. The key here is risk. And with higher numbers of individuals, the risk is greater. Two types of insurance we're talking about. One is liability of personal injury, and I think that is something that the county must be concerned about, particularly with higher level resident, transient individuals in a unit. The second is property damage. And insurance companies see that as higher because they don't have the same respect that an owner-occupied unit would have. Now, that's corroborative evidence. That's why the rate is higher, because they're more likely to throw a cigarette butt outside of the, now that wasn't discussed, I'm just saying why the risk is higher. You know, a cigarette butt or just who cares? It's not my place. I've just spent $2,000 on 3 nights, and by damned, I'm going to get good use out of it, whatever they desire. So yes, the insurance rates are higher, but there is a rational basis for that higher rate of insurance, particularly for short-term rentals, and particularly for short-term rentals with higher occupancy.
Bryce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you clarify, I apologize, Mr. Ames, is that correct? Could you clarify a statement that you made earlier, and I want to make sure I understand it correctly, that the county is or is not additionally, it is not a requirement or is a requirement that the county be an additional insured on those COIs, certificates of insurance?
The code does not currently require that, and these revisions don't propose that.
Correct. So I guess coming back to Kirk's point, I guess I'm not understanding if the intent, what is the intent of the higher coverages if it's not to protect the county? Again, it seems like it's just creating higher costs for the VHR, for the owner of the VHR, in order to rent the VHR. So I don't understand the basis for just increasing the limits if the intent is to not protect the county because the county has its own insurance limits.
Well, oftentimes a judgment will be rendered and the liability will be joint and several. So, for instance, if somebody did get a judgment for injuries and it was against both the homeowner and the county, but it was joint and several liability, they would only get paid once. So if the homeowner has $1 million of coverage and the injury amounted to $500,000, then the insurance would cover the injuries. Douglas County wouldn't be reached because the individual who was injured would have already been paid.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So I guess the question I would have is that contractually, are there any indemnification requirements on the part of the county with the VHR that would help offset that? Or I don't see how we're accomplishing the intent here with raising the insurance limits if that's the concern of the county.
I've explained the basis for why. The idea was that injuries are often well in excess of $500,000. They could be lifelong, multi-million-dollar judgments. And so it should be, when you have instances of higher occupancies, turnovers higher, the transient nature of the property is significant, that the rate should be higher. That was the idea. Certainly this commission could recommend additional requirements. If you were wanting the person to have Douglas County as a name insured on the policy, that could be an additional recommendation. Or if you think it would be more effective than raising rates, you could propose it as an alternative. But as is written currently, what the advisory board recommended was a simple raise in rates, and that was designed to prevent the county in instances where both the county and the homeowner were liable for injuries.
Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bryce and Kirk have good points here. My recollection is I do have an indemnity in favor of the county. And that is what I thought the link was, although, AJ, I'm not discounting your joint and several liability argument, which is a good one, but it's a legal argument. I think the indemnity is a stronger argument as to how the county is protected by higher insurance rates. Because if they're sued, they have to be provided defense and an indemnity, and the insurance company would be looked to.
That's correct, and that's certainly something that this board could recommend. I mean, there's a good basis for that recommendation as well.
Actually, I think my point is there is an indemnity in there already. I just filled one out.
If we require it, I don't know if the code requires it, but it could be something that the director, by way of the code, has the ability to impose certain requirements in order to ensure things like health and safety. And so it may be that as a procedural matter, the director has determined to ask for an indemnity clause.
I think that is belt and suspenders and appropriate, especially in view of Bryce and Kirk, because then there's a direct linkage between a benefit to the county and the higher insurance rates and the greater risk. I sure as heck don't want to go around suing these guys to try to get, my protection as a county. So with that suggestion, I think that it would be an appropriate addition that an indemnity be required or a additional insured, but additional insured might cost money.
Madam Chair, I agree with Paul's comments. I tried to limit my modifications to only the language that the VHR Advisory Board recommended and not make new additional changes in the interest of simplicity. But I do think this area needs considerable rethinking. And with that, I'd be happy to move on to the next one. We only have 20 minutes left if that's our stricture.
Well, and just as a procedural note, as Mr. Straley indicated, the red line that the advisory board prepared will be submitted ultimately to the Board of County Commissioners along with any recommendations of this board. And so even if there's not specific wording that you wanted to add today, you could still certainly move to include a recommendation conceptually that you would like to see added an indemnity provision. And we might not have the wording worked out today, but the recommendation itself would still be presented to the Board of County Commissioners.
I'd be happy to include that in my proposal.
Madam Chair, if I could, I'm sorry, Commissioner Walder, just as a point of clarification, I was making a point more so than a recommendation, and that I didn't find that there was a basis for increasing the insurance limits when they weren't tied to the risk of the county. And so the modifications, the proposed modifications by Commissioner Walder, I support because I didn't hear anything compelling otherwise. And so I don't have a particular recommendation for additional insureds or indemnity and doing more to increase the cost. And so I just want to make that point clear.
And also, keep in mind, we don't have to finish all of this today. We can finish 030 and then bring this back at another meeting.
Madam Chair, I was told on several occasions that our mandate was to move forward expeditiously with this so that the Board of County Commissioners could meet on April 10th and do a working session where they would take our recommendations, the recommendations of the Advisory Board, and proceed with the discussion of those. I don't think postponing this until we have a special meeting would accomplish what our mandate was as far as I was concerned.
Cynthia.
I think it's a zoning text amendment. It can be continued at this board's discretion if you would like. I understand that that's the statement to do it expeditiously, but at the end of the day, if you feel that you need more time to review it, you can either start a special meeting or continue it till the next meeting.
I prefer, Madam Chair, to just move forward as quickly as we can. I don't think this warrants a special meeting. I'm concerned that we have not given adequate discussion, but I think we can all express our individual viewpoints to the Board of County Commissioners and let them decide as they may. So with that, I can continue on to number 7, section.
Before you do, may we just make a recommendation that staff work on the linkage, whether it be indemnity or whether it be additional insured? Because then my concerns, and I believe Bryce's concerns and Kirk's will all be satisfied. In other words, that's the recommendation to the board, that there be a linkage between the additional insurance and protection to the county. I
One
suppose
thing I've learned over the years of government service is staff is always listening.
Thank you,
Kirk.
ma'am. But if we have a consensus there, then we have a solution.
Kirk, go ahead.
If we need to take a vote on it, we can take a vote on it. If we have consensus, let's just say we have consensus and move forward. Number 7, I believe, section E5M, delete. The owner is required to contract with a waste management company for regular trash removal. The VHR board proposal on trash would require all VHRs to not only dispose of trash properly, but to have a contract with a waste management company for regular trash removal. This is overly prescriptive. Some VHR operators may choose to dispose of trash, perhaps from several locations, directly to a dump or waste management company. Infrequent VHR renters, some may only rent less than 10 times a year or in only one season, should not be required to have, quote, regular trash removal contract. There's a contract. There's also duplicate provisions in .040 operational requirements.
Comments? Paul?
I'm inclined to say that a strict rule such as this doesn't work, for example, with condominiums that have regular trash removal, like ours. But I think that the accommodation can be made and the interpretation can be made by staff with respect to adequate trash removal. That is to say, a contract in some form to pick up that trash, adequate coverage with respect to trash removal.
David?
Yeah, I own several rentals here, and I used to not require removal of trash by a company. I wrote that into my contract because you'll be surprised what people leave behind if they don't have regular trash collected.
Any other comments? No? Number 8?
Number 8 is section E6, replace the language that says, quote, in either on man-made coverings, improvements, or structures that prevent normal precipitation from directly reaching the surface of the underlying land, such as decks, patios, asphalt surfaces, concrete surfaces, or on compacted surface areas, and substitute language that say parking should be allowed on legal space or those, and then the language would continue. This new language would then allow parking on legal space or those that have been approved by parking by TRPA. The parking section of the proposed code and the amendments made by the VHR Advisory Board is very complicated. Many homes in Tahoe will have gravel or dirt parking. Sometimes their driveway could be gravel or dirt, and those have been grandfathered by TRPA. VHRs should not be held to a different standard than homeowners. My preference would be to replace the entire parking scheme with a simple rule that must be followed by residents, long-term renters, as well as VHR occupants. But as a compromise, I suggest just replacing the complicated language above with a simple rule allowing parking on legal space or those that have been approved for parking by TRPA.
Paul?
I understand Commissioner Walder's comments, but paragraph 7 has what I call a very good savings clause, which is final determinations regarding suitable parking and the amount of permitted parking spaces will be made by the director based upon size of any parking area located on the owner's property, then consistent with the county code and other applicable regulations, such that, and I know his staff can go out and say, this is good for 3, this is good for 2. I'm sorry, you only get 1. So I think that there's a savings clause in there that the very thoughtful VHR Advisory Committee has given us. And the rest of it is very helpful because a history of parking violations or complaints will just accentuate the necessity for the examination of the appropriate parking by the director.
Preferences by the commission.
I'm so sorry.
Are there preferences
Preferences.
of the commission for language? No? We'll move on.
Number 9, in section E9, delete all the redlined language and revert to the original code. This section deals with VHR compliance with county code, and in vague language, it says that if it, quote, appears, unquote, that the home has been altered without meeting all county building requirements, the owner must obtain the requisite permits and pay the fees. There may be many homes in Tahoe that over the past 30 or 40 years were altered without the proper permits. It's likely that when a property changes hands, the new owner is unaware of prior alterations. If the property passes a safety inspection, the new owner should not be penalized. The requirement for all VHRs to have a safety inspection should be sufficient.
Paul?
I respectfully disagree. I think this is a very, very helpful provision that will allow construction that is not permitted or insufficient or in some way deficient to be corrected. And I think that was the purpose, because you're now going to have transient people in there, living in there and then leaving after a day or two. And you want to have a completely permitted place that they're living, because it's a higher risk, as we've discussed.
Bryce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, out of all the things that I read in this red line, this is the one that stood out to me more than anything, because I have no idea how you're going to enforce this. First and foremost, I don't know how you're going to determine if it appears the unit was improperly altered or improved. When it appeared it was improperly altered or improved, I mean, I don't know how in the world you're ever going to enforce this. I recognize and appreciate and respect the intent, but I just don't understand this red line and wouldn't support it at all.
Other comments? David?
Revealing a little bit about my problems with the county. I bought a property. I was told there was a building permit on it, that it had been finalized. I checked into it, and it hadn't been. However, someone complained about it, and guess what? I had to permit that building, and it was very expensive. So, you know, either apply the law to everyone or no one. And I know it's been applied to me, so I think it should be applied to everyone. If you have an unpermitted, number one, somebody along the line should have reported that when they bought the sale. If they bought through a real estate agent, they should have been notified that there were improvements that were not permitted. That's one of the rules of real estate. You have to disclose these things. And, you know, as far as people not knowing, people know. They really do. And if we're going to apply the law, let's apply it equally. We see enough of unequal presentation of the law in our country today, so let's just apply it to everyone.
Madam Chair, I don't want to belabor this because I know we're running out of time. I don't disagree with Commissioner Nelson. I think this applies to when the property is purchased and sold. This is being applied during a VHR, and I think the code is clear when a home is purchased and when a home is sold. It's clear how that's handled. To say that somebody's going to go out and do an inspection and it appears that the home has been altered and improved, and then we're going to go through this. I just don't understand how it's going to be enforced. How's it going to be inspected? Is county code enforcement going to come out beyond the VHR enforcement? It just seems like it's creating a whole bunch of problems.
I understand the comments. However, it also alleviates a bunch of problems, particularly if the county sees, and the enforcement officers and those that are in the VHR group see violations, don't report them, don't change them, don't have them enforced, and someone hurts themselves. Then you can get a direct lawsuit against you, and this prevents it. So I think the language is brilliant in ways.
I think this is one we need to weigh in on. Ken?
I get with Bryce. Homes are sold all the time and they're inspected and disclosures are made. And the house is a house. It's livable. And if there's anything that's wrong with the house, the VHR, when they go and do their inspection, they'll point it out and it'll be remedied. It's
Mark?
over redundant.
Okay, Mark, you have an opinion?
I think that it should stay in here. I think that we are taking a home and basically converting it to a higher use if we're using it as a vacation home rental. And if something is noticed to be off and it's not permitted, then we ought to make them go back and permit it at that time, or they can withdraw their application.
So Cynthia Gregory, just for clarification, when you buy and sell, that is a private contract. So if somebody discloses, their real estate agent discloses, hey, this apartment above the garage is not permitted, that is not reported to the county. That is not required to be fixed by the code. So this provision, this is when the county would first realize that there's a illegal apartment above a garage, and then it would require them to comply with the permit. There was some statements about, well, when you buy and sell, the county will know about it because there's an inspection. That is not true. We would learn about it when we go into the home to do this VHR inspection. I just wanted to clarify that.
I think it should stay.
Madam Chair, that finishes section 030. We have a jumbled mess, in my opinion, that we've discussed 6 proposals, some of which we've had some general agreement on, some of which we've had none, some of which it's undetermined. I'm frustrated that we are rushing through all these, but I think in the interest of time, we may perhaps should just let the staff try and make heads or tails out of how we've, what suggestions we've made, and finish the last 3 that I have, which are very important ones. 4 that I have. 2 of them, one of them relates to occupancy, one of them relates to noise monitors. And if we have 3 minutes or whatever time we have, I would hope that we could discuss those and then conclude.
Okay, well, let's get a vote on the 3 that we have.
I'm not certain which 3 you're asking for. There were 6 suggestions I made,
From,
starting on number 5.
010 through 030.
Well, there were distinct different proposals on 030.
I have faith in AJ.
Madam Chair, if I may, James, for the record, on 010, I understood that there was no consensus to deviate from the red line revision there.
Okay.
On 020, I understand there was some consensus around deleting subsection C, defining Douglas County resident, and also there was an approved motion to eliminate, or at least recommend elimination of the 12-month waiting period. And those were the items of consensus on 020. On 030, I noted some consensus to revise the insurance requirements. I don't know that we arrived at any specific proposal, but both a recommendation to either reduce insurance rates and/or indemnify the county. Those were both proposals that were discussed. It seemed there was more of a consensus around the indemnity clause, and so that could certainly be presented. I didn't note any specific consensus in section 030 apart from the insurance.
Parking.
Madam Chair, if I may, thank you. I have to agree with Commissioner Walder. I guess in hindsight, it would have been, it probably would have been a good idea not to pile 3 really important topics into one day with a room that is going to be utilized. I feel that there are several, if not all of us, who have spent a considerable amount of time going through this and reviewing this, in addition to what the VHR Advisory Board has done and what staff has done. And I feel like at the end of the day, and this is just my feeling, that it was all for naught, because when it's all said and done, we're just going to take this red line, give it to the Board of County Commissioners, and let them do what they were going to do anyways. So it's incredibly frustrating as a planning commissioner, as a board who volunteers its time, much like the VHR Advisory Board, to spend 6+ however many hours we've been here today trying to pile some really important substantive issues that affect the county into a time frame that should have been known was not appropriate for the amount of work that we needed to achieve today.
We did not know, I did not know we had to vacate the room. when we
Madam Chair,
started
that was
this.
not directed at you or
Oh, I
anybody
know
in
that.
particular. That's
Oh.
just a comment.
Yeah, I
statement.
know that, and I wish that I would have checked before I approved what was going to be on the agenda, and nor did we have any idea how the being hearing was going to go. I apologize for that. So Kirk, let's see if we can plow through. We'll hold the room for as long as we can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Section 042, I think we can just agree that Section 030 needs revisions. If the staff can reflect the variety of sentiments, perhaps that would be helpful for the Board of County Commissioners. Section 040, operational requirements. I've refrained from discussing or proposing anything on advertising. I think for the county to impose requirements on advertising, which we do not impose on any other business, is unconstitutional and a violation of the authority that the county would have that should be regulated by the federal government. But in section C1 of 040, we would delete at all times. We would reinstate the +2 additional occupants per property if the property has 4 or fewer bedrooms. And then we would add that daytime occupancy shall not exceed 200% of approved occupancy to prevent excessive noise, illegal parking, or trash issues. This is the occupancy section, a very important section of the vacation home rental. It's of concern to many people. My concern is that to restrict occupancy at all times is an unconstitutional restriction on the freedom of assembly. In addition, the section removes the allowance for additional 2 people for VHRs with 4 bedrooms or less. Many homes have rooms with sleeper sofas or bedrooms that are large enough to accommodate 2 queen-size beds or 2 or more sets of bunk beds. Removal of this provision promotes family gatherings. Most importantly, it violates the provisions of the consent agreement that concluded the 2021 lawsuit against the county.
I can support the daytime occupancy, but not the +2.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, you mean you support the advisory board's removal of daytime occupancy?
Kirk's daytime occupancy, I can support his
So
add
you understand?
daytime occupancy shall not exceed 200%.
Okay, and just to clarify, then you oppose the reinstatement of the +2
Yes.
provision? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Paul?
I thought it was very adequately and elegantly discussed as to why the +2 was removed. And therefore, I support what the VHR Advisory Committee did. I am sensitive to the claim that it violates the Constitution, freedom of assembly, but it's not really applicable here because you wouldn't allow a demonstration, for example, a political demonstration on a property, and a restriction against that kind of thing, singing, dancing, walking through Zephyr Cove with a huge parade without a permit wouldn't be allowed. So it would be a disturbance of the peace. That's really what we're dealing with here because we want to make neighborhood compatibility the center point because that's what the Nevada revised statutes tell us to do as a planning unit. So when you're saying you're minimizing impacts to neighbors, that's why the +2 is there. These are transients, and they must abide by what the restrictions are with respect to a non-compatible use in a residential zone. So There you have it.
Other comments?
Number 12 on my list, section C2, delete in quotation, except for temporary loading and unloading, parking buses and recreational vehicles on site or on the street is prohibited at all times. There's been no demonstration of harm caused by the types of vehicles if they are legally parked. Furthermore, there's no definition of what constitutes a bus or a recreational vehicle. Is a Sprinter van acceptable? What about a VW bus or a camper van? This provision is vague, and it should not clutter up the code because the parking restrictions are fine as enunciated in other places.
I would just note, A.J. Hames for the record, recreational vehicles is defined in Title 20.
As well as buses are defined in NRS for DMV purposes. There are different standards and requirements, so it is defined.
Madam Chairman, number 13, this is probably the most important one of all. In section D, delete the quotes "and Tier 4," which is the new Tier 3 as proposed by the VHR Advisory Board, and add at the end of the first sentence, noise monitors may be required on other VHRs for good cause as determined by the director. This section mandates noise monitors for not only the largest VHRs, the current Tier 3, but also for hundreds of medium-sized VHRs. To me, it is unnecessarily and overly burdensome for owners and for staff to monitor. I support noise monitors where necessary as they serve as a deterrent to those that might disturb the peace. But like speed enforcement devices, they do not prevent excessive noise, and they become inactive when the internet is not working or can be defeated by simply covering the device with a towel. Excessive noise can also be limited by natural or man-made barriers or even by which way the wind blows, not to mention what I would call false positives caused by barking dogs, lawnmowers, snow blowers, or snowplows. My suggestion would be to simply add noise monitors may be required on other VHRs for good cause as determined by the director.
Comments?
If, for example, the recommendation was to eliminate the 2 persons, the bedrooms plus 2 persons, you're going to have a lower occupancy and the noise monitoring becomes less important unless there is a violation, which can be determined by the director. So to that extent, I agree with Kirk.
So are you saying support the deletion of add Tier 4?
No, I apologize. I am merely talking about the noise monitoring and the occupancy issue. In other words, I think they're linked. If you have more people, you're going to need more prevention of noise elimination. And if you don't, I think that it should be determined by the director. With respect to Tier 4, I think we should keep it. I realize it's more administrative duty. I've had discussions with staff, but it makes good sense with respect to the way the entire amendment has been written, if you follow me. It falls together. So I think it should be maintained.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I apologize. I skipped one of mine, which was a very important one. This is a process we're rushing through. This is number 10 in sections G, H, and I. These are the tiers where the advisory board has moved to 5 tiers instead of 3. I would propose deleting the 5-tier structure and reverting to the 3 original tiers in code. This change is not supported by any factual information or problems and would be an administrative nightmare to implement. Staff, when any existing property, Tier 2 property comes up for renewal, would have to entirely re-examine the application to make sure it meets new requirements. The Board of County Commissioners would also have to redo the existing application fee structure. So I propose that we change from the 5 tiers back to the 3 tiers. Again, I think this should be the subject of significant discussion at the Board of County Commissioners, and I apologize to my colleagues that this has taken so long. If they choose not to weigh in, then so be it.
I'll weigh in just to the extent that it appears to me the entire amendment scheme that has been suggested and put to us as a result of over 50 hours of public input, countless hours of the VHR Advisory Committee, a rational basis being discussed and pointed out on each point by our manager of the VHR program and council, who is responsible and supportive, suggests that yes, it is, I will agree, more administrative work, but it's worth it because it all falls together, everything from insurance to occupancy. So I would keep it.
Maureen?
Yes, Mark.
I support keeping the 5-tier system as well.
I support leaving it as is and let the board deal with it.
Madam Chair, my last proposal, number 14, is in Section 050, Violations Enforcement. In Section F, delete "and other security devices such as video recorders." This modification is simple. Douglas County should not require video recordings on private property. Such a requirement is an invasion of privacy and has nothing to do with noise violations.
I support that. Other comments?
Visual and video, thank you, Madam Chair, is, and it can be argued, as Kirk has done so, a bit more intrusive than a noise monitor, but I think it should be left up to the discretion whether video is required to the director. That is to say, if it's a repeat offender and you require proof of these offenses, I think that this is the way you're going to get the evidence for suspension or revocation.
Comment noted. And our minutes will go to the board.
So, Madam Chair, Cynthia Gregory from the District Attorney's Office. I recognize it's been fast and you kind of deviated from voting on each one. I think the 3 big remaining issues that might be helpful for the board to hear from you as a group are the occupancy, whether or not you want to eliminate the +2 or keep it, the 5 versus 3 tiers, and the 15 versus the 20%. So if you did want to just take votes on those 3 items, I think that might be helpful to the board because I know not everybody commented on each one of those, but certainly it's at your discretion.
Okay, 20%. That would be occupancy. AJ, do you have something?
I would just, if somebody wanted to make a motion to suggest a 20% occupancy instead of the 15% suggested by the advisory board, they could make a motion at this time and we could vote on that.
Madam Chairman, I move in Section 030B2 to delete 15% and replace it with 20%.
Second?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those against?
Nay.
Nay. Mark?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-3.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to keep the current 5-tier system that has been proposed.
Do we have a second? Mark motions to keep the 5 tiers. David seconds the motion. Do we have a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-3. We need a motion with regards to the +2. Do we have a motion? The motion would be to keep the +2.
Well, no, I was going to make a motion to support what is suggested and by the VHR Advisory Committee and eliminate the
Okay.
+2.
All right,
That's
the
my
motion is to remove the +2. Paul makes the
I'll
motion.
second that motion. Mark would like to second that motion.
David already did.
Okay.
So Paul makes the motion, David seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Against?
Nay.
Motion passes 5-2. Closing public comment, if there are no other comments from the board.
So Ellie, it's not working, so would you mind making public comment from this mic?
I will be happy to.
I promise you won't.
Thank you, Ellie Waller. This is the very first meeting in 3 years that I have attended that I feel totally disenfranchised for lots of reasons. It would take too long to express that I'm sorry that it was ran this way, not to put blame on any singular person or entity on staff. More credence probably should have been given to an expectation of time that needed to be taken. I do not believe each and every one of the planning commissioners was equally heard, and I am sorry that I can't express a positive feeling at all. It started out okay, and then it just went awry. And I'm concerned and don't want to see this happen in future meetings on any subject that's coming forward. It was this one as well as one earlier this morning. Just watching a applicant kind of take over a meeting, which really bothered me. I know that there is rights to bring things to a meeting the day of, long as you provide the public and the staff and you as commissioners information, but it really just disconnects a process when we move too fast, we get information that we haven't had time to study. I want to feel like I'm part of this process, and today I really didn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie.
Hi, bud. Lauren Romaine, I guess our board got pushed time-wise also, so I know how hard this is. But I have to admit, it was really difficult to sit there. And I understand you've got a time frame, but the time frame could have been to understand that we were the ones that had 60 hours of time. Is it perfect? No. But when I'm listening to this, I'm sorry, but I want to jump and go. There was so much information that didn't get out. If you're in an HOA and there's trash, you're exempt from needing this. We have so many issues with HOAs, with VHRs that tell their guests to go dump it in HOA dumpsters. We need those contracts. So there's the tiers. If you eliminate the tiers, you now are leaving in a process a place where a person who has 2 people pays the same as someone with 10. And I don't think that's right or proper. So there was so much information sitting here that we couldn't get to you to express. And Mr. Walder, I really wish that during our meetings you would have brought your concerns and your questions to us, because to me that was the time for this, because this process didn't give you guys all the information and all the background and all the reasons and rationales as to why the proposal we sent to you actually provides a sound, reasonable balance between property rights and your right to rent. So I'm just kind of dismayed at the process, and I would hope that if you folks come to our VHR advisory meetings, please speak up then and talk with us, because this is it's just difficult to get you all the reasons and rationale, and there are a lot of reasons and rationale that we didn't get to discuss here today. And So, thank you.
I'm Linda Dengler, and I've only been to a certain amount of these meetings. This was a horrific meeting. You need to pass it over to a future time to sit down and do this properly. You need to go code by code. You need to discuss it. You need to say why. You need to make the decisions. Seems like Mr. Walder just ran the whole thing. It was all just his. What about anyone else? And one thing for sure is you guys have obviously not done anything about the 50 people. So you support damaging the lake according to the TRPA regulation 2.3.5 that requires only 4 events or things in a year. 4. You've now made the wedding house have 29 through the end of this year. Who knows how many they've got booked to next year? 40 events, 1 every weekend. Okay, the TRPA says 4, but you know, their codes don't matter. None of your codes should matter. None of what you did today should matter. Nobody should follow it. Why should they follow it when you can't follow the simplest TRPA code? Nor can Ernie or AJ or anybody else that I've told this to numerous times. TRPA doesn't matter, lake doesn't matter. But, you know, I really think you need to extend this to another point in time, go through it properly so that we can be a part of it and understand it instead of this craziness, and then go forth and make a decision. Put it over to next week. Give it time. Give everybody time. Make this a real meeting. I've never seen anything like this. It's ridiculous that they've spent so much time creating these, and you just do this with it. With, you know, half of them, 90% of them you didn't even discuss or look at. So, you know, if you approve of this today, number one, you're damaging the lake purposely, which seems to be Douglas County's thing, and I don't think anybody should follow your codes ever.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one rise, I will close this public comment and restrict comment to the commission. Paul.
Thank you. I want to tell both of you, I'm looking at the VHR chair and vice chair, that this commission appreciated the depth of work. A number of us went to the meetings. A number of us saw the meetings on video. And please don't feel that we discounted that hard, Herculean effort in any way, shape, or form. And Ernie, he did a masterful job in the presentation and pointing it out, and AJ, with respect to the rational basis for each thing. We have differing views, but it does not discount the effort that all of you put into this at all, not the slightest. Thank you.
In my closing comments, we all did our homework. You did a fantastic job in your presentation, Ernie, Lauren. We appreciate all the work you put into it, Ellie, meeting with you ahead of time. There were so many questions that were answered ahead of time. Cynthia, thank you, as always, for your advice. I didn't have a lot to say. I did so much homework ahead of time, and I believe that of my friends here, that there wasn't a lot of discussion to be had because we had the information. And yes, it was quick, but we spent 3.5 hours on this. And I'm sorry if we didn't get to the questions that others had, but we weren't working from scratch like the VHR board. And thank you for all the work you did because you saved us from having to do it. Any other comments? If not, I will adjourn this meeting of the Planning Commission. Thank you all.